welcome to Red Bull Homeground with Lenovo Legion, our official hardware partner. It's semi-finals day, which means two teams will be booking a ticket to the grand finals by the end of today. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm joined on the desk by Lothar and Tom Biz. Welcome back, guys. We are really deep into the tournament now.
Yeah, no, it's getting to the point where we've now lost some of the, I guess, the favoured teams. We had our nice little predictions of players to watch. You've lost yours. I believe Mitch has lost his.
I got a new one.
Yeah, but
I brought in a new one.
I've heard you've tried to thieve mine, and I'm just going to start things off by saying I don't accept that.
I didn't try to thieve yours, Tom. I did successfully.
I did it before the tournament. If you didn't tweet about it, then it doesn't count.
Who was it? Because no.
Polvi.
You tried to thieve him from me.
For the first time, we're going to actually watch him on the main broadcast.
That is true.
And he's one of those duelists that actually sometimes plays Jet, but sometimes, or even more times, he plays Raids, which is not that common anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how he does today, my player of the watch, Tom. But before we get into all the action, let's get you guys up to date at home with the format. Red Bull Homeground is back. A Valorant tournament where map picks mean everything. 15 of the best teams across EMEA plus one wildcard qualifier will face off in a day one best-of-1 group stage. The teams making it through will enter a best-of-5 single elimination bracket where the rules get turned on their head. Each team chooses their strongest map pick as their home ground. Home grounds get played first. If one team is victorious on both home ground picks, they instantly win the best-of-5 and progress to the next round. But if both teams win their home ground, they continue to duel out a best-of-5. The winning team will be crowned the new Red Bull Homeground champions. Now, we're in this interesting situation where after all the quarterfinals yesterday, no team has actually managed to make it 1-1 for us to go to that best-of-5. I'm hoping that changes today, Lothar.
Well, the thing is, this homeground rules are actually just benefiting specifically one team that wants to expose the weaknesses of the opponent. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually again see a 2-0. But I have to say that Liquid is hard to read, so Tenstar will have a hard time because so far Liquid played 5 different maps in this tournament. As the only team, they played 5 different maps. Every single time it was something different. So how do you approach them in a best-of-5 right here? What is their home ground? They might pick something else again.
It also seems like a lot of the teams that we expect to be winning matches are losing their own pick dominantly as well. Like you look at the footballist game yesterday. Well, they only got 2 rounds max on the other map as well, but even on their choice, they only managed to get 1. Gambit, which I still don't really know what's gone on there with the game of Split. That was mind-blowing. But yeah, it seems like a lot of teams are really struggling even with their own picks. So I'm hoping the teams we now have into the semi-finals actually know what map they want to play and are actually able to play it. That would be good.
Yeah, I'm down for 2 best-of-5s, like to go the distance now. But let's talk about those teams you guys just mentioned that aren't here anymore. After day 1, I know we're all super surprised about G2 not making it all the way through, but now no Fnatic or Gambit moving forward into the semi-finals.
Well, the surprising for sure is Gambit. I think we have to kind of talk about the elephant in the room. The 13-0 match was something that was unprecedented so far with Gambit, and everyone will be talking about it for the next year or something as a joke. But I do feel like Gambit was just kind of gave up at some point during that second map. They knew it was kind of over. They even tweeted after the game that they acted like they really kind of were okay with the defeat already, which is not the mindset that you want to have in the future. So they for sure learned from it, which is also pretty cool because, you know, next month they're playing in Champions League. That has to be fixed, right?
Yeah, I don't want to take a massive amount away for it, but the fact that it was such a dominant performance, obviously on the other side of things, Liquid as well just looked incredible. Even though, again, I think that there were aspects of Fnatic's gameplay that I was kind of watching and going like, okay, that's a bit weird, or that's not very Fnatic, or these are not, like, it wasn't new enough for me. And that's always been the Fnatic way of like, you go between one tournament and another, and their comps are completely different in a good way. Whereas in a lot of the matches we witnessed, it was almost like they were either just testing out something so ridiculous that you were kind of like, okay, this is weird, or they just weren't really doing anything at all, which again, was the same. It is also a weird circumstance where with Liquid, it looks like, I imagine they have also held a lot back where I don't think these are also going to be the comps that they'll run into the future. They've just ones that they've already shown. So they can just go in and go, okay, we did this last time, so we're just going to do it again. If it wins us the tournament, that's fantastic. And by the looks of it at the moment, it's definitely been enough.
I mean, how much do we read into those defeats, particularly, like you said, the 13-0? I know when it happened against G2, everybody was pretty forgiving of the fact, you know, that's an anomaly. It happens to teams. Sometimes, do we take the same approach here?
Statistically speaking, at some point, you will probably get a 13-0 if you played, you know, enough matches in general in your history as a professional player. But when it comes to Gambit, I just feel like they just, you know, they have the important tournament in a month and they kind of just let it go and learn from it, and that's it. But I just think it's cool it happened. It gives us something to talk about, you know. For the players, it's never cool, but I think it's okay that it happened this tournament and not in Champions, right?
Yeah, you don't want that at Champions.
Maybe you wouldn't want that at Masters.
I wouldn't say maybe, you know, 13-0 in Masters of Champions. What I'm saying that such a defeat, mental-wise, right, happens.
Maybe our split isn't as good as we thought it was. Because even if you're mucking about, you don't lose 13-0.
Exactly. There were some weaknesses exposed in that match, right? So for Gambit, it might be actually a very good outcome that they might go for this, back to this VOD and be like, well, okay, this is something that we have to fix, and they will point out like 3 setups on defense that didn't work or some comps that were problematic, and because of that, they will progress as a team. So I think all in all, it's beneficial for Gambit.
I feel like we've seen a spoiler on the graphic here with TenStar versus Liquid. Do you think the background is any maybe indication with the home ground maps?
I wonder what the maps could be coming up.
Yeah, I feel like we've been spoiled now, but we'll see. Maybe.
Well, actually, wait, have TenStar got Acend behind them?
It looks like they do.
There is no way that surely they've not picked into Acend.
I
think
would
they'd
have
be
thought
mad.
Liquid would pick
I think they'd be
Acend
mad
between
if
the two of
TenStar had
those.
picked into Acend.
Yeah.
And also, if Liquid have gone, let's pick our permaban as our home ground map, I would also think that would be a little bit... They did do well on it yesterday, though, so there's a wild, but I would maybe look at those maps and say that that's probably not the correct choices.
Well, if this is true, I'm a little bit disappointed because I was really looking forward to TenStar maybe pick Breeze. They have a very unique comp. By unique, I mean they play Cypher and Killjoy at the same time. So they try to expose their opponents when it comes to their attack line, because the defense from TenStar is going to be so hard to breach. But I still hope we're going to see that Breeze at some point.
Yeah, we'll see what the map vetoes are a little bit later. But first, let's take a look at today's schedule so you guys know exactly what is coming up. The first semi-final is going to be between TenStar and Team Liquid, and following that will be Vodafone Giants versus Acend. Now, I spoke about the potential of games going to the 5th map. Admittedly, yesterday I thought Acend versus Gambit, surely that is going to stretch out. But I feel like today, Acend versus Giants have a lot of potential to go beyond 2 maps.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, there's still been, like, Acend have still looked very good, don't get me wrong, but they've definitely been testing out a few new things. I know that you were very happy to see Starzo back on his jet. But,
I thought you were going to mention CNET and Astra.
But not so much with the CNET on Astra. So they've definitely been having a bit of fun this event. I think the KO, though, from Zeke was actually really cool. Like, that was something I actually enjoyed. So I don't think I think some stuff maybe they've tested for fun, and some stuff actually just kind of seems like decent ideas. Whereas for Giants, they just look really good. Like, I think this is definitely the best form of Giants we've ever seen. I think that in terms of, like I said it earlier in something that hasn't been shown yet, they've lost 17 rounds total so far in this tournament, which is a ridiculous stat. They've had a lot of like games where their teams against them, even like FPX, only getting like 6 rounds or something. So they look incredible. So I could easily see that going the distance, even if Acend are on form today.
I think Giants were just very good at punishing mistakes from their opponents. When someone, like an example, FPX on Fracture, when they picked a composition that lacked a duelist, then essentially Giants said, oh, okay, we know their weakness now, because they don't have specific utility that gives us enough time to actually play off that, or they don't have the pressure, so we can play differently than we typically approach a round. So there's a lot of, I would say, a lot of ideas coming from Giants when it comes to like approaching the game reactively, but also proactively, because now they know what the opponent is missing and we can capitalize on that. So I'm really looking forward to the Giants games. But I wanted to also touch one topic that you briefly mentioned, the KO. I think it's in a great spot when it comes to now teams trying him out, because Sky got nerfed, right? And they kind of like have the same slot typically, right? Because you mainly go for the flashes for that character, and then the secondary one is for
flashes
the
and
recon,
info.
right? Exactly. And because of the nerf, Sky now is less picked than before, and KO can take its place. And also because we see so many teams now are coming to very defensive compositions, KO is actually very valuable, especially on maps like Breeze, when you can shut down the Viper or the Cypher at one side just by using the ultimate and just pushing in on side, which makes the defenses just completely useless. So I think we're gonna see more KOs in the future.
Well, let's get CNED on it. Why not? If it's going to be anywhere to see
not do
CNED
that.
on the KO, I back that idea. But more importantly, I think our predictions have gotten progressively worse somehow as the tournament has gone on. I think both of you expected Gambit to go through.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that. I already erased that.
Do we have any evidence of that? I'm not sure that we do.
I'm pretty sure it's in the VODs. I'll bring it up just to spite you.
Don't clip
Where are
it.
Echoes and friends? What happened to them?
So let's talk about predictions for today. Which two teams are you guys backing for the grand final?
I honestly do believe that Tenstar is a very good team, but with current form of Liquid, I don't see them winning this match. Like,
Well, see, I'm going to go back to what was obviously the players to watch. I know that Pansy and Hypok picked Navira, so to side with Liquid here would be making me a snake, and I wouldn't want any like professional player tweeting out that I was
Especially
a
your player to
snake.
watch,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I wouldn't want,
Yeah.
say, for example, Polvi tweeting out that I'm a snake.
You
So,
are a
of
snake,
course,
Tom.
I'm going to be
You
picking.
deserve it.
I'm going to be picking 10-star to
Okay,
win
okay.
because of my favorite player, Stanley. But yeah, I think in the other game, I'm actually going to go Giants. I think the Acend are going to be having a bit too much fun, and I think Giants are going to ruin their party.
I agree with this one.
Giants, 10-star or Giants, Liquid, both of you are back in that. Oh, well, thank you very much, guys. But for now, I've got some great news for you guys at home because it's competition time. I know you guys love this. Lenovo Legion are the official hardware partner of Red Bull Homeground, and they've got a great giveaway for you to get involved with. The Legion Y2525 is one of the fastest PC screens on the market with its 240 Hz rapid refresh rate. The images are crisp, free from motion blur, and let you see every detail you need to get the drop on your opponent. And if you want to get a chance to win one, here is what you need to do. First, head to Twitch chat and enter the command !Legion. You can also go to win.gs/Legion or to Twitter to answer this question. How many Valorant agents are there in the game? The competition is now open. You must be 18 and over to enter and situated in UK or Europe. Closing date is on the 7th of November at 11 p.m. GMT. And that is how you can win a Legion monitor. Best of luck to everybody who is entering and getting involved. I know you two love a good quiz.
Does Yoru count as an agent? That's my only question.
I think so, Tom. By the
Okay, well, I
definitions
disagree,
of
so
the
I've probably got the
agents.
answer wrong.
Well, still Yoru is better than Reyna.
Here we go. We're gonna. We need like a. I was gonna say you guys both love quizzes, so you should be quite good at this. I believe Lothar, you in the VCT quiz. It was a draw, right? It was a draw against Kakuka.
I think I could participate in 2 or something. But yeah, against Kakuka, I think it was a draw. Wait, no, against Tux.
Yeah, I think they screwed
Wasn't
you
it
over a
Ryan
little
versus?
bit.
It was Ryan versus
Yeah,
Kakuka.
I think
Yes.
they screwed Ryan over a little bit. When
I
he
mean,
was supposed to win.
the question.
Lothar would wipe the floor with anyone, but I don't want to go.
I think we should
I would
put
want
that
to say
the
that
test.
Sesh's questions were very had a lot of tendencies.
The polite way of being
I
like.
can read.
Yeah.
Zesh.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe if we have some time to fill later, we can do some sort of quiz. I definitely want to put you two to the test and see
Why me?
how good
I think
you're
you should
gonna
get
be,
Mitch in
Tom.
for that. He's gonna be great for quizzes.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. But for now, more importantly, we got to move on to the first semi-final of the day. 10-star versus Team Liquid. You've both spoke about 10-star already. Very, very high praises. But looking at this roster, where would you place them right now in the grand scheme of things, in the context of all the other teams? Is this a top 10, even top 5 team for you guys?
Hard to say, to be honest, because they didn't have the big tests, right? I feel like this is one of the big ones that they're going to be approaching with caution, but at the same time they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Winning against Liquid will definitely give them some, let's say, rep in the scene. But also we have to remember the fact that Liquid is playing next month in Champions, so there's still some questions like how much do they reveal. But I honestly am actually very impressed with Liquid. I thought they're not going to take it as seriously as they did. So winning against this Liquid that is showing a lot of discipline and good play style in general will be a good feat for TenStar. Now, from my perspective, TenStar is already like one of the best teams in Europe, but they still have to prove themselves against those big names.
I think I agree. I think if you're looking at maybe like top 6, top 7 within EMEA, I think that's a fair place to put them right now, and they're just looking to push it over the edge with some wins over top teams, because we've seen them beat Fnatic in, I think it was a smaller tournament, but again, we know that Fnatic have been testing a lot of stuff. We also know that the form of Fnatic hasn't been as good as it was previously. Now, if you're talking about an Acend, a Gambit, a Liquid, someone like that, we're yet to see them break that ceiling of team. If they do, then we can easily start putting them in the bracket of like a top 5 team in the region. They are the ones, like Giants, who are very much on the brink of breaking into the very top. And for example, let's going into next year, if we're looking at a Challengers event, I think they'll be one of the 8 teams that makes it through, as long as they don't meet up against a big boy along the way.
And also what I've known of these boys, and from speaking to them, they have every intention to stick together and develop and grow. They're kind of that early days, you know, Gambit, early days Bonk, when they have every intention to do that, and they're not just going to swap players in and out and do that. So
Thankfully someone signed them though.
I firmly believe that they're probably still going to be the same roster next year, and that's going to make them a lot scarier against the teams that are going to make changes and have, you know, disbanded at this point.
Well, they just started playing together under this name in September, so this.
Oh, Taron Mill's been around for.
But under 10
he means under.
Yeah.
It's like since September, right? So that's only 2 months. That wouldn't bode well for the organization if they would just make some changes.
Yeah, that is very true. But let's move on to Team Liquid, a team that has made a change, bringing in Navira. And it does seem like so far Navira was something that this team, they needed. Maybe they didn't know they needed this, but the firepower, the flexibility, it's all there.
Flexibility is, I think, the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about Nivera, because he played Cypher, Killjoy, Viper, and Sova for the team. But not only that, he brings in the support. That's my guess, of course, because I'm not sitting inside of the comms from the team. But it feels like Nivera's comms and the way he supports his other teammates is giving them the confidence that they lacked before. Because there was a lot of problems with let's say having concise plan when it comes to Liquid like attacks, when it comes to like trading. It was always a little bit awkward, the timing wasn't there. But with Nivera, I feel like the experience that comes with Nivera's CS time, that he didn't have that much time, but he played in good teams, so he gained that very fast, and this is transferred now to Liquid's form.
That's the thing, like there are a lot of things that don't transfer from Counter-Strike when it comes to Valorant, but there are some things that do, and communication is definitely one of them. I think also the way that you practice, like practicing well, is something that I think only really comes from having tier 1 experience. And I think a lot of people forget that he wasn't just some player who was like, oh, just moving around the tier 2 scene. Oh, that screams, brother. No, he was on Vitality and was challenging at some of the best tournaments in the entire world. So this guy has brought a ridiculous amount of experience that's already there on Liquid, and an insane amount of firepower. And he's moved into agents that, at least for me personally, are ones that are not easy to just walk into that role. Like, it's not like he's gone, I'm now playing Reyna and Jet. I have to walk in and kill, almost like Yumpy did originally, where it's like, I'm just jet dashing into the site. No, he came straight in and went, I am now your site hold on the majority of different maps, which is not an easy thing to do.
I was very impressed by that, actually, because I was expecting Nivera, I was honestly expecting Nivera to come in and play a very, let's say, quote-unquote, easy role for the team. So either be the guy that just goes in as a duelist and gets traded or something, right? Yes, exactly. Even maybe the Jet, but you know, in the team that already had 2 players playing Jet, probably not. But I was definitely not expecting him to play the anchors and play the definite support that has to be so good on fundamental level to play well and mesh well with the other members in the team. So it's even more impressive that in such a short time he was able to fill this role and fill it well.
I mean, my favorite thing is speaking to him in his debut interview, and he just goes, yeah, I love Viper. Viper's my favorite agent. I wish I could just play Viper on every map. And you don't get that with players that just move over from Counter-Strike after a couple of weeks. But let's take a look at the map picks for today. Again, I'm hoping we go the distance. Give me a 5-mapper. And by the looks of things, we kind of nearly got it right. We got it right. Tom, we've had to say goodbye to you. We'll see you in a second. But the graphic did bait us, but they kind of not bait us in the right way because Team Liquid's home ground is Acend. That makes a lot more sense. Lothar and TenStar have gone with Icebox.
So that is surprising because we have seen Liquid in this tournament play Icebox already when it was the opponent's pick, and they actually looked really well.
Yeah.
So really good. And I feel like that might be surprising when it comes to the Acend from Liquid. It's not surprising at all because the first time they played, the first map they played ever with Nivera was Acend. He did start the game with an ace on a pistol round on the B side with a killjoy. There was some absolutely...
classic?
No, that was a ghost.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely nothing shots. I don't think he would have able to do that with a classic because he would have run out of bullets.
Bullets, yeah.
But it was absolutely massive, and what it also shows me is that when the next time they played Ascend on this with this lineup, Nivera swapped actually the sites, so they have a lot of specific setups for this map that are being swapped around, and they have a lot of let's say backup plans how to approach the map. So I'm not really surprised that they pick up this map, and they typically play Jet, Reyna, Killjoy, Sova, Astra on this map. So that double duelist Scream is on the Reyna, while Yampi is on the Jet. And one thing that worries me is that Yampi didn't prove yet that he is able to bring in the value of the Jet on the attack side. You have an example, Polvi, when he plays Jet on this map, he is absolutely massive on the dashes. And that's something that kind of worries me. And we have seen also an example from other teams when they try to expose the defenses by, on B side, for example, dashing over the boathouse to go straight to side, and that catches people so many times off guard. And in the previous iterations of Liquid, that wasn't even utilized that well, even though both Yampi and Scream tried it while being supported with a breach. So without now a proper initiator in form of breach, how do they do that on attack, right?
Well, we're heading into Agent Select now, but I think the good news for Liquid, right, Lothar, is that they've never lost on Acend with Nivera. They've been unbeaten ever since he's been in the team, and Stanley has locked in that Omen straight away. We don't see that very often. Yeah,
we don't see that very often, but it is what they played so far on Ascend. Typically they played Sky, Sova, Omen, Jet, and then the 5th slot was either Cypher or Killjoy, so Cray had some, let's say, swaps between it.
No Sky this time, but Sage instead.
Well, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Because that feels like regress when it comes to like...
This whole comp is taking me back way too many months.
Exactly. Like, Sage, why Sage when it really doesn't give it that much apart from being boosted up in the B garage and B main when it comes to like potential picks on attack that are taking the opponents by surprise. But it does represent a lot of less power when it comes to utility on both attack and defense because of the lack of flashes and the reconnaissance that you get with this. So it is a big question mark for me, and it's, I feel like it's a regress in the meta choice.
Well, I'm looking forward to your breakdown. We'll keep an eye on those Sage wars. Tom was very confident about TenStar making it through the semi-final. I want to know what him and Mitch think about those chances after this team comp.
Well, Tom, I'll let you roll with that one because, you know, I was getting a little bit worried for a second. I heard Lothar talking about the Sage walls and boosting up, and when he was talking about boosting, I thought he was bringing you on the desk all of a sudden, even right after you'd left. But we're going to be jumping into this one pretty quickly, Tom, so we'll get your opinions on the comps in a moment because it looks like we're about to kick off the pistol, and Liquid have been taking this one a little bit slow. A couple seconds already off that clock, and they're holding for a push. It looks like they expect TenStar to get aggressive.
Yeah, this is also where we get to see like almost old school Yampi, which sounds a bit weird considering he really hasn't been in this game like the longest amount of time. But he's back on his Jet. I think on this map in particular, it would have almost been silly to move him away from it. You're also going to get Lothar's favorite, Reyna, coming in as well. I do agree. I think that the comp on the other side is a little bit more old school. I really don't mind the Sage though, especially for defensive halves. I think the amount you can do with the wall just to try and shut things down fairly early can be really irritating. And especially in retakes on both maps have almost like a lock-off point. If you can just close out on retakes, it becomes fairly difficult to play against.
It's the thing we love about Sliggy and about Liquid in general is how frequently these guys will come in and just completely change up comms. They'll try something new. They're not afraid to look silly and make mistakes. And coming into 30 seconds left in the pistol, they haven't had any aggression out of TenStar. They're now going to push into the A site, and this is exactly what TenStar were kind of hoping for. There's 4 players here ready to fight. This won't be expected for Team Liquid, and although a couple of kills go their way, they still haven't been able to safely get that spike across to the site. The rotations have come in. There's 10 seconds left to get it planted, and we're into the 2v2. As this plant's about to be attempted, the door will swing open. Cray tempted into going for a wide pick. The turret almost takes him down. Scream on low HP needs a kill quickly, and he'll be dropped. Nevera's alone, a man who previously clutched out with an ace on a map. Pistol round on this map, but never mind. He got shot in the head immediately. I thought he was going to walk underneath Heaven, but he stayed out in the open and gave them the angle to take him down from above and put 1-0 on the board for TenStar.
I almost wonder exactly how low Cray actually was there, because 2 HP, there you go. They're perfect. Perfectly timed switch for our wonderful observers. But yeah, I think that's one of those, I can't every time. It's not even the same pose this time. It's now a different picture of the same guy with different food. Has Yumpy still got Roger Federer? That's the question I'm asking for. Like, can we look at? Yep, he does.
He does.
His hasn't changed. That's the exact same picture.
They've been winning their games, man.
I like how he hasn't removed the background from it either. He's just left it as this.
I respect it, you know. He's playing with his idols.
Blocking sight.
Palvi gonna block off that dart to stay a little bit aggressive. Oh, never mind a little bit. He's walking all the way down mid with a bulldog in hand. Palvi is in an absolutely insane position. And a Scream walks out. Scream still killed Stanley on short. And now they know there's a bulldog in mid. They want to try to force Palvi into a fight. Pincer him down. Nevera coming out of connector is caught. And now it looks like Palvi's the safest.
My bulldog doesn't work like that. I just want to say that. It does not spray anywhere near as accurately as he makes it look. Now, Yumpy's hit a pretty ridiculous shot, so this is now looking like a workable round. They've taken control in towards the A site. Russ has still caught Soulcast on the way back in, so chances are this round is still going to be incredibly tough for them to win. But a plant, couple of kills, if they can get one more, this is already a hugely successful round for Liquid.
Yeah, looks like it. Plenty of damage, plant potential, and it's going to be secured for Yampy, and now they can potentially get a couple more bits of damage done. Yampy, with a Marshall in hand, is going to be completely caught out in the open, and never mind. TenStar get away with that one in pretty nice fashion. Back in, only 2 players lost. Gave away the spike plant. Sure, it's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but better than it could have been.
Still going. Okay, I've got a little bit of animosity towards Link by the looks of it. Why are we getting that full screen? It's like he's trying to make us hungry midway through the cast.
I like that the guy's got gloves as well. You know, you eat not that many kinds of food. You really want to. Oh man, I'm just looking at it as well. There's cheesecakes and everything there. That guy is not going to have a good time tomorrow.
I think I'm gonna say something that will irritate you and Twitch chat, but I don't like cheesecake.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, you get like a Malteser or an Oreo cheesecake or something. Oh man, it can be good. Then that's only talking about the chocolates. We can move into get some strawberry cheesecake, bro. You can get a little bit raspberry. Oh, now we're talking. How can you not like cheesecake?
No, I just don't enjoy it.
Hell is wrong with you, Tom?
Many things. many things.
Don't we know it? Don't we just know
this
it?
Is the first proper buy. Of course, this is the home ground of Liquid, one they're desperately going to be wanting to win. One that we expect them to win as well. This map, historically, was incredibly good for them. I still remember Scream's Phoenix on this map was something I really enjoyed. And this is incredibly aggressive. Link just holding that flank, watching for anybody trying to push through. The rest of the team, in the meantime, have made their way through middle. He's going to line up and get himself a couple of extra headshots. 3 players already dropped. And well, it would have to be pretty nuts from Stanley. Nice shot to the first, at least. And Brody now being spotted and having control of the spike, but realistically, he is surrounded.
Yeah, he's dropped the spike, but he never really got in control of it, right? Now 2-1, Liquid losing out on 2 players in that round up against the weaker weapons of 10-Star. It's an acceptable loss. I like the idea for 10-Star and going aggressive on A. I like the fact that we've seen them take so much space in these early rounds. Only 3 in, and they've been pushing down on mid. They've been pushing A, but in the pistol, they were ready for Liquid to play in the defaults. It seems like they've got certainly a lot of confidence here. They're not afraid of taking Liquid on. I'm excited to see how that evolves now coming into their bye round.
Yeah, I think as well, specifically on this map, you're almost going to have that mentality of, okay, we don't have an awful lot to lose. I will say, their choice was Icebox, right? I don't think that's the strongest map for them in general. I think that's looking more at a counter pick, and considering Liquid actually did win it versus Fnatic, who, again, previously have been a very good Icebox team, I don't think that's going to be a walk in the park.
Oh. There we go. Okay, Polvy's going to dodge that, but they heard the cloud burst, and Yampy gets the perfect timing, walking out on mid. Another dropped in the form of Stanley. Huge openings coming out of Yampy. With mid control in their favor and a 2-man advantage, Liquid looks set to take this one across the line. Big clutch play needed, and with Brody falling, it's left all on to Cray. Doesn't quite feel all too manageable, and he's walking out, giving Yampy a 4th.
Yeah, they really wanted to kill Yumpy there, didn't they? Just keep swinging into the Blade Storm. A single knife to the face is enough to take you out. And, well, he landed pretty much all of them. It's a shame you can't earn a Blade Storm with a Blade Storm. Otherwise, he'd be over halfway
I'm
there.
go ahead and say it's not a shame, actually.
That's true, actually.
I'm very happy you can't
probably
earn a Blade Storm.
Even more overpowered. I think me saying that has probably just given Lothar some sort of aneurysm. Like, no, don't give them ideas.
Could well be.
It's weird as well because it sounded like he was far away there, but he's actually still sat on your lap.
Exactly. Yeah.
Standing ahead.
He's looking at you.
He's giving me evil eyes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, like the love drop play. Good attempt out of Polvy. Not ready for the players to be up a little bit closer. That's going to be the first kill swinging to Liquid. And the rest of the players are playing with Sheriffs, so chances of them dealing some damage pretty good, I would say, because Cray's already taken out Yampy. He's just walked out, taken a shot, and bailed away. Yeah, I'll take that. That was a mid-peak, right? It had to be. Look where he died. He died in Con.
No, it must have been.
Peak and mid with Sheriffs. As we said, it's all about that confidence in 10-Star. They've got no shortage of it right now.
Yeah, they managed to lock down B with the wall, at least for the moment. Of course, it can easily be challenged later in the round by Liquid, and you still have this standoff. Now, the spike's still fairly far back, so even a kill onto Link here wouldn't really matter too much, but we've already seen Stanley, just with the angles he's holding, he's in a one and done. Like, if this is peaked together with a team, and actually, never mind, Link is expecting his position, it leaves the A site completely open, at least for a second, but the rotation will be there from Brody, although I feel like he's going to be denied completely, but you know what? He lands a shot and even fades away.
Kind of huge at this point, Oh, no! Cray! Stepping on the open while reloading. That was a mistake, and all alone, Russ will fall. Oh, the early round here was so good. They've let it slip a little bit. Brody now has to try to clutch it out. What was that? How did that even connect? It wasn't even a wall bang either. When did he put his gun up in the air and shoot down? That's incredible.
It's a classic nerf.
Oh, Tom.
It was as well, like, me hesitating there. I could see on your face, like, oh, he's going to ask me a question.
Tom's got a good point. Tom's got a breakdown
What's
here.
he going to ask me? But this is nerfed. That's so stupid. That's nerfed.
It's so stupid.
It was like he had some sort of aim lock. Like McCree just coming through with the headshot.
Not aiming anywhere near him, and he got the 1 pixel of his head that was visible. Oh, you gotta love the
Nerf
right
the
click.
gun so hard.
Jumping right click classic.
Don't aim at him, and you're gonna get the kill.
It's 100% inaccurate now.
Yeah.
Which you have to use to your advantage. Well, 3-2, Team Liquid. Starting rolling really on their attack side. They're looking decent. I like what we're seeing out of 10-Star, and now coming into a bye round, I expect to see a lot from them, because honestly, they've been challenging really well. They've been doing some good damage. Oh, screen. We slowed down for a second, but it's kind of a waste of a paranoia, to be honest. Let's Polvy get in position, I suppose, and that's worthwhile, because he's already fragged out.
This at least lets Yumpy know that he can't be around mid, at least for the moment. Starts to watch for the angle of the peak, but the timing of Polvy is nigh on perfect. Leaves them a couple of men down. The cross may be a little risky from Russ, but They really want to challenge onto Link. They've been so proactive in their defensive half, just wanting to take these fights. And in fact, they might be about to come under pressure onto B because of their aggression into mid.
You can see Liquid are really just trying to pull anything back here. Skirmishing towards B main, popping out their shock darts and trying to catch some of these players out. Polvi has rotated in. He's got a kill on A, excuse me. He's found a kill on mid, and now he's looking to get a kill on B. This guy's been absolutely everywhere. He even got that frag onto Link, leaving Navera to try and clutch it out yet again. This time, not a pistol round, but he will need an ace. He's at least found the second, but on the back side, lurking away is going to be Brody, and catching him on the walk over. Things could have gotten a little bit awkward. 3-3 we go. 10-star. Bounce right back in this buy round. I gotta say, Polvi with a 4K, that guy's absolutely on fire. Straight off the bat with that operator.
Yeah, no, it's someone that I think that considering how good he's actually been for this team, we haven't seen him enough. Just because of the way things have worked out in the VCT, just because of the way, even in this tournament, we've seen a lot of other teams on this stream. I don't think he quite has maybe the fan base or the following that he deserves for how talented of an individual he is. And especially, I think as well, it's one thing being a solid operator player within like tier 2, maybe tier 3 Valorant.
Sure.
Doing it versus Scream and Yumpy when they're waiting for you to do it, that takes balls.
It absolutely does. Like I said, that's what I love about 10-star right now. They're not overthinking it. They're not playing passive all the time. In fact, most of the rounds have been aggressive. This time Polvi's punished, taken down immediately. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, getting a little bit of damage, destroying the lockdown, and even finishing off Russ. Good trade back for them at least, but they still need to stop the side push if it does come in. The Cosmic Divide buys a lot of space for Team Liquid to walk on out, but they are going to start to retreat and look for some success elsewhere.
So that was an attempt to destroy the lockdown from the defenders, and in response, Solcas used his Hunter's Fury to try and kill off Sova and killed off someone else. That is probably the most cursed I've ever seen anybody dying to a counter Hunter's Fury that wasn't aimed for you. Stanley, he's only going to get one. The peek into mid grants them something at least, and there's still a lurker waiting over on the A site. This round is looking rough at the moment for 10-star, and they're going to need a huge hero play to even stand a chance.
Now with 30 seconds left on the clock, Liquid are shifting back towards A, so it's going to have to be Cray to save the day. Let's see exactly what he can do here in the turret up close. The stars going down into heaven, the Lear, but he can still see. He's close enough to them, and their scream dropped, but now they know where he is, and they're quick to trade. Leaving it down to a 1v3, and Brody's going to have a tough time even getting back into the site now with the door closed.
Spike planted.
Yeah, again, this comes down to a mistake. I don't think there can really be anything else here for the side of Liquid to lose this round. He's obviously used his Hunter's Fury earlier in the round. Does have a couple of shock darts, but even the turret is going to be annoying at this point, just because trying to cross into the site. And you can already see the aggression coming out from Yumpy, just getting ready to try and flank on him if he did somehow manage to find a miracle kill. So Liquid almost seemed a bit like a blip on the radar. They were definitely more prepared for the aggression in this round. And I think that's what we're going to get from Liquid is, okay, but like, at some points, we're going to take this early aggressive map control. Other times, we're just going to wait for you to make a mistake. And I think Link especially is someone who seems to read timings of players trying to go for those aggressive peaks maybe better than anyone. Because there's been multiple rounds now where he has either just pre-fired someone who's holding an angle on him, or he just waits and they walk into his crosshair.
That's not exactly what you want. Almost dropped the mic again. I don't want to break it 2 days in a row.
That was funny though. Was that BDS? That was what BDS did.
Yeah, it was BDS. It was the first day, yeah.
So you're not very happy after a few of the more interesting plays.
Yeah. The really dumb ones. Those were the ones in particular that got me.
Can we go back? I feel like we should watch some of those Lenovo Legion play of the days once again. I think you'd really like the day
I'm
one.
good, actually.
I think you enjoyed that one.
I'm fine to never watch that again, actually.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
The 1v3 with the Spectre versus the team in an afterplan. You didn't enjoy that?
Polvi could be in a bit of trouble. Oh! That was a dink coming out of the screen. A little wallbang dink as well, though, so it doesn't deal quite as much damage. But Polvi wanted to try and get that early skirmish down. He gets
no.
That Stanley shut down on the crossover. Yumpy's going to take all this space, but look is on an off angle. Brody was waiting for that, catching him off guard, trading it out, and putting it into a winnable position again. 3v3 lockdown online for 10-star, but I don't know that they'll get a choice to use it if this is an A hit. Liquid will be running into 2 players. In fact, maybe they won't be running into them. Polvy's starting to get aggressive, and he will have seen the barrel there. Scream's position known to be around here. He has dropped down, and he'll get the jump on him. Good damage, good follow-up, run and gun, but why not when your opponent's got a Marshall? Now all they need to do is deal with this player on the site, Brody. They know he's here. They saw him earlier on. He got a kill towards main, but now he's repositioned, and that'll be the perfect time to strike. Sadly, only good for the 1.
The thing is as well, if he survives even a few more seconds, Cray is in position. He's actually going to try and use his lockdown for the 1 versus 2. He's also got a nano swarm for if they attempt to break the door. Instead, both players are actually just going to fade out of the site and look to play it together on the retake. It's going to be given away by the bot as well. And I feel like this is a nigh on impossible scenario to win. Already both players peeking out, and Scream is not going to miss that one. 5-3, Liquid stabilize once again, and for 10-star, I'm interested to see how their finances are doing now, because they were already in a bit of an awkward spot bringing in Marshalls to the last round. I don't know if they're going to have the finances to buy again.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Still, it's been a very good early half for 10-star, I would say, considering the fact that they're at 5-3. The foundations have been built off the back of that pistol round, but now we need to see them show up when it comes to the buy rounds. And obviously that won't be right here, which means 6-3. Liquid have the potential to run away with the half. And the early round posture of 10-star has been perfect, but always my concern when I look at this roster is that they are a team for the future for me. They're a team that currently, they have some of the most what was that out of Cray? He's going in for wallbang pre-fires, out for 1 for Russell. It's so awkward. And a shock dart trade, okay. Blade Storm out of Polvy.
It's got rid of the turret. The turret's gone. He's perfectly placed to come in from behind. It's so lucky that that was the 1 player they took down. They got rid of everything that was covering the flank. And now it's left all onto Yumpy. Rifle in hand. 1v2 turns it, well, almost back, but instead Brody's going to land him with the Marshall. Nice round. Now, I did actually see, I saw a tweet from Scream where he said that he's going to be switching his Sheriff because it's even better for 1-taps. Well, the first kill that they got was with the new Sheriff, so I wonder if that's what he was talking about.
It could be. I like that tiny detail, just the fact that it's Nevera falling and it just crumbles.
Anyone else, and he just gets hit by the turret and they know he's there.
It's a tragedy. It really and truly is. And Yampy even got away with a little double spray down there as well. So he's got his Blade Storm online, 14-6 right now.
This is his map. I feel like this is a map where just super aggressive Jets thrive.
And from what we've seen of Polvy, he's happy to take that aggression. Now, he will be spotted in the early round, sadly, so
tag him again.
Won't be challenging Yumpy to start with, but he might get an opportunity now that he's on that side of the wall. 3 players towards the A site, and Team Liquid are going to just blitz out towards it. They are running in, and Russ is completely destroying them. A double kill to start it. The push completely halted. And Yumpy dead as well. He's been the big player for them so far. Who's going to step up to fill those boots?
Yeah, it's going to be a reposition. It almost has to be. Ultimate's not online either for the side of Liquid, so there's not a whole lot to play with other than the fact that they might be able to switch up where they're going. Now you can see that still all of the utility for Cray is going to be within that B site. So even though he is not necessarily there, he will be in range of the utility, so the turret will likely give away the positions if they look to head into the B site. And I would assume that sooner rather than later, either 10-star are just going to play this as a full retake, which definitely has its risks about it, or they will gamble another player over.
30 seconds left.
You heard the timer there, 30 seconds, and they're about to run into a stacked up site of Killjoy utility. That's going to buy a lot more time, and I'm a little bit worried here for Team Liquid. They're already going to be stopped by the first Nano Swarm, running through it and tanking a bit of the damage, but if Cray manages to drop that spike on the walkover, it could have been very different. Another Nano Swarm in the alleyway, active, and Cray is able to take down Nevera. The blind comes in from the Paranoia, and they have a strong 4v2 retake. No need to rush it. I believe at least one player was spotted moving to the site. They might not be certain about the second, but now it's only Link remaining anyways, and he's about to be caught off completely. Gorgeous round from 10-star, really well handled, and you gotta give props to Russ for making so much happen in that A choke point. It looked like he was about to be suffocated by the Team Liquid attack yet again, and he managed to somehow stop it single-handedly.
Yeah, that came down purely to positioning, and then I think this is another thing. Like I think a lot of people have spoken previously. I know it was brought up by Lothar on the desk that 10 Star are one of those teams that like to get aggressive, like to get into their opponent's faces, and I agree. I also think though when they have the opener, they're not one of those teams that overdo it, and I think this round is almost testament to that. The fact that they play for the retake, they have all the utility in place ready to try and slow them down. You had Cray playing on an off angle just to make sure that he could try and do some damage on the cross, and then the rest of the team were ready to play as a unit. It wasn't just one player trying to be a hero like we've seen in some of the other matches throughout the tournament. It was calculated, and I think that's the difference between a team that you can call random and aggressive and a team that is calculated and aggressive.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, aggression isn't always a bad thing.
Oh, he's got a new pistol as
Very
well.
strange Omen smoke that came out there on mid. I think that was a whiffed one.
I feel like you're going to end up buying this because you're going to believe they will make you better.
I'll be honest, Tom, I've already been thinking about it. It's already happening as soon as I get home to a PC. So unfortunately, I haven't played much League, but I played Jinx. She was my main whenever I do play.
I don't know who that is.
It's the
I don't know who any
agent who's kind of or not the agent, what do they call it? Champions. She's the champion who's like the face of the arcane stuff.
Okay.
See the skin they put in Fortnite?
Oh yeah, because my two favorite games of League of Legends are Fortnite, so I'm gonna know both of those things.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad we're on the same page. I believe this is also like that's Jinx's gun, or at least it's in her style, based on my limited knowledge. Also, as we're talking League, you've got Tam Kench on this map, right? The little bench.
They're doing quite a lot with pistols. I think we're going to have to move back to actually seeing what's going on in this round, because there's been a res used for 10 Star, and they're still only in a 4 versus 4, just based on what's been achieved with the pistols. A rifle's also been retrieved as well, leaving the B site with at least a couple of defenders, but again, the clock starts to become a little bit of an issue, and Cray so far has been incredibly good at just delaying the squad. Yumpy, though, he's been good at hitting headshots, and that's another to his name. The push coming through, the denial of the plant would win them the round, but it's not quite there. It may not matter, though, as Stanley is just going to wipe out the force of Liquid. He's going for right clicks with a gun that you shouldn't be able to right click anymore, and it'll be 4 kills for Stanley, but a lot closer than they probably would have liked, considering that was a bit of a mixed buy from Liquid.
Yeah, but you are coming into the final round at the end of the day. I think a round win here is a round win because you're going to have the money to buy up, and sure, it might leave you with no money for the round after, but hey, that's the next half, so it's all sweet either way. You look at what Liquid have to work with, though, and it's not so much the money department that I'm concerned about. It's the fact that they have got 4 ultimates online right now, Tom. And granted, if a Blade Storm is there for Yumpy as well, I would be even more scared from what he's been able to do with it so far. But you leave, for example, Scream on an Empress, get that extra little rate of fire. They've got the lockdown to entry.
From the shadows on the other side.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
good point. Cool. Good point, actually. Yeah, it's pretty even round then. Pretty evenly matched up. Hunter's Fury, lockdown, but from the shadows, they're in trouble. Obviously, this time around, we're not going to have anything to counter this lockdown, and so Liquid are most likely getting the site for free.
Them off. He's going to wait for the last few seconds and just wall them off. So they actually have to spend a little bit of time breaking the wall. I actually quite like that idea. And then also the slow is going to make it even worse. So although they haven't actually been able to deny it, they wasted some time. Russ, you're a madman. I guess he's already used his utility, so just decided to take an incredible risk. And Polvy's gone backwards. What's going on?
I couldn't tell you. I feel like there was a little bit of miscommunication there in the timing to push through. The players in Con had to push with Polvy. He was sacrificing himself. He was making the noise. Now Brody's left alone. 1v2, Recon. That's a go out. That's going to actually get the reveal on the player down below. That's a little bit dangerous. Not a good angle for wall banging, though. It's a good plan spot. Nice and safe. And now Brody has the info on both players, but he needs to wait for Nivera to peek. The problem is, look, who's getting a little bit itchy down below? It's Yumpy who gets caught off guard. Now the operator will be the last man standing. And Brody deals with him. 7 on the board for 10 Star at the half, and what a fantastic defense this has been.
Yeah, I think this was, what, 5-3 in favor of Liquid. So
it was exactly.
Yeah, they've won themselves the final 4 rounds, some of them in crazy clutch situations. Like, at the moment, at least, it's looking like 10 Star almost have everything. They've got those crazy individuals. I still don't really know Polvy, like, backwards updrafting through a Cosmic Divide. I want to see, so
So he goes through, and I'm pretty sure the idea.
Oh, okay. Scream dismissed through the other side. So it looked like he was trying to escape Scream, which eventually he didn't even need to do because his teammate killed Scream before he died anyway. But hey, you know, it happens sometimes, and luckily you've got Brody to actually win you clutches anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like he was almost selling himself as a distraction, but yeah, I see what you mean.
14-4.
Scream making it through behind you. You definitely want to escape from him. With 7-5 on the scoreline, Liquid are under a lot more pressure than I actually expected them to be. Like, this is somewhere you see it on the top of your screen. It's their home ground. They got to choose this out of the entirety of the 7 maps. They got first choice. And TenStar have had a fantastic start. They need to step it up now, and well, that's a good start for Yumpy, taking Polvi out right away and spotting that play that's coming in towards B.
Oh, it's an awkward fight. That's actually the spike. Down, Yumpy! He is on one today. Like, we've seen him recently taking off this jet. I think he's making a damn good argument why they should never do that ever again, because he has been flawless in this map so far. It must be edging towards...
Oh, no.
He's been almost flawless in this map so far, and edging himself towards 20 kills. Like, this has been... what is he on? He must be on... What? No, he's on 20.
Performance enhanced. Oh, right, you meant kills. 20-10, yeah. He's absolutely insane. And I think, you know, hunting down that ace at the end, you saw Navera, right? He was like, he wanted the kill, and then Yumpy made that call like, hey, we let you ace, bro. We let you ace last time. Come on.
We keep hearing about it as well.
Yeah.
Keep hearing about it.
A goddamn kill. And he didn't get it in the end, unfortunately, but 7-6 still. Liquid winning out the pistol round. It's exactly what they needed. It's just that leg up, foot in the door, right back in, provided that they don't get destroyed on a round like this, where TenStar come in with a pretty hefty disadvantage. They're looking to make some crafty plays. Has Russ got a shorty up there?
I don't know, but they definitely don't have an idea that Scream has walked past, or they do now, but Yumpy's there to support him, and he is landing every single shot that's put in front of him. Scream. He's not even going to get the chance! Yumpy's just going for every single kill. Scream's like, don't worry, guys, I've got... Okay, next one's... No, I'm going to get the...
And it makes sense, though, that Yumpy's the one taking them. First of all, he's got the Marshal, and up against this kind of a buy where they don't have shields.
Anymore. He's already got his ult.
Well, yeah. It made sense, right? The fact that he was hunting those kills.
Like, that one's mine!
Getting the kills. He was playing hyper-aggressive for those duels purely because he wanted that Bladestorm online. And now, you have that to work with in this round. All of a sudden, a bonus round becomes a very, very winnable buy round. I mean, at this point, Yumpy could almost just drop link that Marshal and try to use Bladestorm himself. I'm curious to see what the plan is.
Oh, we're going to get the camera. Ah.
One enemy remaining.
All right, I see you. That's some nice observing. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That was pretty cool.
You wouldn't have got that shot, Tom?
No.
Think you could do that?
You were observing?
Yeah, I would love to see you observe a game.
You wouldn't see anything.
Yeah, I would see you observe the game, but I wouldn't see the game.
Yeah, I'd just full screen my face, be like, oh, that was cool. That was great.
My live reaction to the game is... Oh, well, we're 7-7. We're tied up. TenStar coming in on a bye. Liquid, as we said, it's a bonus, but they have got the Bladestorm. Bridges the gap massively, and they're playing super passive. Content to allow TenStar to burn down that clock, at least for the most part, and they've got a lot of control around mid. With the fact that, popping the smoke to allow Scream to rotate. What's the plan here? 4 players stack up on A. Do they have some info that I don't?
Probably. Just in general, but yeah. I don't know specifically in this round.
I don't.
Obviously, I have been mentioning observers quite a lot, so I guess I should give Haribo and, of course, Salty J a shout-out. Although we did have to watch them play DM this morning, and I almost want to take that thank you back, because their observing's great, but they're, they need to hit the...
There's a reason they observe. Let's say that.
Well, here we go either way. Dash into the site, B... Well, you said, do they know something that you don't? I'm guessing no, because they've completely given up the B side, looking like they're just going to play for the retake. Now, as you mentioned, they do have that Bladestorm online, but in terms of any other ultimates, there's not much to play with, so this is going to be a tough one. They have saved a lot of utility, though. Like, for example, Soulcast has every single piece.
Might not be a bad retake in, but we're going to be looking at Yumpy to do a lot of the damage with that Bladestorm. He's been huge with it so far, and it doesn't start out too well. Stanley dealing with him, getting a second as well on the board, and Scream, although he'll retrieve a rifle, has 3 players to take down, and his teammates behind him are just getting mowed. Great little lurk out of Cray and B main, and that will be 8 on the board for 10-star. A round they should have won. They only lose to 2 players, especially considering Bladestorm was there. I think that's a decent round for them.
Yeah, no, it's not bad, especially keeping 3 players alive. I think they had the right read on the situation as well, which is definitely going to be something that helped them out quite significantly. Liquid taking a fairly big gamble. But now, well, even though he may not have necessarily gained much from the extra couple of kills he got above the Bladestorm, you also now have enough for an operator for Yumpy. So he's going to bring that in. He's currently on 23 kills. Scream is only on 11. Like, and he's the 2nd player on his team. Like, I think without Yumpy performing this well, this game would have even been close.
Yep, he's going to destroy the turret there, and that's immediately going to tell them the operator's in play, but I'm sure they would have hit tab and realized that it most likely would be. Cover going out. Yumpy changing up his position now, moving towards short, and Paulvy's right here. So too is Stanley, or at least he was, taken down. That's going to weaken up the mid push a little bit, but it doesn't deter Paulvy. He hears that operator, and his first instinct is to start pushing it down, taking some control and looking for the fight on short initially. Now they've got at least a little bit of a foothold there. Ooh, but they're not going to go for the A split. Rotating it back all the way, and I see a little ping going down on the B side. If they can avoid this drone, they might get some good info out of it, but no, Russ is going to challenge it.
Maybe trying to bait them in. Maybe trying to make them think that there's only a solo player there. Instead, the shot dart coming over the position of Scream means he can escape all too easy, and they've got 30 seconds left. If they want to switch this up, they have to go now. Instead, they're just going to be pushing into a 3-man stack into the blender for the side of 10-star. This round is looking bleak as they have a lot to find.
A lot of work to be done for 10-star as they push on in. So many of Liquid's players are here, and the wall bangs are dealing with them immediately. Oh, Scream, you're in a bit of trouble. You would have thought, but this guy is just running it down. Cray deals with him, but there's only 5 seconds left. The round is already done. Cray won't even get out with a rifle.
Oh, you can tell Nevera really wanted that kill. Just jumping over the top and, yeah, removing every single weapon from the side of 10-star. It was only the bonus that they've actually managed to win in this half so far, and now, again, financially, they're somewhat in the bin. Cray clearly has enough that he could invest into a rifle or maybe just something a little bit extra, but the chances are Liquid, after what has been a little bit of a slow end to the previous half, are now starting to bring themselves back into form. And that's the scary thing about Liquid, especially on this map. If they start building up a lot of credits, we might even see the double operator again. That was something they were running on the defensive side of Acend, and it was pretty damn scary to play against.
Yeah, I think double operator, Liquid on defense side especially. You look at Scream right now playing the Reyna, the sort of aggressive angles that he's going for. For example, once Russ was spotted with the drone on B, you saw Scream walk into B main, take that aggressive angle, find a kill, instantly dismiss out of there. Something you could just throw him an operator and let Scream try to go out there and look for kills, but with the way he's playing on rifles,
yeah,
maybe you don't do that.
If you're throwing Scream and operator, I'm not very happy because you have Nevera and Yumpy in your team.
Well, that's the exact thing, right? It's the amount of depth that Liquid have in terms of individuals, and that's why, like, when we talk about 10-star versus Liquid, I'm always going to say that 10-star, tactically, they're on the rise. They're looking like a really solid team. I love the decision-making. I think this team has been put together really, really well. But Liquid have that, and they have generational aims.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I need to see 10-star, some of these players, grow more into that fragging than what we're seeing. But so far, it's been a very even fight.
Sure.
Literally neck and neck now as we come into this buy for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I do wonder, though, if like, this ends up being a Liquid victory, if 10-star, even though going into the next map, it is their choice. I wonder if they'll be able to recover, because they do have a lot of opportunities in this one. Nevera, though, looking to try and shut them down, playing that anchor, has the rotation in from Scream, but it doesn't even look like they really need it. Yumpy has already found another into middle, and this is looking like an absolute shutdown. Cray at least gets one for his money, but that's an easy round for Liquid. Not really any damage done at all, and now they really are building up those extra credits for potentially that double op.
Now the attack side, coming into a buy round, what have they got to work with here? I'm looking at that lockdown. I'm thinking that early stages, it's not really a 10-star play to solely base around on an ult. Like, you're not going to go, hey, let's just go B because I've got the lockdown. And we saw it out of Liquid earlier on the A site. They loved it. They were constantly ulting down on A. One quick thing as well, just take a look at where Cray has put the turret this time. Obviously on the back of it being destroyed previously by Yumpy when he went aggressive with it, he's going to hold that control super passive, and they're going to fight from mid into the late round. So even though they have that ultimate online that a lot of teams will try to initiate the round off of, 10-star don't want to rush things here. They want to feel out how Liquid are playing it, try to punish any sort of mid-aggression that comes out, but the aggression is coming down on the A side yet again. Yumpy loves to start here and look for some players to take down with the AWP, and I think he's probably just going to wait his time here and then eventually destroy that turret to make a vacuum of information. Oh, I see Scream coming to join him.
Yeah, they are really gambling in on that A side. And the thing is as well, they have the ability for Yumpy to dash out of there and Scream still to just be lurking. The problem is, no one going this far forward in such a long time, they're going to start to realize that this is a play towards the B site.
I've heard the turret pulled back as well.
Yeah, the other thing as well is they've also got so much utility to delay. You have that Astra Star that can potentially just be turned into a smoke. You've then got the Nano Swarms as well. So this is going to become very difficult for 10-star to get out. And again, they don't really have the time to switch their play up to another side of the map.
This could be bad for Scream. He seems to be kind of out in no man's land right now as the push comes in, and he'll at least find the one to heal up on the back of the Empress, and he is doing a damn good job of staying alive in a very awkward spot. This is the freedom that an agent like Reyna gives Scream to play with in a 5 versus 2 that should almost definitely be around for Liquid with coming up on 10 seconds left on the clock. The question is, can 10-star even save some of these rifles through? And I don't think so. Liquid might well hunt them down afterwards. We'll see as the time runs out on the round.
Scream is going to try and kill them. 100%. Like, there is no way that Scream doesn't go for a kill here, and he's going to get away with it as well. Like, I would have bet my house there. I don't even own one, but I would have bet it.
They had them boxed in as well. There wasn't a doubt in their mind they were in B main. Yumpy had pushed A at the start of the... Well, he pushed up on A at the start of the round. He heard them take back the turret, continued his push all the way through, went to middle, and then just held them, boxed them in towards B main, so there was nowhere for them to go.
The funny thing is, genuinely, Liquid's defense takes map control faster than their attack.
Yeah,
like, they were so slow on the attack, just holding for pushes, waiting for players. And in this case, we're like, do you think we can get away with A main and B main at the same time and face into mid? Like, yeah, you know, I think we can get away with that. Don't worry, Scream's going to headshot them. Oh, timing almost works out.
Oh, that was a connection.
Yeah, he does a decent amount of damage. Shock Dart doesn't really do too much in return. But they haven't really given up anything other than a little bit of HP. Oh dear, I have a bad feeling about this for Polvi. Don't do it. Walk away. Don't face
He's thinking about it. He wants to do it.
Even with a paranoia.
He's sending it, and Scream shut him down immediately.
Paranoia a bit
back to his teammate. Ready now to go out for a little bit more, and he is absolutely farming. He just used Empress, and he's almost got it back online.
So, Yumpy, you thought you were going to top frag, did you? We'll see about that one. No, it's on. I do think the paranoia was late there, because I'm pretty sure Polvi peaked, and then afterwards the paranoia came through. Scream is actually only 4 kills behind him. I want to point out there was a point where I think he was like 9 or 10 kills behind, maybe it might have even been 11. Like, and it's now down to just 5. And this is just, I know the frags a lot of the time become fairly irrelevant, but once you have 2 players that are popping off to this degree, Liquid they're just not going to lose. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Yumpy's going all the way up here, sending it in, and that's a missed shot. Now he's in trouble. Scream here to help him, but Yumpy needs to get out, and indeed he has. That's absolutely ridiculous. Even when things don't go according to plan, somehow Liquid are still on the hands on the steering wheel.
We're going to see the lockdown put into play, trying to clear out some of the members within this site. They've got the wall as well to spot them as they try and escape, but this is going to work out. Actually, that was a shot connected. This has become very awkward because there's a lot of players even going to throw in the Hunter's Fury just to try and do some damage, but again, finding very little for the amount they have put into this round. Look how low the 10-star players are at this point, Midge.
Could give them an opportunity to fight back in. They know that Cray is probably up close, and Scream was just holding that. The headshot found immediately. Now the man advantage is theirs. They have a lockdown, but using that, There's a bit of time. There's a bit of time, but the kills are going their way. Russ being held on the walkout, peeks after the recon, but
One enemy remaining.
it's just nothing going their way, man. Every single duel goes to Team Liquid, and they've now pushed up to 12 rounds. That's a flawless retake as well.
Yeah, it does look like Liquid almost just hit another gear. And especially going onto the defensive side, they haven't really missed a beat. That was almost everything that TenStar had to throw at them. They put so many ultimates into that round, and really impactful ones as well, like using a Rares initially. You then had the lockdown to try and move them out of the site. Then they used a Hunter's Fury. They got 1 kill.
It's not great, is it?
No, it's done. We can move on to map 2 now.
Essentially.
They have managed just 1 round, and that was the bonus round.
It's the reason it's their home ground, man. Team Liquid on the defensive side are looking really, really good. And remember, they got out of the last half with 5 rounds, and that was a very good foothold for TenStar to be 7-5. But that was with the pistol round under their belt. Altogether, it's been a pretty neck-and-neck fight for the first half, and then coming into this one, Liquid have just had full control. At early on the screen. He doesn't even dismiss, man. He looks for more. That's the confidence he's feeling right now. It's flowing through his veins. One shot here from Yumpy. There you go. Cray down as the smoke fades, and it's into a 2v4. No, not a 1v4. Russ manages to find that, but walks right into Yumpy after. Spike down. Brody alone in a 1v3 with the Bulldog. This is not looking ideal. He's at least got time on his side, Tom.
Yeah, he's had a clutch or two. He's been one of the better players for sure, but he needs an absolute miracle here. Yumpy holding the angle. You've got Navira almost trying to bait him into a bit more of a swing. Link also alongside him. Like, the chances are slim, and, well, they're now none. 13-8, a very strong defensive half coming out from Liquid. Something we've come to expect. This has been a map that, as said, even before we had the changes to this roster, it was incredibly strong for them. Adding Navira into it only seems to have made it stronger, which is terrifying.
I have to say, though, one of the big things for me, takeaways of this map at least, is that was the home ground of Liquid. It was the map that they wanted to play out of 7, and TenStar still brought the fight. They got 8 rounds on the board by the end of it. This is following on from their game versus, I think it was Acend, that was also pretty close. They got like 9 rounds versus Acend, and this is a Liquid that doesn't have the excuse of champs. They don't have those excuses that some of the other teams do. Or obviously, yeah. But well,
Okay, Mitch is feeling a little bit unwell at the moment. Luckily, we have an interview with someone who had a fantastic map. We're going to throw over to Yumpy. Look, come on, have a little sit down.
Thank you. Yeah, I need that water.
Play the water.
It's too early.
I'm feeling good about today, you know. We haven't played TenStar in a while, and they have been in good form lately, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think last time we played against them, it was a pretty tough game, so I'm looking forward to the game. Yeah, feels good, you know. They have one Finnish guy as us and a couple of British guys as we do also, but yeah, as I said, they've been in a good form lately, so I feel like it's gonna be tougher than last time, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure. I think it was more like because we knew that Fnatic has not been playing that often, like Split, I think. I'm not sure if they have it. It's been like usually that permaban, but yeah, I think it's like a really good map for us, and I would say that TenStar is probably gonna pick it against us, but you know, I'm still confident about our own strengths in that map, and yeah, it should be good. Be prepared and let's have a fun match and let the better team win.
Well, Yumpy there spoke a lot about what happened the last time they faced each other, Lothar, but this time around, Liquid, slow start, but they managed to close it out.
Well, if it was slow, 5 rounds on attack on Ascend, I wouldn't say that's a bad result. I would actually say that's a decent result because the map is heavily favoring defense. What I have to say is that I had worries about the TenStar composition, and I think those were valid points because the stage was very one-dimensional. It's very predictable of what is going to happen, specifically on attack. That wall up on B garage was happening twice and it didn't really have much value. I would guess that the other play was just to wall up in front of a main entrance to just go over the smoke, and that's about it. Well, they could have played the Sky and have utility to just push Yampi off guard when it comes to holding angles with Operator. But in general, I don't think that was the main reason they lost. I feel like they just got outclassed when it comes to personal prowess in this match, even though they had better utility usage and better executions than Liquid. That's at least in my eyes. Liquid had played sloppy. They played a lot of situations when they couldn't just trade. There were a lot of hero plays coming in, and they worked, which they shouldn't in reality, right? And TenStar tried to play most of the rounds on attack as a team, but they just fail at the most crucial moment after they use the utility. When it all comes down to shooting phase, well, then get outclassed and they just cannot push through. One of the worst examples was pistol round. Yampi had absolutely no right to get 3 kills when he was flanked as well from spawn. Like, that was ridiculous.
That was a great flick, though. When
yes.
He turned around and got that one-shot headshot. But before we dive too deep into the map, I need your guys' help at home. We have an MVP award for you guys for Red Bull Homeground. Which player has been indispensable to their team in the tournament so far, in your opinion? The Legion MVP award winner will receive a Y2525 240 Hz 1 MS response time gaming monitor. The voting is now live, so you can head to redbull.co.uk/name grand MVP or type !MVP in the Twitch chat to get more information about this. The winner will be announced during the stream of Sunday's final on twitch.tv/RedBull and YouTube/RedBull Gaming. There's a lot of good players on this list so far. I've only seen one map so far, so I think for me, I'm gonna maybe hold off a little bit with the MVP vote. But Lothar, CNED is still in the tournament, and I just feel like if you put CNED in a poll, I feel like we should just give CNED the monitor now.
Yeah, he has a big fan base. That is true.
He's probably one of the favorites, no matter what happens later.
Well, I feel like if we put in competition Scream and CNED, it would be very close.
I don't think we've ever done that.
No, I don't think so.
That's an interesting comparison to make.
Like, they're both insanely popular. So.
Actually, this is a good social experiment, just to see like whose fan base is bigger. But talking about Scream and the game that we just saw, I know Yampi, when it comes to his jet plays, maybe not as mechanically knowledgeable as someone like Scream on the Agent, but huge game for Yampi as well. Got a lot of kills, especially on that attack round.
He was, I don't even know how to describe that. He was just hitting shots that he shouldn't have ever hit, right? Although Scream had situations like that as well, but it's more like you expect it from Scream. But it's kind of funny because Yampi had really a good match. Like, a lot of kills without being, he didn't even need to be traded or anything. He was just doing a lot of impact on his own. But I do have to say, his jet plays are questionable still. Like, there was a lot of dashes that were just making no sense or were just played off time, and they weren't like giving any favors to the team. There was one situation when on short he just dashed in after a kill where he tried to do a solo solo push on A, and Scream was just right behind him. He wasn't able to trade him because there was a dash that pushed Yampi forward, and Scream was just like, well, what? I guess you die now. So, and there was a lot of situations like that where this could have been played definitely better, but then Yampi just redeems himself by just killing everyone. So it's one of those matches where you can say, oh, this was played well, but it could have been played so much better.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few quite weird things that happened, right? Like, you couldn't predict, or someone who's in an advantageous situation kind of throws it away. But I want to also quickly talk about the Sage, because we both had some questions as to why they've decided to move the Sky out and put the Sage in. What did you make of the Sage in the end?
I don't like it. I really don't like it because it's very... The agent is very focused on what it does. There's very limited options of what can you do to have the potential impact for the team. We have seen one round where there was actually a low buy round for TenStar, and they had a stack, a 3-man stack on B, when they were being pushed, and the Sage used the wall to stop the push and direct the players to come to A, when they actually had a highest chance of winning that round if they would actually let them trickle to the side and have a 3-man stack against the attackers. Even though it's a lower buy, you can still have a chance of winning that round if you just take the fight. But there was a lot of rounds where that Sage was detrimental to the team's plan, or was just too one-dimensional, too easy to read.
I mean, they had a good thing going already with the Sky, so it's. I would love to speak to them to find out why they made that choice. But for now, I know you've got a round breakdown for us.
Yes,
so I'm going to let you go over there to the lovely telestrator area.
So I picked this round because I legit thought that 10-star has a very good chance of winning the attacker's half, but that was the only good attack that had an outcome on the post plant. So I wanted to bring out some attention, some basics when it comes to like how do you use your positioning when it comes to post plant situations. First, the execution itself, you can see that we had seen the Sage wall being used to boost up in Garage B to gain vision over this space. Essentially, you have like a drone that also has a gun because you gain the knowledge of what is happening on site while also threatening a possible frag. Now, after that, it's pretty useless, so we see that the Sage is now taking space in B main, and because of this setup, we have 2 players in B backside, 1 player on lane, and 2 players on B garage. Those 2 are the focal point, and why are they the most important part of this post plan is that they need to have a backup plan in case the opponents are going from both sides, from middle and from the spawn. And if all of the attackers are just like focused on holding B side, then they can be assaulted from same angles or different angles that they do not hold. We have seen that from Fnatic when they are not able to withstand the retake and just die one by one because they cannot cover every single angle. This is when we can play the clip and pay attention to Killjoy. She's gonna be the most important aspect of this post plan because she doesn't pick till the moment is there. She needs to get the info for the players where someone is pushing lane because it's gonna be making sound, and this is where the Killjoy that's giving comes and peek at the last possible moment. When the moment is right, she strikes, gets a triple kill, and this is why it was so instrumental for the post plan to be successful that there's 2 players in the B main.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we discussed earlier when we were watching the game as well, there were things that were happening. I'm actually surprised you managed to find a round to break down so beautifully and intricately, because there were so many things that we just physically could not even explain or break down.
There was a lot of chaos. There was a lot of chaos, and even if there was a good moment to break down as an execute, it fell apart straight after the utility was used. Here, this side was actually let go by Liquid because they were on a bonus round and they were just stacking one side. So that side on B was just free for the taking. This is why we didn't see any fights before. And because of that, 10-star was allowed to take beneficial positions on the side and in the B main area, but that was the only round that it happened.
Well, it was a good effort from 10-star at the end of it, especially getting 7 rounds in the beginning. They pushed Liquid, they exploited them, but we are moving on to Icebox. Now, Team Liquid, they played Icebox already, which again was a slight surprise. And not a surprise that their opponent picked it into them, because this, for the longest time, has been their permaban. But Lothar, surprisingly enough, they were pretty good on Icebox. They looked very, very organized.
Yes, and I think one of the aspects why this Liquid was looking better on Icebox than in the previous iterations is because they also had a raise.
Yes.
They had more utility, and because of that, when you typically play Reyna on this map, you hurt your team when it comes to like the way you can take space, you can hold angles, you lose the utility for reconnaissance because you don't have the boom bot, and the Reyna has to be super aggressive to combat that loss, right? So you have to be pushy on defense, try to get some fights, then you dismiss from. So it's very predictable of what can happen. You, of course, can still lose the duels and then the Reyna just wins. But what if your opponents have more utility to combat those situations with a Sky, with a Sova, or with a Raze to just exactly do what we have seen in the past? We've seen the same being from G2 on Loki when he was playing Raze, gives additional mobility with the satchels that opens up more space on the attack, and in general is just more beneficial, specifically also to combat Vipers, because if a Viper has a Viper pit and you can just jump over with 2 characters over that Viper's pit with a Jet, updrafting, dashing, and satchels from Raze, then Viper is like in a very hard spot between a hard place and a rock and a hard place, where she cannot really combat that well, and typically she's alone on site because other players are reinforcing the other side of the map.
Now, I'm going to say something that's potentially going to annoy you, because if we look at 10 Stars team compositions on this map, previously they did play a Killjoy with a solo duelist Jet, but they decided to take out the Killjoy to bring in the Reyna.
Yeah, that's the one. It's a very similar thing that I said on Acend, right? They had this guy, which is the progressive move to like go with the flow of how the game progresses, how it evolves, and now they go back to the Sage, which is like, okay, I would love to ask a question in the interview about that. And in Icebox, it's very similar. Everyone started playing Icebox with a Jet Reyna combo because that's the easiest thing that you can do on a newer map. You put your best player on the Reyna and hopefully he will just win random combats and just be still safe.
Yep.
Now, as the game progresses, the best possible meta choice right now for the game was to play the Killjoy instead of Reyna, because it gives so much space to control on mid with the Alarmo bot and the turret, while allowing the Sage to play safer with the wall and save it for the retakes. Now let's see what's gonna happen, because it seems that Cray actually might go for the Killjoy.
Stanley is the person that usually plays the Reyna the last time they did this, so him locking in the Viper is really promising, Lothar.
Yes.
I think they're not going to go for that Reyna, but Liquid as well, surely they don't make any changes here.
Yeah, Yampi is gonna pick whatever he was picking before. This looks exactly like the composition like Liquid was playing before. 10 Star is playing that meta composition, which I'm very, very fond of. So this is looking actually very promising for 10 Star.
They didn't want to anger you more on Icebox as they did on Ascent.
Remember that Icebox had some changes when it comes to the map. Now on B side, you are not required to have the Sage wall to have the safe plant anymore. You still use it to carve some angles and be more safe. But in general, you can also play it deeper on the side because of that. So we see small changes in the meta game when it comes to the placement of the Viper walls that gives more space for the Snowman, or even the Sage wall to just cut the backside instead of the like first step on the side. And because of that, the attackers have different post-plant situations than before, which is a good change.
Do you think they can do it 10 Star? They can push Liquid to a third map at least?
Judging by the way Liquid plays so far in this tournament and how they played on Ascent, they just outclassed 10 Star when it comes to just the shooting ability. I think this is not gonna go 10 Star's way.
Oh no, Lothar, you're not believing, but Tom Biz, I'm sure you're believing in this one. And Mitch and Tom, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, I'm excited to jump back into this one. Obviously, Tom, we're excited to see Liquid playing, aren't we? Here on Icebox, showing us everything they've got. No need to hide anything.
You doing okay now?
Yeah, doing better. Had some water. Yeah, woke up a bit. Sure? Yeah. Not sure, but we'll find out soon, won't we? Already winning out their home ground, Liquid have done well. Now they come up against 10 Star on Icebox. I got to say, the point we were making earlier, 10 Star, they did well versus Ascend. They're doing well versus Liquid here, putting up rounds. It's proof of concept, really. And this team, they've got a lot of potential. This would be a big deal for them to take Liquid further into this best of 5. We'll see how things evolve now as the defensive side of Liquid is just getting off to a start.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised they still lent into this map after we saw how good Liquid looked on it versus Fnatic, but I guess they just think they can do better, which, hey, they were a team that also beat Fnatic as well, so fair play to them. Start, though, not exactly going great. They are being utterly slaughtered in this pistol round. Not a single kill going their way so far, and there's only one man left.
Yeah, that was a real blink and you miss it pistol round coming out of 10 Star. They have been absolutely destroyed. A flawless start to Icebox for Liquid after winning out on the previous map. Not really how you want to kick off your map pick, but pistols are pistols, right? They can flip-flop either way. They'll be able to write that off in their mind. Now move on to the next. And obviously in this one, hey, chances aren't going to be great. I'm curious, if Liquid bought up a lot of ghosts, I see they still have a lot. It looks like they're going to hard bonus this, at least on some players.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it on this map in particular. I think there's a lot of angles that you can take that actually work quite nicely for the Ghost. And with the Marshal currently in onto Navira, he's just going to try and lock down any of this early control. Now, I will say one of the things I really enjoyed in this map last time, when it got rolling a little bit, was actually the raise out of Soulcast. I think there's utility usage for like destroying some of the walls, denying plants was tasty.
Especially the A side, those blast packs were gorgeous.
Bit like that shot that just came out of Polvi, because he's already got rid of Navira. Now, you mentioned it. A couple of the players are only running pistols in this round, so facing off against a few Sheriffs on the other side, it could start to become a little bit dangerous. And there is the switch. Is this going to be what decides it for you? Scream has swapped what Sheriff he's using to this one.
So I have to.
That means
There's
that
no choice.
there must be at least a 50% increase. He also tweeted that he said, this one helps you hit more one-tap. So it is endorsed. It's endorsed by Scream. I don't think there's a better endorsement in the world.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. Unless maybe they bring out like a...
Do you know what? There's
bow.
one. There's one. And that is, if Hypoc tells you it's a good drink, it's a good drink.
Yeah, I would say that's...
I don't think he's never steered me wrong.
That is true. That is true. And food. He knows...
30 seconds
Hypoc
left.
just knows what's up. Well, 5v4. TenStar going to be blitzing out here, and Scream is taking a bit of an aggressive spot. Still has the dash online to get him out of sticky situations, and he's dropped the spike. 17 seconds left as they go for it, and down goes Scream. Palvi taking some big scalps in this round already. That nade, a little bit too late getting in there, so TenStar will get away with the plants and a 4v3 retake. Liquid at the disadvantage on the way in, and Solkas takes a big hit, followed up by Stanley. All of a sudden, this is looking incredibly winnable. The gap in the wall is used, though, to sneak around Palvi for a third. Yampi alone, and he still needs to defuse. The time is not on his side. He needs to hunt them down. The turret is about to finish him off. 1-1, TenStar bounce back in round 2 in extraordinary fashion.
Timmy has betrayed him after his time on Haven, where we used to see Yumpy playing, and he's gone, oh, you've ditched me for a Sova, for a bow. And well, taking him out in response. 1-1. Really, really good round. Polvi in particular, just coming out with 3 kills off a Sheriff. He's now not that far away from getting his Blade Storm online, which I said is something to definitely fear for both players currently within the server. And we are going to see a bit of investment back. I think Yumpy was saving up a few extra credits anyway, so him buying into a Marshall here isn't going to be the end of the world. And of course for Scream, he's fighting for orb control.
Always is, right? And that's something we saw from Team Liquid again and again, was going up for that A control, and the adaptations that have come out of teams, putting down snake bites, shock darts early just to try and push them back, but they never really able to. I mean, Liquid, sometimes they'll play that a little bit late if they get a sense that you're starting to counter them with util. And then they'll just go for it like 10 seconds into the round. Still fight for those orbs. That is, if Scream isn't just pushing you down somewhere else on the map.
And you can see it's quite tentative at the moment from TenStar. They are very aware that this is one of the rounds where either Liquid have gone for a force, they're going to be playing very aggressive, or they've not gone for a force, and they're going to be playing very aggressive. So they are patiently waiting for someone to walk into their crosshair. They didn't actually spot anyone. 45 seconds left. They've been running it very slow. I need to know what Yumpy had for breakfast today, because he is on a different level to what we've seen from him even normally.
Russ, you okay? Dude is just stuck inside the green of the orbs. Scream coming up behind, not going to hit the first shot. 65 HP now in the danger zone, that's for sure, and Stanley finishes him off. Numbers equalized up, flank protected. TenStar now play their post plants. That was at least a snake bite used. It's not as easy to defend this one down, but oh, I like this angle from Polvi. Are they saving? No, right. I saw some people running backwards. After putting up the utility there, Team Liquid are slowing it down. I wonder at this point if they're just trying to keep these players hunkered down and cause some extra damage to them. It really feels like they're trying to keep them stuck around so they can all die to the spike together. Yeah. But in the end, TenStar just run away. They're happy to let Liquid fall by their own hand.
Yeah, I think as well that Liquid may be realizing that a lot of the ultimates are very close to being online for this next buy round, and they've been doing quite well to actually dominate orb control. So if they don't give these extra kills over in a round that's basically not winnable, you maybe don't give the Blade Storm over to Polvi, maybe you don't pull in that lockdown a little bit earlier than you would have seen before. So I obviously it denies you the same opportunity to maybe drop a weapon or two, but I think for Liquid they don't really mind that.
And obviously in a round like that, you want to go down to that spike, make sure that the ult orbs aren't given away. That said, the players that were left alive, like having someone like a Raze there, I'd almost want everyone on TenStar to kill me just for that ult orb.
I suppose.
Certain times it's worth it, certain times it ain't, but anyways, we're swinging into this round. Team Liquid have their rifles. The previous one didn't matter all that much, but after winning the pistol and being forced back on, Liquid definitely want to be coming out on top in this buy.
Oh, for sure. And by the looks of it, they have a relatively decent read in the early stages of the round. 3 players dedicated into this A site. Obviously, rotations being held, the Sage Wall down to stop anybody taking control over Tube, but Stanley's happy to just wait it out and almost try and bait a player into this position just by breaking it a little bit earlier. Obviously, all of this intended to try and pull players away from that A site, which they did at least rotate Soulcast off for a second, but it didn't last very long.
Deep recon. That's getting the info. They know that Scream's down there in the corner now. Oh, Tom.
Did someone else shoot it for him? I think they might have done. So it didn't actually give anything away, so they actually kept Scream alive in the corner, and he's been able to find the shots. Now Yumpy just... What?
It's so
that
fast.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's so fast. Like, genuinely, I know we all know Scream, the one-taps and so on, but it really is something to just appreciate how quickly his reactions, how quickly he can see something, react, fire, aim, like adjust his aim, everything. Makes me realize
he's been doing it for so long as well. That's the thing that almost irritates me. Like people talk about, like, oh yeah, your aim deteriorating over time. Just watch.
You know, when I was a kid, I was like, hey, you know, if I put enough time in, man, if
I'll start using the claw.
Yeah, the claw grip. You know, if I just buy the right mouse, maybe I'll be a pro.
So much pain.
It turns out these guys' brains just work on like 300% speed of mine. That's the sad thing. But
their brain has a higher hertz monitor.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Scream's got that 240 hertz brain. What can I do? I'm here on 30 hertz, man. I'm on a Microsoft PowerPoint slide. This dude's watching in 4K.
Well, it's an early pick for Polvi at least. He's going to get himself a second as well. Soulcast looking to try and take him down, but this operator doing its work. Rest of the team just patient. They know that at this stage, Liquid are going to have to try and make some sort of response. Losing 2 players this early. Link still playing patiently. Stanley has been trying to pressure him for quite a few rounds, though, and...
Oh, no, Link!
I was about to say this kill should be free, and I hesitated for a second, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah, well, you know, it really should have been, but... Oh, no!
Oh, everything's going wrong for Liquid. They've just lost a round in flawless fashion. I think half the players didn't even take a point of shield damage either, so that's as good as it gets for 10-star. They're not going to have to spend barely any credits, and I think most of those are going to be fairly frustrating duels to lose.
That is a tragedy, definitely. It was a frustrating duel to watch them lose almost. The second they turn away from an angle or go to take a step out wide, and boom. That's the moment the peak comes through. 10-star have gotten up to 3 now. Ulti's starting to come online, and you can see immediately, taking a look at that Viper over on 10-star. I'm looking at the Viper's pit. I'm thinking that's going to be a big factor. Polvi's op certainly isn't in the early round. That's a whiffed shot that gives Liquid an extra player at least moving on than what they should have. Oh, I'm scared. I'm very scared. I'm very scared to Scream on this headshot angle with a Blade Storm.
Also scanned up Russ, but that's not actually the player they're watching for. In fact, Polvi still holding it and even just jumps up and takes his head clean up. Now, Polvi is going to be brought back, and Scream's running out of knives.
Gotta get the one tap.
Oh, he's not very good at that, is he?
No, yeah, it's a shame. Not his forte. He's good at the spray controls. That's what they talk about.
They talk about his spray control. It doesn't really roll off the tongue quite as well.
No, not really.
This is a quick rotation, though, from both teams. The defenders have got 4 players now coming into the B side, ready and waiting for this push to come in from 10-star. Sure, they brought back their star player, but now everybody moving in the same direction. Snakebite going to attempt to try and deny it, and they also have the blast packs. This was the problem in the games the other day, is the Soulcast just kept destroying the wall, and a lot of teams don't really have another plan. If that wall doesn't work, they have to now just try and kill off the remainder. Scream in a very awkward position. The knives have all disappeared, and he's left with just a classic, which at this point we know kind of sucks.
Oh, the push around the side is caught, the recon out, and it feels like they're fully in control. 10 seconds left, Spike dropped on the floor, and it's all left down to Brody.
Okay.
A solid attempt with the 3K, but barely any time. Even getting this plant is impossible at this stage, and the round is done and dusted. Even saving the weapon's going to be impossible. A good attempt by 10-star, but Liquid have bounced right back on that. And to say, really good positioning out of them as well. The fact that you have this rotation coming through onto the B site with 4 players, and their 5th is just sat down on mid. It was Link watching for those flanks. You've got full flank protection And at that point, you can just solely focus on the choke point that your opponents are about to run on through.
Yeah, the rotation was good. Again, this is the one thing. I think that Raze has been an agent where previously on this map, it was basically just Yassine was trying to make it work because he really likes Raze, in case you didn't know. And it didn't work. It was something that was almost used for pure aggression. Now we are starting to see teams, like, for example, well, I guess didn't hit any of them anyway. Like, for example, Soulcast, but more specifically, we saw Envy using it quite a lot for plant denial. And it's just annoying. Like, if you have a plan that's based around a Sage Wall, and then you don't have a Sage Wall anymore, you have to adapt very quickly on the fly.
That's tough. They don't have a Sage Wall anymore on that attacker side, but now they've got the Viper's Pit, the adaptation made, and buy them a lot of space. Look at what's happening there inside Kitchen. Stanley's walked outside of his ult and giving them the spike. Viper's Pit now gone. And, well, I don't know that I'm entirely behind that decision.
No, I think they just lost so many players that he felt he needed to take a risk. That was it. Just to hope that he could find someone off guard, because there was no way that Liquid were going to allow him to plant or get anywhere near one. Oh. Just about makes it past. He can wait for at least a moment, but it still isolates a lot of positions that he can't be in any longer. He might be able to catch at least one player here, but never mind. Yumpy even going to turn around and land the shot himself. Couple of decent rounds coming through for Liquid, and again, in clean fashion. A lot of these off of gamble rotations, but this one felt a lot more like they were just winning every single duel that was put in front of them, which is the same problem that we witnessed on the last map. Is just Liquid got into the zone and 10-Star didn't have a response.
Yeah, I think this is where we really need to see that response come on through before it gets to be a little bit too late. I mean, Tom, realistic expectations. Take into consideration that this is the home ground of 10-Star, their pick. What are we expecting to see out of them coming into half two? How many rounds are we looking at on that tack?
Oh, okay. How many rounds? Because I thought you were like, what are they going to do in the next half? I was like,
we haven't even
finished this one
ahead.
yet. But no, again, we're looking, I would say for an attacking side, you want about 7. Like, especially on this map, I think that a lot of the time the defensive side can be relatively difficult. Now it's a little bit different because they've gone for the composition that does have almost 2 Sentinels within it, so I think there's a bit more of an opportunity to delay teams a little bit more and have some good plant denial. For example, both Snake Bites and Nanoswarms can be used basically behind the wall and still actually cause some problems for the squad. So maybe there's some opportunities there on the defensive side. I think they'll also need Polvi to just be popping off with the operator and get it to him fairly quickly. And all of that relies on a lot of different things, mostly economy. So I think 7 rounds is a realistic expectation. The problem is, once we see those finances actually built up for Liquid, we start seeing operators. Now, most of the time we talk about it either being on Navira or Yumpy, even though they don't play Jet. At the moment, it's on Scream. Now, he's definitely not the best operator player on his team, but the agent is so strong that you can't really blame him for using it.
Yeah, I think that's very much where it comes from. And something I was wondering, looking at them starting out here on Icebox, obviously you expect him to take the operator based on agent, but not based on who he is and the teammates that he has. But sometimes it does just show how strong of an operator agent Jet can be. Let's see what Scream can do with it. Down on the site, nice easy spray out. Yuppie taking 3, but the answer back is there immediately, and Stanley is now all of a sudden potentially able to win this round. Solkas shuts it down, but they should not have lost even nearly that many players, especially with the start that Yumpie put to it.
Yeah, if you're into, what, a 2 versus 5, and somehow it comes back to, what, like a 1v2?
Yeah.
It's not a bad scenario. Again, it's a more costly round than Liquid would have liked, but financially they're in a very good spot. It also gets a couple of extra ultimates closer to being online for 10-Star, which is something I'm sure they're going to want to bring in as soon as possible. But there has to be a response now. As I said, I'm looking for around 7 rounds, 6-6, workable, get yourself a pistol, whatever, but definitely not 3.
Yeah, losing this round now puts Liquid probably up to 7 themselves, so that's a big problem, most definitely. Viper's Pit activated, traditional spot, right? Up on top of, now you see it there on the picture-in-picture, up on top of the pipes in A. They're going to try to drone him out. Not sure that they found him. I'll tell you who has been found. Stanley on the other side of the map, taken down in that mid-fight. Even a heal coming in for their Sage, and Link, despite walling it, is pushed up aggressively, catching Cray completely off guard. Another will walk in. It's Russ to at least find the kill. I wonder how close he is to getting that res off. Yeah, not that close at all, no.
He'd basically have to win them the round to get the res into play. This is a rough spot again. And I feel like they're starting to take individual fights versus Liquid, which is what they want more and more. Keep giving them the 1v1s, Liquid will tear you apart against any team. Like, that they just continuously keep upgrading their firepower with the players that they're bringing in from other games. So TenStar have to take a different approach. And on a map like Icebox, that's very difficult to do. We talk about Angels being such a big part of this
30
map.
seconds left.
Brody regaining some control, but again, the time is ticking. 25 seconds, Mitch. They still have to try and get control of the site, and Yumpy is just waiting for them, but he actually goes swinging in. Maybe gives them the opener they need.
Now Scream's under a lot of pressure. The dash still online, but an operator is not ideal for this kind of fight. So many players around him. There's the first found. He'll back out, create more distance, and find another. And now all that's left is Polvi. 5 seconds, the round's already run. One, excuse me, and it looks like Polvi's gonna run away from Scream with 29 HP left. The pistol's out and Navarra's flanking. No rifle save for TenStar, and well, the round's definitely not looking good. With 6-3, as we said, TenStar's economy at this point, they could go for a little bit of a buy-up, but we're most likely looking at this being a 7-3 scoreline. And even then, you know, you could say 7-5 is an okay score in the half as well. Maybe if they can win the pistol, they'll get themselves back into it. It's recoverable, let's say. But even then, they've got to win 2 rounds, and so far that's been incredibly difficult to string anything together.
Yeah, I think the main worry as well is, like, they got the boost at the start. They may not have won the pistol, but they won the force fight. So they've actually only won 1 attacking round, excluding that. So
really doesn't sound good.
No, that's very, very bad. As said, like, going into this map choice, I was a little bit surprised because I think they personally have stronger maps. I think they picked this because it used to be the permaban of Liquid. Liquid have already had to play in this tournament. It looked decent. Now they're playing it again. It still looks decent. In fact, Scream maybe making a case they should be using the operator a little bit more. He's going to get isolated again. But it doesn't matter. Soulcast is there, and he's tearing them a new one. 3 kills, making it look easy. 7 rounds already on the board for the defensive side of Liquid. And I'd said, once they start getting that momentum, start stringing rounds together, they're probably the most terrifying team within this region. They're up there with the likes of Acend and with the likes, of course, of Gambit.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think if you're TenStar coming into this series, you don't expect to win it. Nobody expects them to win it. The reality is Liquid are heavy, heavy favorites. There's a reason that they're on top of EMEA, or at least in the conversation for being on top of it. And when you're TenStar right now, this is the sad reality that we talked about before, that we previewed, that they are a good team. They play some damn good Valorant, but they're up against a team that has 3 generational aimers. Good luck.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not an easy game to win. Having well-placed smokes doesn't matter if Yumpy can just dash through them and kill 3 of you. But that's also something I think these guys will grow into. We've already seen great signs from Polvi, and Russ as well has definitely been catching some attention.
I'll be a little bit sad, though, if we get only 2 maps, because that means we don't get the agent I most like watching Russ on, which is actually his Sky. I think his Sky has been incredible in this tournament, but they picked 2 maps, or they've gone on to 2 maps where it's not really played. Now, this round, he's doing incredibly well on the Sage. He's found 2 openers for them. Soulcast, this is so ballsy. Like, you deserve to get shot in the head for that. I'm not going to lie.
Even in a showstopper online, he's just going for it, man.
It was just almost sheer disrespect to try and find that kill, and they do still have... Oh, no, please. This was 2 versus 5. I know that it's quickly diminished into a winnable round, but it should not be winnable for Liquid. I think if they lose this, it's the nail in the coffin.
It's just Scream trying to get around that wall for so long that it just breaks. I love it. Paul, oh no, oh please, Tom, please. I love TenStar, I really do. I don't want them to lose, not like this. It's a 2v2.
Oh, he's got stuck on the rope!
The fuse is coming in, there's Hunter's Fury, the recon, the flank coming through as well. It's secured. There's no way they lose this at this stage. Thank God.
Oh, I feel like if you could almost just make like one of those meme compilations of just like bad things happening to Scream from this round alone. Like, he got stuck on the wall, and then a few seconds later, he's trying to dash out and get stuck on a little bit of the corner of the block. He also got stuck trying to defuse and started climbing the rope at the same time. I feel like it just needs
flank
to, like,
underway, got reconned. Like, there was a lot of bad stuff happening to him that round. He did not have a good time.
Having a rough one. But yeah, TenStar get onto the board. Again, it's a round where Russ just completely pops off. He double is killed in one round to open it up for them. I don't know if that's something that's going to be recreatable, but hopefully it puts the wind in the sails of TenStar. And that's it. Like 5 rounds, it's not a death sentence. Like they can definitely win it back.
They definitely can. It's just, it's concerning up against Liquid. And a double operator setup coming out now, Scream and Navera pulling those for each side of the map. And that's going to, look, TenStar have got a res, so as long as they don't lose their Sage of Russ in the early round, that's going to be all right. A lot of ultimates for them to work with. But obviously the same on Team Liquid side, and in particular, it's the showstopper that we haven't really seen come through yet. It's a wallbang tag, good damage done, and that was almost the res taken out of the game right away.
That would as long as they don't lose their res, gets tagged down to like 30 HP within 10 seconds. Oh no, please.
That could be bad.
They don't have a lot of defenders here on this A side. Again, it's incredibly slow from TenStar. I can't really blame them at this stage because of how aggressively we've seen challenges coming through, especially with a double operator. You almost have to be going for picks on the side of Liquid, so you can understand the slow pace of TenStar, but realistically, they are slowly gathering their way up to this A site, and they've still got that double duelist defense waiting for them.
They're trying to sell a bit of a fake over on B, making sure there's no information being held by droning it out. Now reconning the back of Yellow. They're trying to pull rotations, but it's not happened. TenStar about to run into a still fairly stacked up A site, and it's Scream on this off that caused so much trouble before. He's not going to land the first or the second. An easy shot, but a big whiff. There goes the showstopper to deal with Polvi. 10 seconds left. The plant still to come through. TenStar need to rush it in. They'll secure it by the looks of things. Not too much of a worry for them. Russ has gone down! They've killed the planter with the Hunter's Fury! Oh, that is such a heartbreaking round. It looked like it was going to be clean and easy, and instead, with, I think, a pixel left to fill, they've lost the round. That actually has broken my heart. I genuinely, I feel pain. I feel pain deep inside me.
I'm kind of mad they cut back to cams there because I'm just in shock.
Oh man!
I don't think I've seen something like that in a long time, if ever. Like they've just lost their planter in the last few seconds of the round, and what? That was still like a 3v3. Like you almost just sat there. You can hear the spike beeping. It's like well, the round's already over.
Yeah.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. And there's been a few of those for TenStar. It's not looking good. 8-4 down. Now we see Liquid go on to the attacking side. I remember in the last map, Soulcast went from like 5 kills to like 16 to 20 and basically just closed out the game for the team. So we know that this is where he's favored as well. Sheriff out for Scream. He's going to be looking for those early taps. This is fairly aggressive though. In terms of the B hold, a lot of control taken already for the side of TenStar.
I do like this idea to TenStar pushing up, walling it off. I mean, that's gonna normally this wouldn't net the same form of value if you end up getting challenged or counterwalled, but Liquid are going for a very slow round, and in that sense, I mean, it almost doesn't help TenStar if they do just wait it out, unless they see some control elsewhere. But they're playing retake on A, and Russ is peaked. That is a costly loss, as now the B-side rotations have to come through. They have no control. The wall is faded, so these players could easily have pushed past, and the drone is just clearing those nasty little corners that can sometimes throw you off guard. This leaves TenStar now with a complete vacuum of information, and that means they're going to play aggressive, Tom. They're going to probably peek out on some angles, and that's where Paul V gets caught in the open.
Someone told me the Classic was dead, but it's still going to win out that duel. And yeah, this is already going to be a fairly simplistic half. But as long as Yumpy, he actually went swinging. He's like, right, I'm ready to fight, guys. Like, Yumpy, you have the spike. You have the spike. Shot dart will go down. Leaves Link a little bit lower. And actually, Stanley has found a kill onto Soulcast. Scream almost caught out, and I think they're expecting a repeat from him. A passive Sheriff is not something that's ever been uttered before, so chances are he's still going to be looking for those fights. Unfortunately, with losing that wall early, they don't really have anything to fight back with, but they are finding those extra few shots, and they're going to start getting Cray onto the defusal. The wraparound is a little bit late from Navera, but it is slowly coming through the wall. It's actually going to break perfectly in time, and although Cray was ready, it didn't mean he was going to land the shot. 9-4 for Liquid, moving themselves ever closer to a spot in the grand final. And I think you'd be a fool to bet against them now.
You know, I was feeling like Navarro was going to win that because the other player was low HP, and I noticed that was a headshot that he hit as well. Like, he made the flick happen.
It's in the blood.
The aim is absolutely unbelievable.
I still stand by the fact that if either of them or their parents would like to adopt another son, I'm open to it, because I feel like my aim would just go up 200% instantly, which still leaves me at about 5% of Scream skill.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to get that extra percent or
Also,
two.
I mean, I just hope no one sends this VOD to your parents. That's got to feel bad.
You know,
Just
they'll
for a bit of
understand.
aim, they're like, yeah, I'll give you up.
My dad gave me bold genes. I think that
That's fair.
realistically, like, he brought this on himself.
What was that? Oh, is that Stanley's just jumping around, having fun?
No, don't do it.
No,
Please,
don't
don't shoot. No, no. We can be friends, right?
Friendly. 10-4. Yeah, the dominant game that I think we feared we might have. And again, for the people at home, I don't want this to be a takeaway, a reflection about TenStar. Instead, I think it just speaks volumes about what Liquid can do, and Yumpy not even playing on one of these easy agents. He's not on the Jet, he's not on the Reyna, and he's putting up numbers.
Yeah, I think that wasn't there a vote for like MVP that was coming up. The way that he's playing in this match, I feel like he's gunning for it at this point. Might be deserved. It depends how he does in the final, of course, but it looks like they're well on their way to getting into that grand final. There needs to be a massive response from TenStar, and I don't necessarily see it coming. The other thing as well is if your team's from Champions watching this and being like, oh yeah, they're Permaban's Icebox, let's see what we can learn. Oh god, I don't know if I want to pick Icebox anymore.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you know, where is the weakness? Can someone point it out to me?
Guys, we're looking for a weakness. Yeah, not found one. Weakness not found.
I think, oh, that's a great setting utility out of TenStar, man. Snakebite into Shock Dart, taking the double damage. Oh, that nade. Pushes Stanley back from
two.
The res. That's a really good start for Liquid. The trades back are good. 4v4 Navera now starting to show up massively, but Yampy's dropped. He's been the big fragger. Now we need someone else to step it up, but that is something that Liquid have a plethora of.
Oh my god, stop!
Tapping everybody out of existence. 11-4. The domination continues. And Tom, well, if you're TenStar, well, what is the solution? I mean, even calling a pause at this point might not be a terrible idea, but at the same time,
Just the coach just sat there going, could you guys not get headshot by Scream?
yeah, that's the thing, man. I honestly feel like a lot of what separates TenStar from Liquid is that aim. It is literally the fact that Liquid are insanely strong. And TenStar, they have the tactics, they have the setups. These players are damn competent. They just need a little bit more time.
Yeah, I think as well there's still aspects where we have seen them try to individually fight against these players. I think that definitely has played against them. Now, Polvi is going to get the opener here. Link is just ready and waiting. It doesn't seem to matter what agent he's on. He's got that lurk down to a T and may even pressure to try and get the ultimate orb. Is he going to get found on the flank? No, he actually turns around and then kills Russ as well. They were watching and waiting to try and shut out Link. Instead, they've lost A control and they've lost everyone else. Scream is only using one bullet at a time. I feel like he's somehow changed his Vandal to a single shotgun. I didn't know that was possible, but he doesn't even bother firing a second bullet anymore.
Why would you? With the form that he's on today, it works. The defuse is going to be attempted, but I doubt this is going to get all the way through. Navarra is rushing him down and taking the kill. And although he'll take him down with Polvi falling right after, it has no impact. It is 12-4, Tom. And again, that one-sided game, we didn't want it. We didn't want to see it.
No.
TenStar deserves so much better. They really do. But this is just the Liquid, the on-form Liquid that we're seeing right now. Every single player is firing on all cylinders, and there is just nothing that can stop these guys. We're getting a timeout called by TenStar. It's their last chance. And, well, Tom, you said earlier that they found one round on the attack side, right? That out of the three, when they had 3 on the board. It was like they had force bought back. They had faced the eco.
Yeah.
So really, they have 2 rounds on the board right now. Outside of pistols, they need 8 in a row.
Yeah, it's not the best picture. No,
I
will
seen easier
admit.
comebacks.
Yeah, that is true. Now I don't have a positive in response. But there you go. Work with that.
Okay.
It's impossible. Like the way that Liquid have been playing, the way that individually every single player has been stepping up. Like you even just look at the scoreboard. Sure, Yumpy sits at the top with 19 kills, but it's 19, 14, 13, 13, 11. Like every single player is currently above every single player on the other side. Like there isn't a bleaker picture than that in existence. So you can't really give any positives here. The other thing as well is they're coming in, okay, sure, with a couple of ultimates, but they don't really have any weaponry on the other side. Scream could realistically put in a Blade Storm as well if we wanted to. Soulcast is 2 away from a showstopper, and they have enough to easily buy into the next round. It is about as bleak as it gets, unfortunately, for TenStar. They've had a great tournament. They've beaten some good teams. They've shown they can compete with some of the top teams, but when it comes to the cream of the crop, they're not there yet.
Funny thing is, they look very good on Liquid's pick. That is some great aggression out of Polvi. Not afraid, and that's the thing that we complimented TenStar for. Not afraid to make aggressive plays. They've had the advantage in the early round at one stage of 5 versus 3, and now the numbers are equalized yet again. TenStar basically on the back foot, considering all the positions that Liquid have. Scream starting to apply the pressure. The right click doesn't land. Brody gets away with 2.
Nice.
3 to close the round. TenStar will stay alive at least a moment longer as we reach 12-5.
Yeah, Brody's impressed me. He's had some big rounds in the last map as well. Had some pretty decent clutches we saw on the defensive side. Obviously, when it came to the attack, they really did struggle. So the fact that we've at least seen glimpses of why we're so impressed with this team, why we enjoy watching them so much. Again, though, still a mountain to climb. Yumpy only going to have a Spectre into this round. Ultimate's the only one that's really close to being online is going to be the Showstopper, which means, obviously, if Soulcast gets 1 kill, chances are he's going to be able to clear out the site. Polvi, though, is still going for it. He's going to get scanned up almost instantly. And we'll be able to get out of there. Slow just to make sure nobody can capitalize just yet. Navira being left on the lurk, but every other member of this Liquid squad are making their way into A.
That's got to confuse Liquid. After the recon goes through, the Polvi continues the aggression. There's the shot on the Scream. A good start for TenStar. This operator on the defensive side can be incredibly powerful, and I think that's why Liquid are offering the respect to it. They're immediately starting to rotate and looking towards the B site. Now, Stanley's gotten aggressive here a couple of times. We've seen him push up, and that's why they're taking a long time in clearing out all these corners as they move on up. Stanley's conditioned them to be worried about him, but now as we come into the final minute, they've already cleared it out, and this is where he's going to have to show up massively.
Utility not yet placed either, so there's not really that much to use. He does have himself the screen, so he can try and isolate them a little bit, and actually will do just that. They don't even clear him properly, giving a couple of kills before there's a response from Yumpy. They've got time to at least push and probe. You can see the patient play. Navira even going to go watching to try and find the players on the flank. Cray maybe in trouble. In fact, though, catches the timing onto Yumpy again. And maybe there is still some life in this 10-star squad, as they're going to get a couple in a row.
We keep on rolling. 6 in a row needed for them. 10-star solving something after that pause, that's for sure. And I can't help but feel like Polvi's early aggression has been a massive factor in this. We saw it with the Blade Storm pushing up on A. This time around, the fact that he just ignored the recon to try and get the shot off, and he very nearly took Soulcast down in the early round. The Showstopper also countered by the fact that Stanley had that position in back yellow. I liked a lot of that round from 10-star. I'd love to see more. Let's keep it going.
Again, it's going to be this aggressive push. Slightly different angle this time, and again, we're going to see the passive play out from Liquid, expecting this sort of move. Now, financially, I don't think this is the best position currently for Liquid. That was not far away. Still not going to get anything from it. They've actually left Russ behind, but he's going to be forced off by the drone. Peek up as well, pushing through from Scream, looking to try and capitalize on this scenario, but Polvi again. He's going to find that opener with the operator. He's actually going to go back for more.
And that was a tag. Navarro's now left on super low HP, needing a heal. Down goes Russ, but Polvi trades quickly. Almost instantaneously, actually. The numbers stay in the defender's favor. This is a solid start, man. They are not crumbling, even when Liquid look to try and deal with them, constantly pushing into this A site. Polvi's delivering. With 40 seconds on the clock, it looks like Liquid still have clear intentions of hitting A. 10-star fully stacked up, and with Stanley pushed B, they know that it's an A hit.
30
Have the
seconds left.
information. It almost looks like Liquid are just waiting to see when that wall breaks, and more, the fact is all that comes is doom and gloom as Link, the only one standing, and Polvi is going to end it with a 4K. Again, coming into his own on this Jet operator and giving them a lifeline once again. 5 now needed for TenStar to bring this back to overtime. The map choice of theirs, of course, their home ground. We know that if they lose this map, they are out of the tournament. I believe they will be playing a third, fourth decider, but I don't think that's where they want to be in this matchup. Again, though, we are going to have a response in terms of a purchase for Team Liquid. I mean, you've got yourself a Hunter's Fury online, Res, not far away, and on the other side, well, the Res is already activated, but not too much to play around other than the weaponry in their pockets. Or in their hands, even.
Oh, Polvi up on top of the wall. I love it, man. Varying aggression, the confidence really flowing. You can see it now. This is what I was missing for a lot of that first half. We saw it initially coming out. We complimented TenStar for constantly playing aggressive and not really giving Liquid the respect that a lot of teams would. Because teams will look up to guys like Liquid, especially players like Scream, Yumpy. But TenStar were just disrespecting them at times, and that's what you need to do. Right now, Polvi's already garnered them a 2-man advantage. And when you look at Team Liquid, they're going to go right back into this operator yet again. That's another opportunity for Polvi Connected.
Yeah, it almost looks like he's stat padding at this stage. Every single member wants to try and take him out, and it just hasn't been going too well. Soulcast, the last man standing. A 1 versus 5 that looks nigh on impossible. Already being flanked, slowed, and left in a corner. They can even just wallbang him past the box, and nothing to come of this round. Again, there's only really one man that we're singing the praises of, and it's Polvi once again. I just wonder how long he can keep this up for. How many rounds can he get a 4K, a 3K, and keep them in this match? 12-8. Halfway there.
Indeed, yeah, 4 rounds now. All of a sudden, it is very, very doable. And with the attack side of Liquid taking an eco here, probably looking at 12-9. Now, let's not discredit the buy that they're... Solkus? We need to watch Solkus. Something nasty's about to happen. He's going up top. He's going to blast pack play into A site with a judge. This is absolutely obscene. If this is what wins them the game, I don't even know, man.
Knighthood.
Yeah, I reckon.
He gets a knighthood from
Might be the call.
I don't think I'm someone who can supply that, but maybe Sue can give him a knighthood. I think that would count.
Sure, we'll have her own little VALORANT Knights.
She's, of course, she is the queen of EMEA, so, you know.
He's done it. He's blast packed in, but didn't find anyone. Super passive play out of TenStar. Giving up a lot of control on this one. They're stacked up, ready for the retake. But they're going to have a tough time, honestly. This judge in particular, holding down those narrow alleyways, and now with the Viper's Pit active, Tom, I'm going to be honest, I'm favoring Liquid right now, but Solkus goes down. That should be it! And a big whiff out of Navera, drops that Viper's Pit, leaves Scream to try and take these duels alone, and with a Sheriff in hand, he wasn't able to get it done. Yampy backs him up from afar for the 1v2, but that defuse can come through. It's not planted for Yampy at all. And Cray was watching it. Very close round, all things considered. But as we said, economy damage does not matter at this point. 12-9. 1 round loss for TenStar, and it's over. But 3 more, and they'll hit an OT.
Thankfully, don't have to find a way to get Soulcast a knighthood, so that's good. Because I don't know how I would have done that. But yeah, 12-9. Somehow this streak keeps going. This streak they have is more rounds than they got in the rest of the map. 5 rounds in a row on the defensive side. I was expecting Liquid to close this out in fairly easy fashion, but it's been anything but that. Navira now back on the operator. Again, we still have a couple of ultimates online for either side, both, in fact, impactful. We'll see how Liquid are actually going to play this one. This would be almost like an old school Liquid choke if they were to let this one go.
Yeah, I've been erring on the side of caution this whole time, just assuming that Liquid are eventually going to be pulling out that, Scream Ace or something like that. Oh, it's so close! Rust just about avoids it. The res will stay online. That would have been such a valuable kill for Liquid, but now TenStar have that little bit of an extra crutch moving forward. The plant kind of needs to be out in the open, considering last time they lost it off the easy defuse location. TenStar are already kind of gearing up to push back in. They've droned out. They're keeping them at bay. With this lockdown coming into effect, what's the response? It's actually to push in. It's to look for the fights now. They're kind of limited on time, though. They've got to go quickly and destroy it, and they've done exactly that. Things are looking good for the TenStar side for just a moment till Navera pipes up. And now we need someone else Link on the backside needs to be caught by Cray on this push around. He's seen him, but not landed the shot. Paul V alone, up 1v3. Time is against him. There's the first. Has the info on exactly where Link is. He's checking a bomb, and that could have been an absolutely beautiful clutch. But instead, it is the game finally closed out for Team Liquid, 13-9. They have taken the series now by winning both home grounds. It's 2-0.
Yeah, a nice attempt at a comeback. I think being that far down, it took some hero-level plays. I think it's seen why Paul V was definitely someone to watch in this tournament. Like, I think individually he showed up. I think the Brody as well impressed me massively, especially when it came to the first map, some of the clutches he was able to pull off. And I think the more events like this, tournaments like this, maybe even in the next year of VCT, where we're going to see 10-star get more attempts to sort of practice versus teams like Liquid, I think they're going to be a team to rise and be within like that top 6 of the region.
But you know what, Tom? As much as we know that 10-star is a wise team, now they'll be out of the tournament, obviously, but Liquid will move forward. Looking now to take that big prize of 20,000 euro for first place. Guaranteed 10,000 as well.
Not bad.
Which is, you know, it's not too bad at all. Yeah, if you lose the game, you still walk away with 10K. Hey, I'll take that one. You know what, though? We got to throw things over to some wiser people. We got the old boy of Lothar sitting down with Yinsu. We might even start a little club. Let's throw it over to them.
Oh no, you didn't deserve that, Lothar.
I'm in 36, but I'm not doing TS, so it's fine.
Oh my god, okay. Well, also, I didn't realize I could give out knighthoods as well, because if I could like banish people too, is that within my power? I'm banishing Tombiz straight away and exiling him.
I have some like Monty Python jokes in my sleeve right now, but I'm not gonna use them.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that after we get this segment over. But Liquid, great showing from them. It was a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. They could have closed it out a little bit earlier.
Yes, it all came down to that second round when Liquid played in a very lenient way. The bonus round, I mean not bonus, but the secondary round after the pistol. It's actually something that I realized now in the entire tournament. It's something they do always. If they win a pistol round, they play very economically greedy on the second round. They played in the previous days. They always have at least 2, sometimes even 3 pistols on the round 2, and they try to build that economy as much as possible. Now I'm thinking, is that because of the changes of the Classic, because the Classic are less, let's say, impactful in the round 2, so they are feeling more confident with the pistols, and because of that they are pretty much very greedy on it, which sometimes, well, makes them lose the round, like here. But in general, Liquid played it very well when it just comes to the, again, just shooting. Like, it really comes down here to the fact that they are straight up better when it comes to the personal prowess. And even though I have to say, 10-star has really some cool ideas when it comes to the utility usage, the way they try to do retakes and so on, they still have to work on the fundamental level of play as well to make sure they can fight with the better teams right now, because I do think they have a lot of promise to be one of the best teams in Europe. They just know exactly what to work on now.
Do you feel like it was a bit of a mistake for them to not choose something that they're traditionally more comfortable on? Because, you know, we heard from the interview from Yampi, even he was expecting a split to come up, not the Icebox.
Well, that was actually very surprising to me to hear that Yampi was expecting split, because I would never pick split into Liquid myself. It's like one of those maps that I would like to actively avoid, because I know Liquid is very efficient at it. So maybe Liquid just thinks that they're just way better at other maps. I think that has to be it, right? But from an outsider's perspective, I would definitely rather pick Acend than split into Liquid. And Icebox also seems on the surface as a better choice. So I don't blame really 10-star for choosing other maps. Definitely wouldn't like to see split here.
No? I mean, hopefully we'll see a Liquid play split tomorrow now and then in the grand finals, but them securing back-to-back grand finals, given that they were just in LCQ, is a massive momentum for them going into Champions in just 4 weeks.
I feel like Liquid just proves that they're improving and improving over in time, and they really deserved to win that LCQ. So that's very cool storyline, and also bodes well for Champions. I am really wishing them luck, because we have a really good representation for Champions. All 4 teams are really impressive, and hopefully EMEA will show up big during Champions.
Do you think Liquid are going to 2-0 their way to the trophy here? Because that's all they've done so far.
Well, as weird as it might sound, I feel Liquid should actually play better if they'll face Giants than if they'll face Acend. Just because Giants will try their best to win this for whatever the cost is, right?
Yeah.
While Acend will still might a little bit be more trollish and try those off comps.
They were right yesterday. They took it seriously yesterday.
Look, because they played bind, and their bind composition just didn't change for the past months, so they just play what they always shown because there's so many tapes already like circulating around on how they play bind. So I don't really blame them on playing that composition. But on other maps, I feel like Acend will just try to put Starks again on Jet or just Zeke on something that we've never seen before because he can play whatever.
Well, yeah, we'll find out shortly because they're going to be playing soon. But for now, I'm going to bring you guys in Yumpy from Team Liquid. Hi, Yumpy. Welcome to the stream. Congratulations on your victory today. I was saying this to Lothar, but back-to-back grand finals for you. Not only that, back-to-back Red Bull home ground finals as well. I know you weren't here for the last one, but how great does that feel to know that you guys are the most consistent team right now in Europe?
First of all, thank you so much. And yeah, it feels awesome. You know, after we didn't make it to Berlin, we just have been practicing super hard, like individually and as a team when Nivara joined. And it's just like you love to see it that the hard work we have put the last few months. You know, it's been working for us so far. So I'm super happy.
Now, I wanted to ask you about your map pool because, you know, it being Red Bull home ground, every team seems to have their own kind of home ground map, but you guys have played a very large variety of them. And what would you say is your strongest map right now?
Maybe, I think you guys haven't even seen it yet, but yeah, I don't know. I think we're just confident in every map, but yeah, I don't know, which is good. You know, I think we will see in the next month, I will say. But yeah, I think the map pool wise, I think we have always had a good map pool, but like besides the Icebox. But I think right now we can play every map super well. So I don't know, we're just confident in every map.
Are you surprised that teams keep wanting to play the Icebox against you? Obviously, they might think it's your permaban, so you're not very experienced on it, but you guys have shown that, like you said, you have no issues with this map whatsoever.
Yeah, I think it's just the reason that people think that it's a bad map for us because we have always banned it. But actually, we have been playing it a few times now in practice, and you know it's being super comfortable. So I mean, I understand why they pick it. So, but yeah, we are confident on it.
Now I gotta ask you, you've promised me Yoru for a long time now. Like, every time I speak to you, you tell me you're gonna play Yoru. When is it gonna happen? When are we gonna see you on the Yoru in this tournament?
Maybe we'll see it tomorrow in the grand finals, hopefully.
Okay, well, I'm going to hold you to that because you always tell me this and we end up not seeing you play the Yoru, but I'm hoping it does come out. And lastly, Giants and Acend will be playing later today. Well, who's your money on for that matchup? Who would you like to play against?
I would like to play Acend. I don't think we have ever faced them before. And, you know, there's Bongold, my Finnish friend. So, and yeah, they have been super, like, consistent also, like the whole year. They won the Masters one, and they're like one of the best teams in Europe. So yeah, I think we would want to face Acend.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Jumpy, for joining me. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, Lothar, he's promised the Yoru again. I feel like we've been here so many times. Every single time we speak to Yumpy, he says he's going to play Yoru. We don't end up seeing it, but we heard his words. Grand Finals is coming out.
I would hope so, because Yoru can be impactful. I know it's a meme, but he's actually not that bad of an agent as you think he is. He's very useful on Fracture, like really useful. There just might not be enough slots to put him in there, but he's also pretty good on Breeze.
I mean, Fracture, if Liquid are going to whip out Fracture tomorrow, would you like to see Yoru on the Fracture?
I mean, if they would want to play double duelist, I would like to see him as a as the secondary duelist, because even though the orbs were moved, you still have a lot of possibilities of farming those orbs, and Yoru is providing a lot of utility when it comes to his ultimate. It's not only a threat, but also vision. It's like an additional just drone, but in general, just would be just fun to see Yoru. You know,
I think Yumpy's Yoru would be interesting as well, given his playstyle.
Hopefully not the same as Jet.
Yeah, but then, to be fair, his dash here, the Yoru dash, is so far away across the map. I think he could just big brain people by just
Hopefully,
doing the most unpredictable teleports.
Yes, let's hope for that.
I feel like it's going to happen. But for now, Lothar, we're going to rewind real quick to Icebox because I know you have a round to break down.
Oh yeah, right. Maybe not round to break down, but I wanted to explain to the viewers why the Vipers from both teams do the setup that we're gonna see, because it's not always like exactly known what is the thought process behind specific utility, and I would just like to point out those two that are being used. Now first, the attacker's wall, it's going, like you could think, it's pretty basic, that nothing really changes here, but the thing is, this Viper wall is slightly angled, and the reason why is that whenever you try to angle the wall at screens at the top of it, you try to limit the amount of space that is available for a player that is standing potentially on the screen. So you either push the player to stand in front of it so he's easier to spot, or you allow him to have less space and just be behind the wall if the wall is angled to the other side, which allows you to just shoot blindly through the wall and get a free kill. That happens a lot of times actually in pro play, believe it or not. So that small difference in angling the wall left or right, it gives you a lot of differences when it comes to the potential outcomes of the defense. Now, when it comes to the defense setup, this is actually something that did happen in this round, so I'm very happy that it is actually, there's an example of that. This wall here and the toxic orb on the default spot, that is being used with the Sage wall here, typically makes it possible to push your opponents into a specific spot when they plant. So by putting the toxic orb in the wall, you push out the planter to plant on the safe spot, which is just straight behind, below the nest, and then we have seen Viper and Sova play in tandem together to make a combo of the snakebite shock dart to kill the planter, which is very cool because this is the outcome of the toxic orb and the wall to stop people from planting here. So as you can see, there's multiple usages of that utility that makes your opponent play into something else, and that's essentially it.
I always love it when you say something is cool, because I'm like, if Lothar thinks it's cool, this is worth taking a note of, and I'm probably going to use it in my solo queue, so I'm just going to steal it. But for now, I believe we have another interview for you guys this time. Not quite ready yet, but it will be with someone from 10 Star. I'm going to let you guys guess at home who it's going to be. But before that, let's talk about 10 Star, because they're not out yet. They're going to be back tomorrow playing the third, fourth place playoff. Is that what we call it? To determine who's going to come third and fourth, essentially, tomorrow before the grand final. And a top 3 finish for a team like 10 Star, given that, like you said, they needed to pass a lot of tests to get here, I think is a really good result.
I don't think it's even about the result now, but I'm just happy to see them play one more game, because it's an invaluable experience that they will gain from playing this event, because now they will face either Giants or Acend, which is another high-class opponent that they can learn from, or maybe not from the team itself, but from the experience of the match. So it's very cool to see if they will take anything out of the match today and apply that for tomorrow, but because there's a lot of stuff that could have definitely been fixed.
I mean, we talked about if they could beat Team Liquid, then that's a really big statement. But if they could beat a team like Giants or Acend as well, that is also an equally large statement.
Yeah, I would say so. Right now, the perspective is Liquid is probably the strongest team in Europe alongside Gambit, right? But we have seen Gambit yesterday, and Acend is also like very iffy when it comes to the performance. So I would say that definitely Liquid in this tournament is the strongest opponent, just by the way they play the game. And as we said before, 10 Star is still there to prove their worth in eyes of the audience and the scene. So even though the professional teams know that 10 Star is pretty good and it's a worthy opponent, not everyone in the audience knows that.
Well, with that in mind, I think the interview is ready now. We have Paul V joining me from 10 Star. Hi, Paul V, welcome to the show. Now, I'm sure you are a little bit disappointed that you didn't get further today and not being able to beat Liquid. Would you be able to tell me what you think went wrong?
Hello, good evening. Thank you. I mean, we were very happy to be part of the tournament, and we were pretty hyped up to play against Liquid, of course. But I don't know, we had some small problems when we started C side. Our defense side was pretty good. I was very proud of it and happy about the boys. Like, we were owning, we were pretty hyped up. But our attack side just went completely wrong, I guess.
Well, I feel like you individually has been incredibly impressive in this tournament. I know you were Tom Biz's player to watch, even though I saw on Twitter that you felt like he snaked you a little bit. But how nice is it for you to be able to get some more recognition from everybody who know that you're a very capable Jet player?
Yeah, of course, like some people might be like snaking on us, backstabbing us, but but yeah, I mean the community has been great. Even though like we have been getting like basically almost none like fan base because we are a small organization, of course, by 10-star, and we haven't been like on those big tournaments. No one has literally like seen us, but we have been tracking a lot, and we've been playing completely like out of our minds. Like coming to this boot camp right now, we're playing out of our minds, and I'm pretty happy about the boys.
Now, I also got to ask, because it's not over for you guys yet. You still got to play the 3rd or 4th place match. Which team would you like to face and why?
Probably Acend, because we have been already played Giants, so we got our revenge against them. But Acend would be pretty nice to play against, of course, but that might not happen because of... But who knows, upsets can come.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. And now lastly, every single time I see you guys play, you guys are always improving, you're getting better. And now I know the tournament has not ended yet, but what would you say is your biggest takeaway from everything that's happened over the last 3 days?
Our communications have been improving a lot. Like before we went on this bootcamp, our communication was like our main problem, I would say. And like playing around each other, like what utility we have, what utility enemy team has, and what should we do, like play together and this. And that has improved a lot when we came here.
Well, thank you so much, Polvi, for your time. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's it for Polvi 10-star versus Liquid, and we are going to throw to a break now. But don't go anywhere, guys. We got plenty more Valorant action coming up, and of course, Acend will be taking on Vodafone Giants after this. Welcome back to Red Bull Home Ground, where Team Liquid have just booked themselves a ticket to the Grand Finals. Lothar, not that big of a surprise. I think everybody expected them to at least reach the finals here.
Yeah, I mean, we had 4 champions teams coming into this tournament. Now we have guaranteed one to be in the finals. Second one will be coming straight up soon. But I felt like this game against Tenstar should have been closer than what I've seen. But still, Liquid is showing like the biggest, let's say, evolution of how the team was playing so far for the past month. So I'm really impressed with Liquid, and hopefully they keep progressing, because there's still a lot of stuff that can be, let's say, cleaned up, specifically when it comes to like utility usage in a team environment.
I mean, on the side of Tenstar as well, we just heard from Polvi there. He says that they have issues they need to fix, specifically on the attack side. Now, what do you think they need to do to make sure that they improve those areas?
Because I can only guess and you know, make assumptions from what I see. I don't think the biggest problem of them is the initial phase of the attack, because when it comes to the initial phase of the attack, I see they do actually know the roles. So there's specific, they divide the responsibilities correctly. There's always someone making space, someone trying to trade the player that goes first in. But the problem is, when it becomes a little bit more chaotic, I feel like the confidence dwindles and they just kind of whiff and lose the ground when it comes to holding angles. So the second phase of the attack just kind of falls flat. But also when it comes to attacking in general, I feel like there might be one problem where there's too much pressure and spotlight put on Polvi. Polvi in this match alone, remember, this is a best of two, I mean, I can't say best of 2 or best of 5. It's essentially was just 2 maps, right? So in those 2 maps, Polvi was the first contact in 20 rounds. He got 8 first bloods, 12 first deaths, and even though on attack, when he's playing a jet and he goes, you know, dash into a smoke, he shouldn't be the first contact. His job is to gain vision for the team, check the corners, go into a smoke, then wait for the team to like just go in as an avalanche on the side, and he should re-peek after someone else is going on the side. But because he has so many first deaths, I feel like there could be a lot of stuff cleaned up just by re-watching all of those rounds on attack and see like, okay, the timing was here a little bit awkward, we didn't support Polvi enough, or Polvi was too fast.
So it's a matter of almost kind of changing their plans a little bit on how they utilize Polvi, right? Because he is a star player on that team.
Well, yes, 100%. I just feel like the initiation of the attack on Tenstar is correct. It's just the follow-up is not always planned out, or is planned out correctly, but not executed correctly, or there was a different plan than what they did because they didn't adapt to the chaotic situation that appeared because there was a factor that they didn't predict. So yeah, but it's good to know that stuff because you know then what to work on.
Yeah, I mean, it's all positives here, and we've both loved seeing Tenstar. Tom hasn't, though, because as Polvi said that, Tom has snaked him on social media. So Tenstar fans, you can blame Tom Biz for that. But speaking of Tom, Mitch wanted to give his go in sitting in the host chair. Of course, we let him, as Tom and Mitch spoke to Anby from Giants earlier.
With a booster seat.
Well, we're sat here with Anby from Vodafone Giants. I have a couple questions ahead of your game today. Now, obviously, you've had a very good run throughout Red Bull Home Ground so far. You guys have topped your group. You've looked unbelievable in the process. How much preparation has gone into this tournament? I assume it's been your main focus coming over the last couple of weeks to months.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the thing is, we didn't really have much time to practice because like we had some issues in the team. Like, but we still like, I think we did a lot of work. And mainly like based on communication stuff. But yeah, I think it was a good journey, and I think we are back on track.
So I kind of want to almost lean into what some of the other teams have been saying. Because as you just said, you've been putting a lot of work into this event. We've had a few teams almost be like, oh yeah, we're kind of hiding strats, or maybe they're like playing Astra, for example, on CNED. Do you think firstly, do you think that's true? But also, does it actually bother you when coming up against these top teams, like, oh, maybe they're not trying their best, yada, yada?
Yeah, I think like it's very likely, and I actually hope so, because like I would be not very happy if like Fnatic would play the same, for example, as like in Champions. But I think it's like very likely that they will be so much better that I think they are actually hiding their comps also.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see how it will be in the Champions.
I'm curious about the preparation of events. I know you said you haven't had a bunch of time to practice, but ahead of your individual games even, when you know that teams are going to come in and potentially not have their original comps, they might flex into something else to hide strats for champs and stuff like that. How does that affect your preparation? Does it make it more introspective? Are you looking more at your game ahead of one of these matches as opposed to countering your opponents?
Well, we are that one of team that is not really like trying to counter the opponent, because we are always trying to like adapt on the run, and so far I think like we are doing a good job on this tournament. We didn't really know how to do it before, but now I think we are doing a really good things, and we are adapting very much better.
Okay.
So one of the things I sort of said during one of the casts was that I feel like your team as a whole might be the most in form it's ever been in terms of each individual player. Like everybody seems to be popping off. Did you expect more from some of the other teams? Because I think I looked over it. You play 5 maps. So far, you've lost 17 rounds total, which is absolutely ridiculous. Like, for example, with Footballers, did you expect to beat them with them only taking 3 rounds?
No, for sure not. But like you never know, you know. Like the form is changing so quickly. You never know if like the team has like some internal issues or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you never know basically.
And obviously, with some of the games you've had so far, they've been good teams. You guys have smashed them, but now you're coming up against Acend, another team that has got champs ahead of them. Do you see that as an advantage now for you guys, that maybe they won't come in playing their A game, or at this stage of the tournament, do you think they start taking it a lot more seriously?
No, I think the Acend will take it seriously, but they are always, I see them like the team that is having fun. Like that's how I see them, and like it's their main power, I would say, because like having fun is one of the most important stuff in the game. If you are not having fun in the tournament, you are not gonna win it for sure. So like I think they will put their game for sure, but maybe they will not show everything, but they will just have fun and they will play good, I think.
So I wanted to ask a little bit more about you personally. Obviously, before this team, Jet main, like that was your focus, that was your agent. Came into this roster, and I was sort of questioning, like, you got Fitinho, Jet main. You got Ambi, Jet main. Who's going to be taking up that role? Now, you switched over to Sova for the most part, obviously split, a little bit different. Do you find now, at least, because I think at the beginning, maybe a little bit shaky, do you find now that your Sova is actually as good, maybe even better, than what you played on the Jet before?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if it's better than Jet, because I always see myself as a like duelist man. I like to create space. I like to go first. I like to do this kind of stuff. But like we worked on this so much, like with Pipson, with our coach. Like I want to thank him so much, because I think like he tried to help me with this a lot. And I evolved as a player, so that I think now I can play any agent, and I can play as myself as a player, and not play like as an agent, I play as a player. That's a different thing.
That's fantastic. I actually love that, the idea. And it's something that we talked about a lot in the early days of Valorant, where you would have your Jet mains who just played Jet all the time, and there was no flex in it. There was no depth to it. And so seeing you flex in, you've even pulled out a KO recently as well, right? I mean, I got to ask you about that in particular, because agents like Yoru, like KO, they don't get a lot of attention. Do you see them maybe slipping in on some maps now, or is this still in the experimental phases?
Well, I think it's mostly experimental, but I think Kaio is a little bit more useful than Yoru, because his kit like it can be basically used, like like the ulti is very good, you can execute with it. The knife is good for info. The flashes can be used like in CS when you pop flashing something. Like the Kaio can be very useful, but it's like harder to implement it right now, I would say.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I've heard some whispers of teams maybe pulling out that Yoru in the future, and I'm okay with not seeing that for a while, maybe till a rework comes in.
Fracture?
But
you don't like Fracture?
Well, I've heard a lot of good arguments for it, but yeah, we'll see how that one evolves.
London United pulled it out. I think they did lose it the time they did versus NIP at least, but maybe there's something coming up in the future. I'm also interested, so obviously you've been playing from the Sphere itself, or at least 4 of the team. Do you find that there is a big difference to when you're sat at home playing online to now being in the room together? Because you guys look like you've been having a fantastic time, like having a laugh, like every clutch, everybody's getting really excited. Do you think if you can get David in, maybe you'll be even better?
Yeah, for sure. Like we are really like sad that David and Pipson is not here. But even though like there is like 4 of us only, like the energy that you have after winning a round or something, when you can fist bump your teammate, that's something incredible. And I think like we can call it a bootcamp buff for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, getting the whole crew together. And speaking about Red Bull Gaming Sphere, let's talk about Red Bull Homeground. Obviously, this it presents a bit of a challenge, the veto systems in BO5s, because you don't have that freedom to ban a map anymore. Your insta-ban is all of a sudden open for your opponents to pick. What do you think of a system like this? I mean, obviously, if it was like this in VCT, for example, that would be a massive change, but for these sort of shoulder tournaments, are you enjoying this sort of veto system? Is it a fresh and exciting challenge?
Is it stressful?
I actually like it. I like it a lot because you can like pick your best map, or you can choose to pick enemy's worst map. And this is like the very tricky decision, because for example, as we like see, you know, when football is chose bind, like we are comfortable on bind. So like, and again, they might question, was it better if like they pick our like worst map or their map that is comfortable? And this is like, I think this will be also like our decision and a decision on Acend today. Because they might also, you know, go for they just said on Twitter that like bind, no one will pick bind against us. You know, we are god of binds. Just pick it against that, and we will see.
So I have one more question, completely unrelated to the event or anything else we've said. You're currently in London. Now, English food has a very bad rep around the rest of the world. Like, I don't think anybody really brings up English cuisine as a big thing. Have you enjoyed the food while you've been here?
Yeah, like, but I didn't really try it like. Oh, actually, I tried pie and mash, and that was like decent. I don't know if I would like go for it, you know, somewhere.
Okay, cut that bit out. Cut that bit out. just have the bit where he said yes and that he likes pie and mash. Everything else, we'll just remove that from the footage.
Then we tried also fish and chips, and that was good. But I'm not really like fancy fish, so. Yeah, but it was decent.
It was amazing. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All my questions are asked, so I think we're done here.
Boys ever boot camp in Ireland, I'll get you some good potatoes, some beautiful dishes. We'll have a good time. Look, thank you so much for your time, Ambi. This is the end of the interview. For now, we'll let you go and prep for your game later versus Acend, and best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Well, it's so nice of production to give Mitch a booster seat as well in the host chair. I hope he enjoyed that. But you guys heard from Ambi. He says he liked the pie and mash. We've actually got it on video. Here are the Giants boys with Jackie.
Hello everyone, my name is Jackie and I'm back in my hometown of London to see the sights and the sounds of the city. All right then, boys. Let's bundle in and go and get some pie and mash. Oh, hello, boys. I'm sure we're all hungry, and luckily, we're in the right place, here in Hoxton, to have a mashup of not only gaming, but also cuisine as well. I'm going to get you in the kitchen with Joe, and he's going to teach you all the do's and don'ts of making some pie and mash. Are we excited? Yeah. Well, I'm certainly excited to try them. So get in there and get baking.
Hello, boys. Hello. Good to see you. You're going to come in here one at a time in a minute, and you're going to make the most traditional meal in this part of London. Possibly one of the most traditional meals in all of England, pie and mash. It's very, very exclusive to this part of London, to the East End of London. I'll bring you in one at a time, and you'll do different parts of the process of making the pies, and then after, you can eat some. Nice. How does that sound? Yeah. Does that sound good? Yeah, very good. Right, get yourselves ready, roll your sleeves up, and you can come in one at a time.
Now, we've answered a lot of questions today, but one big question I need answers is, can Giants Gaming prepare a persuasive pie? And I can see 4 of them on the table, lads. You've done well, the mash looks quality, it looks good. How does it taste? All right. Yeah. Can you taste the, the blood, sweat, and tears that you put into it in the kitchen?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that.
Well, lovely stuff. I'll leave you to finish your grub, and then I think we should probably get moving, because I think after we've had some food, we've got to get down to business and get back to gaming at 4 quarters.
Well, Lothar, they seem like they were kind of enjoying the pie and mash. What do you make of it? You've been in London now. What do you think of the food?
Well, I'm here definitely not for the cuisine. So.
Lothar, no! You've been trying some snacks. We gave you your first party ring. You enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was pretty tough to get into it. You know?
Stop! You're breaking my heart. But before you break my heart even further, let's talk about the MVP. We've seen some great plays from some amazing players so far today, and we need your help in deciding which one you think deserves the MVP award for Red Bull Homeground. Which player do you feel like has been indispensable to their team in the tournament so far? The Legion MVP award winner will receive a Y2525 240Hz 1ms response time gaming monitor. The voting is now live, so you can head to redbull.co.uk/name ground and the home ground MVP, not name, I can't read, or type !MVP to the Twitch chat to get more information. The winner will be announced during the stream of Sunday's final on twitch.tv/RedBull and YouTube/RedBull Gaming. Now, we've only seen one game so far, so it's difficult to call who the MVP would be, but Yumpy definitely had a great series today.
Yeah, the great series with the boots on the ground when he was showing himself as an agent, and it was a little bit worse. But you cannot just dismiss the fact that he just put so many frags on the table. Like, it was absolutely massive. I still have nightmares from that pistol round on Acend when he was flanked by 2 players. He just flicks at them both, just gets like, get out of my sight. It's like, makes no sense what he did there.
Yeah, I mean, most other days you probably would have just been owned in that situation. There's no way you get 3 there. But Yumpy definitely top of my list so far. But let's see if any of the players on Giant and Acend can take that crown away from him. Let's start with Giants. They're here. They've got the boot camp buff, as Ambi called it as well. And as Tom has been saying all week, they feel like individually most on form out of all the teams here.
You know what's very important that I think many people kind of disregard is that Giants, they don't really go with the flow when it comes to the meta game choices of other teams. You see that Giants are picking like the comfort picks. You know, we see Omen mostly picked, but for David we see Sage being picked. We see Raze. There's not many like Viper picks for them. They don't try to mold the team towards the needs of the new meta game. They try to just mold players to be comfortable with what they pick, so they are just better personally, right? And I feel right now this is very good for the team's progression because they work on the fundamental level of understanding each other without putting the focus on, I need to learn now my agent how to play with the game itself because I already know it. So Giants do really well on something that a lot of teams lately just kind of lack, which is the fundamental level of play. So I'm very happy to see them here and kind of prove it time over again.
But also at the same time, do you feel like they've been properly challenged yet? Because, you know, on paper, maybe teams like Fnatic and FPX, you would expect them to challenge Giants, but at least from looking at the way they've been playing, no one has really pushed them.
I would definitely say that what I just described, why Giants are progressing as a team, is the reason why FPX didn't even challenge them, because FPX tried it the other way around. You know, they had 2 new players. They've brought in here basically a new lineup, and instead of going to the basics and trying to like just kind of mold it with force and like the comfort picks, they went for a no duelist pick, no duelist composition on Fracture, and because of that, I feel like Giants didn't really have a big test. Even though those were big names with established players, right? And well, with Footballist, I don't even know what to say there. The Giants just kind of smashed them around, you know? So, kind of hard to say, but I feel like Giants, they've proved in the LCQ as well that they know what they're doing. They're in a higher spot when it comes to the respect in the scene than Tenstein example, but still have to prove that they can definitely be on par with the other bigger names.
Well, one of the teams that's going to be challenging them today is Acend, and you spoke about Giants smashing Footballist in the quarterfinals, but Acend, they took down Gambit to get here, and if we ignore I don't know which map do we ignore. Do we ignore the map where Gambit pushed them so hard they could have won it, or do we ignore the map that was the 13-0?
I think we ignored the second one,
Yes.
the 13-0. But as I said before in the pre-show, I think it's a good thing for Gambit that they lost so hard during this tournament, because it exposed a little bit of those small things that they could work on, even when they maybe didn't take the match as seriously as they should have. But the map that they played on Split, that was 15-13 from what I remember, it was very close, and it was actually a showcase of good gameplay. So it bodes well, I would say, for this match, because Giants definitely will put a test to Acend, and now the question is which maps will we see, because I wouldn't like to see Haven, just because Acend were playing with that Astra on CNET, which really, I just know there's no way, there's no other explanation than, yes, this is a troll pick, right? There's no other explanation that cannot be CNET playing on Astra ever again. So
You say that now.
I mean, if they pick Heaven again, I guess they will do the same, right? But I just hope we don't see Haven. I hope we see other maps, and we have seen Bind. Oh, okay.
Well, here are the maps. You might see Haven today, Lothar, but we're going to go to Split first and then followed by Breeze. I mean, these map choices also make a lot of sense, especially Vodafone Giants coming here, being able to pick that first home ground map, and Split is such a good map for them.
And it's a good map for both teams, I would say. And if I'm not mistaken, let me check my notes, but I think they play exactly the same composition on Split. Yeah, that is correct.
They do, yeah, with the Sage Omen.
Yes, they play exactly the same composition. So it's Cypher, Jet, Omen, Raze, and Sage. No Vipers whatsoever, right? There's no Killjoy here as well, which also changes the entire dynamic. No Breach. So all of those things that I always describe as the progression of the meta game and the, let's say, counter picks to whoever is playing against you, this is just basically just thrown out of the window here, right? And there's a lot of teams that, an example, started picking Breach again because of the threat of Killjoys.
Yeah, we are heading into Agent Select now. It's going to be a fast one, Lothar, but would you like to see both teams stick with the comps they've got here?
If both of those teams will stick to the same compositions, that means we're going to have a blow-for-blow game, because it seems they're going to just try their best to win, right? But if let's say, Acend will pick some different choices, this might be more like a, let's say, cat and mouse game for Giants. So hopefully we're going to see the mirror match here when it comes to the compositions, and the difference between the agents, I guess, will dictate who will be better that day.
Honestly, for me, I don't even care what happens here. I want to see Bind. I know Bind is like quite further down the pecking order, and we're gonna have to get past the first two maps first. But Bind between these two teams, for me, feels like could be one of the most entertaining and interesting matchups we've had.
Yeah, it's also because, as I said before, Giants are so against the current when it comes to the meta choices, right? So on Bind, they don't play the Viper, while Acend is an example. Okay, but let's take a look. Zeke on Raze, CNET on Jet, Ambi on Jet.
Yeah, well, this is one of the rare maps that Ambi does play Jet instead of Fatinho, who is going to be moving on to the Raze, which I'm quite excited for as well, to see both of these guys on the duel list.
Yep, it should be the exact same composition from both teams. No changes. There are both Cyphers. There are the two Razes, the two Jets. The two Jets, alongside with the Omen, they have the task of going in fast on attack with the Paranoia. I'm not sure if you remember, yesterday on the Telestrator I was showcasing like how taking space with a Jet and a Raze at the same time and following up a Paranoia is powerful to just open and save utility for the post plant from other players, and this is why this composition is being played here on Split, because it ups your chances at winning on their attack round.
Well, I'm hoping they do everything that you just said to me they're going to do, and I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be a banger matchup, and we've got two very decent casters to take you guys through it, Pansy and Hypoc.
I mean, decent, I guess. That'll
all right.
do. Yeah.
Average.
Cool. Yeah, the bar
Fill a
real
spot,
high.
bums on seats.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what we're here for. Now, how do you feel about Jackie's video there when they were making some pies? We can talk about the game once, you know, we get towards it, but, you know.
I'll be honest, the pies didn't really get me that excited.
No, it didn't.
The end result.
I feel like there's better things to have been done, you know what I mean? Like having to deal with learning the dance to Agadoo at family gatherings, right? Like very quintessential British You brought up another lovely one, right?
We love a queue.
Queuing correctly.
Bit of queuing.
Yes, a couple of good ideas. However, we are into this, and we would touch on those compositions because you noted a couple of things that could definitely put Giants under the gun.
Yeah, I mean, Giants have they've got the work cut out for them here, especially Ambi. That's the one you look towards here, especially with Sined's performance yesterday. This could get a little interesting. The counter wall comes up, actually going to lock the door here. Giants will actually crack a hole in it pretty quickly, but they have to respect it initially, and elsewhere, Sined will find David P. But the spike, meanwhile, headed towards A site.
Yeah, but Killers is still around. He does have support as well from Heaven, which is going to be Sined, so no worries just yet. Kill coming through towards middle. Patino finding that towards Zeke.
This is really weird, actually, because you can see Acend kind of left asking questions of what exactly is going on. With that early B main presence shown, the wall invested. Somehow, 2 members of Giants have got themselves tucked into hell, and I think Kiles is, I guess, shouldering main. I don't think he's aware to the possibility at all. I think he thinks that cage was maybe a little misdirection here, but he's going to swing. He's going to find Veto actually on the other side of that, and they will get themselves access to a site on the back of that, Lauren.
Should be a kill in mid. Actually, no. Okay, the Omen's going the long way around, but Sined is going right to the point. So going to find Patino straight away, but the spike has gone down. So leaving it in a 3v3. Going towards that CT side as Ambi is waiting there with a frenzy. Normally a bit of a one and done position, but not even going to get one. Sined going to walk on through. And if this man keeps going as expected, this could be something. But look at that late lurk coming through. Look at Sage and keep that in the back of your minds. This could be something. Meadow does, I still feel, need at least one here. Do a little bit of damage in this, otherwise it could be all for nothing. And Hoodie does finally strike. He catches Sined, but now the rest are going to be tricky, but he's succeeded very well here. The defuse is not stopping. Starzo is going to hold it down, and there we go. First round comes in for Acend, but what a curious round it was.
It was weird from the get-go. Hoodie, I think, is probably just a couple of seconds away from where he needs to be. The plant's not good for Heaven, so ultimately that isn't there as a contingency. I understand the logic there of trying to backstab as obviously Acend try and stack up for that retake, but a little further afield than you'd like to see him at the stage of the round where the spike's gone down, and I think Sined obviously kind of gets ahead of that with that kill in the screens, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, Spectres across the board, and Hoodie actually pick up a Sheriff here, and a heavy emphasis towards B main once again here for Giants. Only one member of Acend here to hold down the fort.
I actually don't mind the force, considering how close that round was. Comes down to one player left, spike plants and all that good stuff. Bone Cold does actually do really well against Fatino. He does get traded out on, but there's at least a bit of damage, and now they know the purchase is in place as well. So there's no surprises anymore. That lurk in middle could come through eventually, but that's neither here nor there as the spike is going down now. As David P just finds Starks up. Where's he got that from?
That was all the way from backside into that smoke. Yeah,
fair enough.
Keyless here can find Ambi. Ambi kind of shouldering this, actually, holding a little bit of an off angle here. Keeler's got to be careful. The gun barrel will show, and he's punished for it.
I like this force up actually coming out. It's worked so well. It's easy to say that after the fact, but considering how close that first one was, probably the right choice. And the Phantom that was the difference maker is now slipping out.
Well, exactly. And at this point, it's like, do we throw the Phantom into the retake kind of attempt, and absolutely understand the logic not to do so. So they'll have something to play off in the next round. We'll force the armor repurchase at least. The Giants got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, right back on track, and looking at the fact that they still have 4 alive as well. They keep all of what they had. They come back in with this. That's actually a really good round. If it got closer, you could get into that 4 spy wars where both teams kind of just grind it out till the economy just completely rots. But the fact they have 4 alive, they can kind of build off this buffer, and you know that now Acend has to somewhat respect this. Actually, speaking of 4 spy wars,
we got one.
Yeah, we do. I guess trying to buy around that Phantom a little bit, maybe. Trying to even out the money.
Well, you're right. That's probably the factor that's playing on Acend's mind here. Is actually they've saved through the SMG and the Phantom, right? It makes it a little more feasible. Now, whether or not they look to make use of that in the early round, again, Acend will walk mid as 3. They might even catch David P just on the outside of Suez. He takes a lot of damage. I don't think he's going to get away. Volkov will indeed punish him, but the Phantom removes. Sined falls.
It does have been recovered.
Headshots there.
Yeah, they did, but I think the rifle's been filtered back on through. Killers has found a fair amount of space to be looking towards a sight on. Does spot Meadow, it looks like, but it should be okay to get the spike plant. I think they're safe enough to get that down. Again, weird round coming in. They're on an island. The
2 members of Giants disconnected from this.
Yeah, they are so far away, and it's been read, it's been noted, considering where that fight in middle happened. now this is a problem for the players on the side. If they get isolated in the sport, ain't coming. But actually, Patino does well. It's Zeke, though, still on the case. Still goes for the push, and Starzo clears it. So now the two players who are isolated have been removed. Ambi, blinded, has to fall away. Actually caught both of the players, but Bone Cold did recover that rifle. Gonna find one, and the swing out comes in. The Force by Wars work out. Acend gonna get away with it. That rifle and Spectre were more than enough, apparently, to take him through here.
So well navigated, and ultimately the time there, it's still available for Acend to deal with those two players that are disconnected. And at that point, it's so difficult. I mean, Ambi has to kind of counter that aggression by pushing into screens there to really make it worthwhile or feasible for Giants to hold on to that post plant. But it's looking weird again. Giants now, again, with the benefit of flipping round 2, actually they carry forth 4 weapons. They're in a position where they can actually buy up rifles on the board. Everyone except Meadow, actually. I'm not sure if David P is going to drop across. Yeah, he does actually drop across a weapon to him.
Have a stinger.
Yeah.
Treat
Good luck
yourself.
to you. That's Meadow tucked in a corner somewhere, hoping somebody's going to push him.
Pretty much. And away we go. Already going to be quite quick to this one. We saw it's an all-in piece, so it's the right choice. But Zeke's still going to make some really good damage on the start.
CNED.
Yeah, where has CNED come from to be able to find 2 like that? Just flies on in, I guess. And Killers does eventually show his hand, and he's done well at this. They've actually been able to kind of maintain a little bit of presence on that site. And, of course, that shutdown as they try to come through is CNED with that judge has worked well enough. This puts all the pressure now towards David P, but the man, hey, look, we know how good he can be. He's left to his own devices. This ain't a lurk, but he is a million miles away from everyone else, so he can go and just duck around. He'll be just fine. He can get that spike planted pretty much uncontested. Both players still sticking towards that A site, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I don't want you to split up in a 1v2. It's easy to then become a 1v1. So David P is still going to be cautious and careful, but the spike plant is all his.
See actually how quick Acend get here. David P's. Obviously, he's still got to be conscious that somebody's preemptively rotated away from this. Get a plant behind default here. Again, Acend stacked up now. Keylers and Bone Cold. Actually, David P, if he can pick up this angle onto rafters, it might even... Ooh, was he close enough there for them to hear that reload?
Don't know.
No, they've not reacted.
They've not looked towards it. And this plant is kind of unique as well. It's not necessarily favouring this position. This could be adding that paranoia that he's going for that late lurk around heaven, potentially. He's actually just swung it! Oh, the timing. If that was just a second difference, that could have really been quite a problem for Acend, but they will be fine. They will get the defuse, but I kind of like that concept. Coming out from David P. A nice little kind of mind game coming through, but defuse comes in, and Acend will get that scoreline now towards 3-1.
Again, both teams demonstrating they're kind of happy to start this map out at least pretty scrappy. Willing to just kind of throw something at A site on the side of Giants there. Again, it's David P's lucky to escape with the spike there and even have the possibility of clutching that up. But seeing that, this is the point again. Acend kind of stretched ahead a little bit here in terms of the economy. CNED's obviously going to pop the Blade Storm here, and ultimately going to have an operator online for the next round. That was something I was going to talk about with the composition here. Giants, they kind of have to fight fire with fire in terms of shutting CNED down. Again, okay, well, that's a good start to that. Hoodie's found. A little bit of an anime war there, but Ambi's picked up by Bone Cold. Fatinho will fall as well, and this one coming apart at the seams before it really gets going.
Yeah. Kind of choreographed from before, and there's no holding back, it looks like. As Bone Cold does find David P, and I really like that new Sheriff.
I do, yeah, a lot of people are saying they don't.
No, I'm kind of down for it. I blame the fact that I kind of like it's got, it's like fanning on it. I love that. Probably could have played too much Hunt Showdown.
Yeah.
Honestly, it really is. I'm just really put it together. That is exactly why I like it, but it's kind of cool. And I think you're right when we talk about dealing with someone like CNED, when we, dealing with that sort of concept of a player like him, but it's not just him. You have a lot of players who are happy to take that peak, be a little bit more aggressive, happy to kind of throw in a little bit more risk to it.
It just feels a little awkward to see that and to know the impact that CNED can have just on the back of rotating that operator around. Typically on their defensive half, again, you can cause absolute nightmares for teams on their attacking side, but particularly, look at the previous split performance from CNED. It was absolutely insane. And that was to say, actually, Defo wasn't having a bad game. He was willing to throw his life on the line and take that opening duel, but CNED just a class above.
Look at the layers to middle as well. Oh, of course he still gets that.
Must be nice.
Fading away, he still manages to claim David P's life. There are 2 players here. The wall is just slightly behind. And there's a swing. Zeke. Forced to fight, it is traded, but there's that secondary layer, which is going to be Starkzo. But by this point already, that mid control is being a bit of an issue. They're really divided up on both sides now of this map.
The thing is, if Starzo can actually stay alive, there's a possibility to get the res back up. They have the man advantage once again. So I think Giants are going to try and end on B. Now they have the smoker, David P, back online. But it's in a tricky spot here. It would require all of Giants getting down to site and then giving up Heaven control altogether ahead of this post plant.
There's 3 players really tucked in. It looks like this is the goer. This is going to be the way forward for them. A lot of utility being thrown into this, but Starkzo is still around. He fell off from this earlier on. Killers has been removed, but maybe Starkzo? No, he can't do anything from that. Clean work from Giants. Considering the timing was quite late there, that could have been a bit dangerous, but kept in check. But it's the main man, Acend, only 1 today.
And again, nice response there from Giants. You did actually see David P staying up in Heaven, so again, that fail-safe was in place.
Yeah.
Just in case, obviously, Acend did try and get that res back up. Well, nice hit come through, and again, Giants just happy to take a step back. Yes, they lose Hoodie, but it didn't really damage that push towards Heaven whatsoever, with Acend backing away. Operator online now. Let's see where Acend's going to be. Again, looks like he's going to take up mid, at least, and this time around, David P and Suez, but nobody else looking to challenge mid, at least in the early round. And that's what you want to see. See Acend stacked up as 3 towards A main. We'll wall off, try and retrieve this orb, so the showstopper will come online here. So naturally, everything except for the Blade Storm available in terms of ultimates. And a much slower start here.
Yeah, real pace change.
This suits Acend, honestly, because they have to find CNED now. Outside of the early round, they have to figure out where this operator is.
Well, that's the thing, and it's not going to be super difficult to find. It's obviously an assumption, but it might be a body to try and investigate at this point. Ooh, now one has slipped up middle, but CNED still so quick to adjust, completely deletes Fatino, and now the problems start to begin. They now know, yes, the op's in play, but look how quickly CNED instantly moves away from this.
Come back away. Looking as if he's going to pick up an angle from B Heaven here. Now, David P deals with the trap wire and ropes. But again, he's actually going to come back and lurk on the back of this. His 3 teammates already heading towards A Heaven. Uncold will fall, and that's actually going to pull CNED back this direction once again.
Well, he has to respond in kind, because this is the same look we saw as that B kind of explosion before. The utility all commanding this, and they still do have 2 players, at least towards that A side. So it's not the end of the world, but you can already see the lean coming out. Players are starting to consider, is it time to move away? But again, all they're seeing is David P, and in one part of your mind, now they're going, uh-oh, this was never the play, this was never the plan, but Zeke somehow gets Ambi in this. Starkzo catching as they try and make their way up the vents. The spike plant comes in, maybe, at this point, trying to close the gap, bounding forward. Starkzo's there. Yes, the plant comes in, but the defuse will be just as quick.
Great recovery there. Again, David P actually TPs onto site to try and just find if there is anybody there. And Zeke somehow still finds one with a showstopper. And this is the problem. If Giants try and slow things down now once the operator's online, that's the problem. Unless you achieve something in the early round, those first kind of 10 to 20 seconds, and it's almost an achievement versus Acend to figure out where that operator's posted up. You know, you start walking mid then, and it's so risky.
This was a site hit.
Well, actually, Ambi finds Zeke as well mid-air. I didn't even realize that, but it was one of his teammates that found him. A bit of a force up here on the side of Giants as well. 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs. They do have the showstoppers. There's something in a round like this they can rely on. But lots more bodies on the side of Acend towards B site now.
So then, Fatino thrown in. Ult now popped. Heaven just littered with players. That's about all he's got here. Cross now to be made. And this should be a safe spike plant. This could be a full-on retake.
Actually, not a single point of damage done just yet.
And away we go, straight on in. There's no holding back here for Zeke. Double stack. Oh my word, they lined up. There was a world in which I saw them all being deleted, but so far for Acend, they are still doing a fair amount of damage. The last couple of players are lingering around, though. Starkzo wants to get this going. Now notes where the players will be residing. Killer Starkzo, all of them found now. As Hoodie and Meadow were the last 2 alive for it. Diffuse comes in. We're talking about the retake. Hey, it's looked pretty good.
Yeah, pretty clean. And again, David P's desperate to try and TP away from backside when that newel theft is popped. But Again, I'm with you. There's a scenario there where Zeke actually just finds all 3 kills there.
It was
with that spray
so lined up.
Obviously, we know a lot more seeing the X-ray than he does, but Acend now pulling ahead 6-2. And Giants, again, the purchase is going to be pretty uncomfortable. Yeah, whether or not it's going to be anything other than pistols, don't looking like it will be sheriffs across the board. That previous one, maybe we're gonna, honestly going to bite them in the ass in terms of the next few rounds, the way it plays out here.
And this shouldn't have too much bite to it. Let's see how mid initially goes. It's definitely on notice now. Going to have to pull away. Respect. Utility thrown down.
Again, that's a huge component to be taken away from Giants, just to force CNED off an angle in the early round. And the only advantage would be if they get full control, at least towards ropes or towards B Heaven, and not they achieve either of that. I mean, CNED's barely even quelled away.
No, he's lingering around, isn't he? And he's not
There's
quite
a tag
fine.
there, actually.
Did he actually find the tag?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. You're absolutely bang on. A little worse for wear after that.
Desperately trying to deal with the camera here as well.
Yeah, information now noted, and once again he re-aggresses. Cena just dips away into the shadows for merely a second or two, finds a little bit of room to work from, but it's Zeke this time actually to claim most of it as he's played his way up through middle, and it looks like, oh, it could have been a knife. It isn't, but it may as well be. Yeah, Acend is starting to look pretty solid here, honestly. Like, this is a very... Initially, there was a little bit of interest in my mind, but this feels very one-dimensional from Vodafone Giants so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big pivot round as well. They lose this one. It's looking like a pretty rough half for them. The way this one should close out. I mean, they have this purchase, and ultimately, I mean, they lose this. Yes, they're going to have something to scrape together for the final round of this half, but I mean, at that point, you're staring down the barrel of a 10-2 loss, really.
I want to see a little bit more from the Giants. I think that they do have some capable players. I think we've seen that the entirety of this tournament, but I want to see a little bit of that coming into this with the awareness of, okay, we're playing against Acend. We know what some of their key components are in this, and we don't play a composition that really favors us here. So what's our way around this? And we're not quite seeing that right now. And easier said than done, of course. We can theory craft the whole time, but I really want to see a little bit more out of it. And Split's just not looking a pretty picture, but I believe this was a Giants choice. So again, this doesn't bode well going forward, and you've got 2 rounds and you're not really hitting many of the markers. However, they have got the first pick for once, and it's untraded yet.
I mean, I even feel with the spy plant aside, it doesn't feel as if Acend are being tested. They're very comfortable to sit back, because Giants' pace right now, it plays towards Ascend's strength. Do actually find the pick of whether or not they can capitalize on this once again, because Zeke did fall inside vents. A little bit of an adjustment.
There's no second layer to the pressure here.
There isn't.
Starkso can just sit here like, yes, he does occasionally consider it, but he seems pretty unwavering, and he still gets one. That's going to be Spike noted as well. Instantly, Bone Cold is right there to swing on it. The layers are working so nicely, and Bone Cold, again, that's not bad, but the Giants do have a 2v2 finally.
Through here, and actually an opportunity to get this plant comfortably, but again, still cautious of somebody else being on site. Fatinho will eventually get it down. The plant's not good for Heaven, though, so Meadows got to play this smart. And actually, somebody's already crossed ahead of time.
Killers is just out.
Finally.
What is going on between some of these fights? Now, CNED does know the position, obviously, of the opponent.
Oh, wait, he reads
He's
this.
read this. He's read him like a book. Dude, it's unreal how well he's considering these next layers, these next steps. And he's
Looks
just
so
calm.
smug about it
Just
as well.
Like, oh, you were going up round to Heaven, were you? Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought about that. It's so sick.
That's us.
Hello, mate.
A tech pause looming or something?
You know what? Sometimes you gotta throw Hypoc on camera. You know?
That's a very flattering angle as well, actually.
Have you been annoying people in production?
I guess I must have, yeah. Now, interestingly enough, Giants are going to throw everything into this one. Ambi does obviously have the Blade Storm, but elsewhere it's 300 credits. So we talked about staring down the barrel of a 10-2 half. They lose this. That's almost a given.
Yeah. All right, let's see what you got. Ambi going to be first on in. Now, again, we've seen good retakes coming on towards this site as well, though, from Acend if they do decide to peel away, but they're not. Seems actually dedicated towards... What just happened? What just happened?
What noise did you just make?
I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
They do have the res, so
breaths.
potential here, but again, it's awkward to be...
Look how little space they have.
Yeah, exactly. Because of how close Acend are already, it's very, very difficult to get that res online. Zeke actually just waiting to play off the paint shots. Keyless will find a kill. Hoodie does get Ambi back on his feet. Stars are with the res in response.
Okay. Still a 3v3. This is, even with all that bloodshed, it's still looking like Acend have the bodies in the right place, and Keyless is one of them. Bone Cold comes in just to close down the account, but by this point we've been saying it, they've been struggling to get that kind of foothold in on the site. They haven't quite had that, I guess, good look to them yet. A couple of attempts, sure, but you can see the difference in Giants. For the last couple of days, they've been super animated, hyped up, you know, spirits at an all-time high. Trying the bonuses to be on the boot camp, right? But now you've got 2 rounds and not much is sticking.
No, and I think you've hit the nail on the head, really. It looks very different from Giants. They've been very, very, I guess, determined to be proactive and to be the ones to set the precedent in the previous series where we've seen them actually perform very, very well. Here it almost seems a little fearful of Acend.
That could spur on a little bit of fire in the Giants side. Good start towards Zeke, but Starkzo on the back of the side. Normally good for 1 at the very least, and he actually might get a little bit more here. But he's going to be on his own, it looks like. But he's going to find more than just 1. It's going to be 3 in the end. Still bringing this back to a 2v2. It feels like every single round, one of these players for Acend is bailing them out of any of the danger that maybe Giants were looking to find. But now Keyless did well in that prior round, outdone this time by David P, closing the gap. Now Bone Cold. Has he been noted yet? I don't believe so, but you're going to see Ambi now keeping that in the forefront of his mind. Quick check over towards that side, but he's actually been able to creep a little further ahead. Bone Cold might have a shot at this one. Good damage on the initial. And you're right, he's got a boatload of utility to play with as well, and now he's going to... He's got to have done them both. Oh, he's absolutely caught Ambi, but does he expect the second now? Tries to clear the close corner, but we know where that opponent is. It's David P playing at the back, clears through, just spams towards the back of the site. He's down to just the classic, and he's still gone and done it. Bone Cold, just breaking the Giants' hearts. And it just feels like everything for Acend is going right.
Yeah, it feels like Giants can't catch a break. I mean, in a round like that, in that setup, again, Bone Cold finding the wall bang through on backside. Again, that earlier engagement is what done the majority of damage there, but Giants just can't catch a break, especially in these post plants. Acend able to just throw numbers in. They play trades way more effectively than Giants have done. It's actually difficult, and you're absolutely right. Look at the body language. These guys have been so animated throughout the week. Almost feeling a little bit of tilt right now.
Yeah, no timeouts called on that half, which again, maybe they're happy to just keep playing through, feeling like... I do kind of get the point, though, sometimes where you get to those moments where you're like, we're doing everything right in our minds, we're losing out to a gunfight or a player here and there, but there's plenty of times I feel they could hit that timeout and maybe go through a couple of considerations as to how they want to do it, because 10-2 is a brutal scoreline.
Absolutely is. Acend stacked up behind this wall in mid, actually looking like they're going to counter wall here, so Hoodie good position to at least figure that one out. He does get traded pretty quickly, though, so Acend still going to have a numbers advantage here ahead of the rotation coming through. Can they find the second kill here onto Meadow?
Meadow, no.
They absolutely can.
Yeah, bless him. It was, you could see all the pieces lining up, but CNED did find 1, he even finds 2. Now this is where it all falls to pieces, right? You're still seeing Acend just bringing it together in all the right ways. Spike plant does go in. And now David P presented with what feels like a near on impossible task.
Yep, and noted on the back of the spy cam as well, so he's got to try and reposition here, find another angle. Acend just jumping at the bit the other side of this smoke to get this last kill, get the 11th on the board. There you go, CNED. Finds his 3rd on the round. And now 11 rounds on the board, and with what we've seen from Giants, I think there's a chance they might even just throw in, try and gamble on this purchase here, because at this point, what do you got to lose?
Yeah, I kind of thought we were off to a bit of a cool start here when we saw those force buys coming back and forth. It was actually looking kind of interesting between these two. But it's somewhat fizzled out off the back of that. No one achieving double digits from Giants, which, again, I don't think they have just like that one player that's always going to be popping off, but I kind of feel as though they do need someone to be creating a bit more space, and we just don't have that here.
Look at it. It's that kind of, the timeline tells everything. I think it was round 7 when Cena bought the operator. He bought that first operator. So
yeah, you're right.
Just smooth sailing.
Yep, absolutely. And again, this has to be a bit of a wake-up call now for the Giants going into probably the next maps as much as, you know, we love to tell a story, we love a tale. 11-2 might be too much of a fairy tale even for us to believe. But as it stands, we have to see what they have left in the tank. Can they close the gap at all, or do they now consider, right, we've just got to turn around the next couple of maps, which, let me just double check what they would be after this. Breeze coming up next. Ooh. All right, Giants, let's see what you're made of. This is going to be the first real test, I think, for them at this event. They've looked pretty solid so far.
They have, yeah. Honestly, dare I say, they breezed their way through most of their series. It's been pretty good to watch, but
yeah.
Here again, the problem being, I feel like they're kind of struggling for answers here. But you will actually find Acend there. Ambi follows up and finds Keyless, so they have to try and retrieve that Phantom, but elsewhere, Zeke tries to find some space on towards B site. Meadow will actually respond. Zeke now the last man standing, actually. And in the one you expect them least to come out with a victory, that force-up once again pays dividends. I think on the back of that, they retrieve the Phantom. There's a couple of other weapons stowed away, carried across into this next round, and I mean, hopefully they can right their wrongs from the first half here, because they were able to achieve exactly the same with that purchase in round 2.
You're bang on, aren't you? Yeah. And if you are just tuning in, you're wondering, well, who are the wonderful observers? And I know everyone's asking that question. It's going to be Salty J and Haribo who will be doing that for us today. So, again, any missed kills, make sure you get the T-Tours ready. No, we love our observers here. They're doing a fantastic job. But 11-3, Giants need to be doing a fantastic job. And, hey, they've given themselves a little bit of a window of opportunity, right?
It's a lifeline.
It is, and it's real slim. It's not even the 50-50. It's barely that. David P gonna fall away. No chance to at least get killers, but if
Starzo was desperate for that.
He was up for it, wasn't he? He was real close to that coming in, but it wasn't to beat. But player advantage is good enough for Giants for now.
So actually, 4 members of Giants look to try and clear out Cena, and they do just that. Now they're going to discover there's nothing else behind him. Spike, meanwhile, actually going to try and catch timing on this wall in mid, which they do just that. Hoodie going to be forced into an awkward position. Starzo actually closes that kill out. And now 4v3 presented. Zeke actually tries to close the distance, but Coutinho too sharp there. That Sheriff.
Very nice.
Meadow trying to play on the back of this one way. Boncold tries to maneuver to the other side. Yeah, just a matter of time now until they can close that kill out. Starzo looking like he might even rack through spawn and try and backstab this heaven setup here.
Bongo gets one.
It's huge.
Yeah, like there's a little bit of play on it. Trying to fake the audio.
Oh, wait.
Oh, my word.
My God.
That got real throwy. That got real throwy right there. That could have been an absolute tragedy in action. Now, Starzo, yes, they were trying to go for that little backstab. That's kind of fallen apart. But maybe a spike plant could come in. Couple more seconds to toy with the idea of anyone being around site. It's not in there, so spike will go down. But you could see the intention and the danger starting to swell in that prior moment. But this is a little much even for me. But have I told you the story of the Starzo one before, right? No armor. Did have the old SMG, though, in play. But he got noted towards CT. See, everyone started thinking it's all over. But it's the next bit that really catches you off guard. It's not this. That bit, see? And the plant actually for him. Nah. Didn't happen this time around. It was, hey, look, you gotta hold out hope.
I respect the effort.
Yeah. One day it'll happen. All right, one day. 11-4.
See here, again, the ultimate progress is the one thing I question here with how these rounds are played out early on for Acend. Obviously, we'll be able to purchase into this one. Yeah, Starzo, decent progress. CNED as well, actually. So that's the one you look towards if he falls in this round. Opportunity to make something happen in the next. Ambi actually going to throw the operator in here. Glass cannon, no armor behind it. See where he's positioned. Actually sitting pretty deep on elbow towards A site. Now, Acend actually stacked up as 5 towards B main. So that's all going to be negating that investment, at least early on here. Ambi not going to be given a freebie.
Meadow.
Too many things to shoot at,
honestly, target-rich environment, couldn't quite pick between them, but it'd be a 1-for-1 trade out at the very beginning, but everything's pretty much been noted for Acend here. So it'd be hard to peel away from this and make a second go. Okay, no, it's just fine. They'll just bullishly walk in towards the site. Sheer gun power. That's the spike bone cold. Can you just get the plant first? Yep, thank you. Just in case. I know it's probably not going to be a problem. I know you probably want, you know, the op. I get it. I understand. But I get nervous. But somehow Acend get the spike plant. And old David P, well, might have to just keep that rifle.
I love how two of them wall up on on B main there. Yeah, there's just no chance. Again, Hoodie's found so quickly on the back of that that at that point the round's all but done. Yes, Giants have already kind of preemptively rotated, but there's no chance of them trading out that pressure.
No more.
See if you can keep hold of this.
Well, doing any further damage, again, that's only Bone Cold. Now, after the heals come back off cooldown, actually, it's only Bone Cold that's low HP.
Yeah. And he's already a mile away from any sort of danger. So it looks like everyone will kind of sit as is. And the, well, map point is now starting to be kind of closed in on as it is. 12-4, Vodafone Giants. Yes, there's a little bit of life at the start here, but an instant answer. And now the timeout? Actually, that's Starzo, okay.
Yeah, of course it's Starzo. You probably wants to have a walk around the office.
Just let him soak in it for a little bit.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
This is the psychological warfare. You get going in map 1, come into map 2, and it's like... Again, at least actually, at least you're not sat opposite Starzo in an arena, because...
I mean, we haven't seen the best outcomes overall from that.
That's a fair point. Yeah. You know, I watched back the 100 Thieves Ascend series.
Yeah, how did it look?
Yeah. Wasn't much showboating for the cameras in the second half of that, weirdly enough.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Must be some correlation with maybe the scoreline or... Strange, yeah. I'm as confused
do you
as
have
you are, Bone Cold.
the headphone dent?
In my head, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say in the hair.
Oh, no, literally in my skull. Yeah. The Tyler 1 skull.
Someone's got to address this, all right? Someone makes
Can't buy hats that fit anymore.
12-4. Hairline's still looking pretty good, though. Are you looking at me like that?
12-4.
I'm trying to be nice.
Ned recovered that operator. Everything on the line now for Giants again. This is their home ground.
Great recovery, mate. I love
Brilliant. Well navigated. Take it away.
Thank you. I will. Ned trying to have a little glimpse up towards rafters, but not really getting much of anything. Zambi, as we can now see, is on the other side of it. See, that's why we like observers. They're like, oh, let me show you what he's actually looking for. But with that play, great work, observers. Slow clap. You can tell the game's really fire when I'm talking about the observing more than the game. Oh, you missed that one though, didn't you, boys? Zeke has found Meadow. And now this could be, I don't know, the start of the end. This has just been a bit flat in my eyes. I was really expecting the fired up Giants who've been so commanding of the pace and the firepower they've been bringing in. Fatino, let's see what you've got. It wasn't pretty at the start, but it will get the job done, and that's all that really matters. Time being bought here for the readjust. Oh, God, he's popped the ult. How's he gone away with that? I thought Killers had him dead to rights.
Okay, well, Bone Cold finds a kill as well on the back of that.
Fair enough.
See, actually, spike at the top of ramp, so he has to slip into the smoke to try and retrieve it. I'm not even sure if it's noted there, because nobody from Giants right now even committing to holding. See, actually, Fatino all the way back in spawn right now, just picking up that heal. See, on the back of the ult, yeah, you're going to know that it's pretty free, but 10 seconds left. I'm not sure why Giants have spread away from A side. It's only David P to hold down the 4, so they're still going to get the plant through, Lauren.
Oh, I don't like this at all.
Zeke's one away from the showstopper as well. This could be absolutely disastrous.
Oh, no. Fatino, come towards the top. You're going to have that Sage working back in from kind of CT. Ramp side, excuse me. There it is. Bone Cold pins down Fatino, and now it's all on Hoodie. A 1v2. It's not. I'm going to be honest. Normally we're here celebrating this end win, but that felt like Vodafone Giants were just so flat.
Yeah, they were. I mean, you could say Acend are kind of riding that high from yesterday.
Yep. Sure.
Again, looking untested. And that's unfortunately when Acend look the best is when they're able to just run around and do whatever the hell they want.
I don't know. That really didn't feel good to me at all, that game. And we can see the scoreboard very briefly here, and the top is just looking Acend all over. So just not much came of it. So I'm not loving what we just saw, if I'm honest. I want to see the Giants that kind of caught our eye when David P was on that lurk, doing all the good stuff that we love to talk about. We didn't see it here, though.
No, we did. I mean, hopefully they can turn around that around, but again, it doesn't bode well that's their home ground as well. That's the way we start off the series.
Well, we've had a little look towards what Zeke could bring in the server. Let's see what he had to say coming into this game.
Hey guys, I'm Alexander Zeke Zygmunt. I play for Acend Club, and we are playing in the Red Bull tournament today. I've been playing in Acend for about half a year already, and I'm acclimated to the team very well, and it's really nice. I think it's a really unique tournament with a unique format. And it's very fun to play it. I've been playing already in the first tournament, so I really like the format. I think it's nice. Right now, we don't really have a specific map that we feel insane on, except our bind. Of course, it's probably it's not probably it's our strongest map by far right now, and the other maps are just they're okay, so we don't really know, we just know what to pick when we start playing, and we never prepare specifically for a day or something. We're feeling good. I think our form got back a little bit, and we are prepared for the tournament. So we think we might take it all, and just like in any other tournament, we basically just want to win, and that's it. Other teams, I mean, definitely Liquid. You can see them after the LCQ how they're playing against any other teams, and so far we haven't been really watching that many games. We've been more focusing on us. We kind of changed our work ethic a little bit. We've been taking it very easy before we started playing official games. And coming into the tournaments, we always just boost our practice. We are trying hard, and we just want the best performance on tournaments. So we just always start slow. When after the tournament starts slow, then we start tracking higher, better, and our performance just improves. And I think we are in a good spot right now.
Well, you heard it there from Zeke. The only team it feels like he's a little bit wary of is Team Liquid, because they're definitely not scared of Giants whatsoever. In fact, they've just broken Giants' win streak, Lothar. Before that map, Giants had won on Split for 14 games in a row.
Yeah, but I feel like this had been the first big test as well on this map, so I'm not really surprised that it went that well for Acend, although it could have been even worse for Giants. I'm not sure if you guys realized, but Acend won both the rounds, but it bumped the follow-up. If that wouldn't happen, this could have been even a bigger of a disaster. And to be honest, I feel like Acend here, they're just actually very efficient at something that I mentioned before. We know that they play the same composition, they play that Jet race, and when if you pay attention to how Acend was playing on defense, they were very drawn back. They were playing backsides, they were playing into their strengths because they tried to avoid the dashes and the satchels, or just be in place where the Jet and Raze just go and jump into the crosshairs, or they play very up close. We have seen it play with the Judge up close on Rafters on A, which was very powerful. So they have a good grip on how to counter the brute force that was coming from Giants. So essentially, yeah, I feel like they just had it nailed down.
Well, what do you think went wrong there for Giant? Because they haven't had any, it feels like they haven't had any maps so far in this tournament where they've had to play on the back foot, and in this game, they were always on the back foot.
Not only on this map, but I do think it's gonna be the same on Breeze. Breeze, we're gonna talk about that a little bit, but in general, like, on this map, I feel whenever they lost the first blood, whenever they lost the man advantage, then the formation kind of breaks. And an example on the pistol round, when Acend was attacking, we have seen the Cypher on B side was just standing behind pillar, really defenseless. He popped the one way, and then the attackers just go in from Heaven B. There's no support for the Cypher. He gets spotted and then killed, even though he's not being visible to the player from B main. But the player from B main gets info. There's someone behind pillar, so he just spams through that one way when he doesn't see him, gets the kill, and essentially, Giants had no way of coming back because they had no plan of what do we do when someone dies, and now we're caught off guard in a weird positioning.
Do you think it's anything to do with the comps? Because like you said, when you are playing a mirror matchup, that's like not just a jet diff anymore. It's like a diff on every single player, every single agent. And you'd think that if you are playing a comp that, your oppositions are playing a comp that you also play, you'd be quite familiar with how to react to them.
It's very hard to answer that because it's so team dependent. Like if we would have been able to hear the comms, I would love to do that, by the way, but I know that would just basically throw the competitive integrity through the window. But there's a lot of situations where we don't really know what failed because the team might have, I don't know, they had a different plan. They had something in their mind that they wanted to execute, but the other team just went and broke it in half, and then you are with a plan that doesn't work anymore, but your positioning is still the same like the plan should work, and you're caught completely out in the blue. You have no plan B to fall back on, and you just lose essentially the round. That specifically that can be seen in a lot of teams when they try to be aggressive on defense and they fail with the first push and then get totally red, and your opponent will just have either a over rotation that just avoids the aggression from the defenders, or just essentially holds them and they go straight into the crosses and just essentially die. So I feel like in this map, it's kind of hard to break down essentially what was the problem, because every single round was just like dismantled by Acend.
I mean, you have to stop the bleeding at some point because Acend, they're such a momentum team. We saw what they can do, yesterday as well. When they get rolling, they don't stop. They just keep going at you. So going on to the next map, let's talk about this because we speak about Split as the home ground of Giants. Not just the fact that they picked this map. This is their home ground. They win here all the time. Breeze is a slightly different story.
They played Breeze last time 3 months ago. And that was against Navi, and they lost 13-7. Their lineup back then was Jet, Sky, Sova, Killjoy, Viper, and you have to question why Killjoy here, right? Because we didn't see them play with a Cypher. I hope they're gonna change from the Killjoy to Cypher, because Killjoy is very hard to play efficient in this map. The utility range that she has to be next to very limits her positioning, and it's easy to read what is gonna happen. There's one good position on the lockdown on attack when it's inside of the holes, but that's also easy to read and destroy if you have a Sova that is capable of just bouncing it one time with a shock dart, and that's about it. And then we have Acend, who's playing here a Jet, Sky, Sova, Cypher, Viper, which is essentially what I would like to see from Giants, because the Cypher gives you a global range of the utility. Now,
the interesting thing is they have played Cypher in the past. They just, for some reason, decided
they swapped
not to.
it, right? And I didn't speak with them about what
wasn't successful.
Right, it wasn't successful. So I hope they're gonna fall back on that Cypher, or maybe something else, right? But in general, KO would be a good pick here, but we didn't see Giants play KO yet, but maybe Acend,
they could,
knows, right? They have very efficient players that can play that role well, and maybe instead of this Sky would be a nice pick, but we'll see. They still have Sova when it comes to the reconnaissance and visual scanning of the map to substitute for that, or not even substitute, but like spearhead. But I do fear that Breeze is just gonna be another very high win for Acend, because when you rewind to the international tournaments, I'm not sure if you remember, but when the NA teams played against Acend, they visually were scared of playing on the site where CNET is playing. They were avoiding him.
I want to ask you about that because they've only ever lost once on Breeze, and that was against 100 Thieves. And Nitro said in the interview afterwards, well, the game plan was to figure out where CNET is and then just go to the other side where he's not. Do you feel like that's the game plan that Giants need to also do today?
It sounds very dramatic, but I think they should really think about that themselves, because CNET on defense with that Jet and the operator, he has so much space to just work the way he wants to kind of mold the defense to his liking, and because of that, the attackers have very limited amount of utility to just push him away, right? This is where the importance of Viper Wall and the Sky utility comes hand in hand, because if your Viper Wall doesn't cover the first angles that operator can take, then the Sky has to take the other angles from that Jet, right? But if your Viper gives too much space, then the Sky will not battle the another angle that needs to be checked. So there's very little room for an error, and if you make an error, then you're getting ultra punished, and that Jet is still there to just get another kill with an operator. So, and by the way, not sure if you realized, but in a pro level, more and more rounds are now being won on defense on Breeze than on attack in the past. So there's a small shift in power when it comes. Okay, well.
Killjoy, not Cypher.
Small shift in power when it comes to the, it's defense and attack on this map, but there's the Killjoy on Meadow. So.
Feel like teams just hear you and they hear what annoys you the most and they just do it to get a reaction out of it.
To be honest, Killjoy and Viper together are a great combo. They let's say bounce off each other very well, but the problem is just this map is such a nuisance to play as a Killjoy because it's so big. The rotation from B to A, if you go for attacker's spawn while defending, takes like 22 seconds. Which is never nice, but hey, maybe at least you can recall the turret and it's gonna be almost ready when you're there. Yeah, right? So there's a lot of small things that just make it very inefficient to play Killjoy, but I'll be paying close attention to it because maybe there's something that we don't know. Maybe Giants figured out how to play it efficiently. Maybe they just play it because of the defense, not the attack. Because when you think about it, Cypher can be a very aggressive champion on attack while still holding the flanks. Killjoy, not really. You need to hold that turret, or that turret needs to be very deep on the attacker's side, so you might get the attention of the flank too late, right? And then you get it in backstab, then it's hard to go back or even just reroute to another side because you don't have the time or you're already pincered.
Well, I'm excited to see what they can do with this Killjoy Viper combo, like you said, but it's time to jump into game now. Pansy and Hypo, they didn't like the word decent last time, so how about brilliant, perfect casters? What do you think about that?
Wow, Yinzu's found a thesaurus. I'm so proud, honestly. This is monumental. But no, yeah, look, I think map 1 wasn't decent, as Tombiz.
Decent, yeah.
Decent. As Tombiz once said, and probably the Pie Man in that previous, lovely little video. I mean, to me, I think we just need to see a little bit of what made Giants kind of, once again, go back on our radar here. But I will say Breeze is not a map that I'd like to face CNED or actually the rest of Acend on.
No, correct. And I think the playstyle we saw on map 1 isn't going to suit Giants at all here on Breeze in the second. Things get off to a pretty quick start, and already is looking to pretty much no respect push towards B on the back of that Aldrone confirmation.
Nice 3-2 split. Now they need to get the crunch, which they have done. The second layer will be Hoodie, who's been found. A 2-for-1 trade out the site should be theirs. And now the reveal towards CT, dealt with by CNED. It's all looking so easy for him. Fatino's been invested in here somewhat, Sheriff by his side, but CNED could not care less, could he? Carefree, if anything. Spike down, he's taken so many peeks, because why not? He's sitting pretty, 100 HP, no worries.
Actually, that's all we found. Ambi will find a second as well.
This is much better from Giants. There's a little fight in them. And now 2v2, damage does get accepted on towards that side of Fatino, who's going to be down a little bit lower. Starzo gets the timing just right on towards Ambi, and now they know where that additional player is going to be. And Acend, it ain't just a CNED show, but it starts as such.
And it's crazy in a round like that where it actually almost gets close. It still seems as Acend just don't break a sweat. They don't relinquish any control throughout that. Again, Ambi almost caught sleeping there, completely focusing his efforts towards tunnel. And I mean, Starzo makes almost an unorthodox play, right? Just pushes towards him. Like, yeah, we know one's main. We're gonna take the initiative here and swing the round back in our favor.
I even love it to the extent of seeing, you know, that 3-2 split with Cypher kind of utilizing utility to create that safe passage as well, using it almost like smokes, kind of again just crunching towards that B site so perfectly. Super well done. And again, if it's just a little pocket piece that they can run, it's not particularly hard to run through. So there is a stack on towards this site. Might be a little bit trickier than they'd like, but already seen it off to a good start. Quick trade though for David P, and they should start realizing there's a lot of bodies here. They're still going to power on through 3v1, and all the dangers probably going to be dealt with. Nice tag, but not the frag, as Zeke is going to be perfectly equipped to deal with it. 3 alive and spike plant.
I think that's actually Bladestorm online already for seeing it. Absolutely
yes, it is.
Yeah, so
wow.
Already pulls through, just finding the 1 kill there and the orb, and the fact that he falls means he has that Bladestorm available now. Already sitting on 4,000 credits as well, so good opportunity at the bonus round, and with the benefit of 2 rifles being carried across here. Starzo and Zeke will be holding on to them. Bone Cold and Keylez will run through with a Spectre. Giants now will resort back to a similar setup for the pistol here. No wall investment on the side.
Get out of my way.
Vodafone Giants in terms of that Viper util. Zened right the way up halls already. Nobody on the other side of this switch here to actually stop the door from opening, so Fatino got to be careful.
Fully blind, Fatino can't do anything about it. The flash was perfect coming out through the doorway.
What?
Oh, the follow-up towards CT was just perfection personified as David P's put to bed, and really, what is left again? Look at what they're left with. There's nothing at this point to play back in with. Oh, a little fight towards CT, sure, good work from Meadow there, but again, this 3v2 is looking laboured.
This is the bonus round, bear in mind. The fact that Giants are down to 2 now and considering holding on to these weapons. That's all they've got left to do in this round, to be quite honest with you. So a massive win for Acend, and this is the difference. I was touching on this in the first map. Giants, I don't think, can operate at the pace at which Acend are able to. It's not going to suit them at all here on Breeze. If we see a similar approach to some of these rounds. The 3rd on the board, the bonus converted. We'll see if anything, actually, Giants I don't even think can invest anything around this now. Sheriffs, a couple of light armors maybe. No ultimates available, so nothing to fall back on there. Tino actually miles away from his Bladestorm, which in a round like this can be very, very useful. Something else pretty useful, CNED, operator online already. So now Ascend are actually going to probably take a step back, maybe play a little slower in the early round, which is, again, going to leave Giants guessing now because it's so delicate for them to invest in kind of playing this trade game and playing pretty close contact. And again, we're going to see this mid-split coming out from Ascend.
Quick flash, look at the pace on this one. Starzo just unleashing fury. 2 quick kills, make it 3. The Seekers, the flash following, they had nowhere to run back to. Spike can be ferried through pretty safely. All the playback in from Giants would be through middle. It stands. Okay, David P does manage to grab the rifle. CNED still keeping track of this, as is everyone else.
Getting there, the spy cam left in place to just figure out if this pinch comes through from mid. Again, Giants, I think, considering holding on to this, unless they find one in the next couple of seconds. I mean, they have no progress back towards site. Actually, with 1 member tagged up, but you can see him being pinged out right now, actually, on the minimap. So Hoodie's got to be careful. 27 HP. He's guarding this trap wire, but he will be giving Keylez. Again, at this point, Ascend can probably throw a couple of weapons at this, just making sure that Giants can't hold on to anything. David P still got the light armor, undamaged as of yet. And he's found anyway. Again, not the end of the world. I think he'll be coming back into this comfortably able to purchase here. And Fatino actually got that operator online now as well. So, I mean, I said potentially with Cena getting the operator on, they're going to take a step back, but that mid-split was pretty much instantaneous. And Starzo just doing absolute wonders on the back of the Seekers.
This is why I love seeing Sky in a player like his hands, right? You just get that kind of ability to be very supportive as well. He can play in
self-sufficient as well.
Exactly that. It's that ability. He can take the reins if he needs to or if he wants to, or if it's the time to do it in the round. Gives you so much flexibility. And it looks like, again, a lean towards B, but it's not all in. Still a little bit of pressure coming through on middle. Gonna work their way forward. Hoodie gonna give his best attempt. It's probably gonna be him down. Actually, no.
He's done well there.
I'm
Really
surprised he got away with the second on that one, but great work. And at least give them pause for thought here as mid now is gonna be contested, but Starkso is on one. This guy, I don't know what he's been up to, but his aim is on it right now.
Gone to a 2v2 now. Zeke gonna have a clean opportunity to plant. CNED actually trying to play in a position to cut off that rotation through mid. Now, gonna come through double doors. Door will be swung open. Fatinho got to be careful here because he's gonna have to swing out from bridge. With an operator here, it's pretty difficult to readjust when you do drop down. Actually spotted out immediately by Zeke. David P inside the door there. That's going to get pinged up on the recon bolt. Well, this is a little attempt at a bait here. Again, oh, David P actually finds that.
One enemy remaining.
It's like you get a little bit of hope, don't you? You start thinking maybe there's a chance, and then on the other side there's this man. And the rest of Acend does get outdone by Fatinho, but to what end? To what cause? And yeah, no fist bumps. Oh.
Delete that one from the B-roll.
Yep, get gone.
And the problem here is, what's the response? Again, we had the same conversation when you get to this round deficit, and it's so difficult to then, you know, pile the pressure back onto Acend. You know, play aggressively, be proactive, figure out exactly how Acend is set up. Because, I mean, a similar attempt at the start of that round to what we saw in the pistol, the split through elbow towards B. They try and isolate both Hoodie and David P ahead of the utility and ahead of that rotation. I know one of Lothar's biggest talking points is the rotation time on this map, and Ascend's kind of, you know, initiative there at the start of the round is to completely negate any support for that B site.
Okay, couple of ults going around for Giants.
They've got to deal with this drone for Fatinho. Actually, he's not punished on the back of it. Well, I say that, then CNED finds him.
Got away with like a second of breathing further. There's still a 4v4, but they haven't really crested towards the site. The ult is going to at least be a bit of an issue of, I guess, confirming whether or not it's clear at this point. They have pulled every single rotation. You can see already that firing towards middle is looking this way, which will be David P. Surely hearing the audio cues now, as you can see that quick rotation coming in.
Now, Sen will be able to get set up comfortably here. Actually, CNED will catch a headshot from mid. David P. with that Sheriff. Fortunately, the fall-off damage there doesn't find him the kill. Zeke actually finds Ambi elsewhere. So the plant still comes through, but David P. here in pretty good time, actually.
Yeah, really nice time. I mean, he was one of the early players to hear the rotation, but to still find good place is brilliant for him. Gives them a chance in this. Finally, a player advantage in this retake. Kiles pinched from the wrong side. It leaves it all on Zeke, whose position's now been noted. Utility running a little low, but he still grabs Hoodie.
He's got Hunter's Fury now as well.
Oh my word, that changes this completely. Does he know when to use it? Yes, he does. The tag as well. Menno's dead. Oh, the push. Oh, the timing for Zeke. I thought he might have had it. But David P.
Unfortunate.
Does manage to push through in time, does manage to get that frag, and it is a critical one at that. It is going to be 5-1. A well-needed lifeline, but we talk about repetition, Hypoc. This is not looking like you could do that every single round.
I feel like almost Ascend overthought that round. Honestly, it was. I understand the logic. The Viper's pick gets invested. I think maybe they note a little too much utility, and then actually have a decent understanding of the rotations already come through, and people are ready to fight for that A site, which is why they hit the rotation. But David B, you got to credit him in that scenario. He's in a position to hear the audio cues, and that's, like you said, you see on the minimap the moment that information is relayed.
I don't think really time to worry though for Acend. We've already seen them looking very diligent, but Giants now going to get a plethora of ultimates come through. And an early investment of one too. Can be.
Find anything.
Nothing. Maybe a misread now at this point, if that does come in. I see that lurk coming in through tube as well.
So look at where CNED's got to, yeah. Yep. And there's no utility to spot this out. I can't see a turret anywhere. The alarm bot's invested towards double doors, so that's why we see Hoodie on red alert here on the minimap, just a little further back towards Nest. But again, expect him to be the second layer to this execution if it comes through.
Here.
It's the second time I'm not seeing anybody deal with the drone for Fatinho.
No, that position, he can't stay there. It's twice now he's been pretty much caught in that. Not just by it, but the layers in which it does become a problem, and now Bone Cold is being ignored, and you can't really ignore him. Ambi finally pays him some attention and does deal with him. Seen it with one so far, but Hoodie's fine towards Zeke's pretty imperative now to keep it to the 3v3, make it a 3v2. Hoodie's still going to be on for a little bit of a tear here. Enough of a turn of the flash that Cened's out of it quickly. David P is building on those back lines though, so that could be the full stop to this round, but you can already see that honestly Giants are in quite a good spot here.
Hoodie's actually repositioned himself. You see on the X-ray, pretty close. Killers will spot it out, but Hoodie finds his third. Cened, 10 seconds left. I think just going to try and hold on to this operator. Able to slip away undetected somehow. Again, because they know he was on site.
100%.
Already noted. So good recovery initially, and actually Hoodie, brazen to say the least, to step back into that snake bite after Ambi's almost punished on the same one and land the headshot necessary. And like I said, went on to find a couple of other crucial kills throughout that. Acend here will throw a Guardian in the mix. No ultimates available other than that neural theft. Like I said, actually, Giants, great management of the ultimates here. A big opportunity here with the Viper Spit. It's looking like actually David P might, after stacking 3 here every time and kind of fighting for A side, they might just invest the Viper Spit. They do just that to cut off the entrance to A site. This should give Giants a little bit of freedom to try and achieve something elsewhere, an actual opportunity to fight for map control, which has been lacking on their part.
I want it clean though. Maybe that's easier said than done. There's still a bit of danger. I like this from David P. Yeah, going on an exploratory mission, he does find Bone Cold, gets to slip back away into safety and call a fair amount of information. Nice work so far for the Giants. 5 still stand. All those threats coming through. Beautiful work from Fitinho there. Just catching Cened as he tries to make that way up middle. Again, the extremities have been held now, so, you know, everything noted apart from Zeke, it seems.
Cage triggered. You're actually slipping back towards Pillar here. Keeler's actual... no way he gets this kill. He's actually slipped through the cage.
Come on, come on. This is not how it falls apart, surely. How's it a 2v2? Spike going down?
They know exactly where both of these remaining players are. Again, they can just post up now. The plant's safe for backside. Again, actually both with operators now, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, because the player that got picked over by Pillar was, yeah. So, all right, let's see if they can maybe close the gap, make it uncomfortable for these operators. I don't think they're going to be too uncomfortable, though, for now. Time's going to be pretty late in the day, and Giants aren't finding that step.
David P's got to wait for this Toxin to rebuild a little bit, give them an opportunity. Yeah, actually peeks ahead of it there. Sekiles will notice position. Zeke finds Ambi, though. Now, can almost bait out each other in this scenario here. It's perfectly done. Keeles repositions towards main. Keeles and Zeke somehow pull that one out of the bag.
They had so little in that round as well. Remember, Acend, I think they had the leftover op, right? That was on Cened. Now, yeah, okay, he got picked in mid, so you're thinking this is looking spot on. This is perfect. Picked up by Zeke. How on earth did they bring that to a 2v2 that they were going to win in the end? This is just a little worrying if you are a Giants fan. And I know a lot of us, like I'm personally, I love watching them play when it all goes well, right? Which it's kind of hard to work out what are the indicators for that.
But it's painful when it doesn't.
Exactly that.
And like I said, it comes back to that, you know, that lack of answers, the adaptation that's required in some of these matchups. And I mean, dare I say, could we see a repeat of Split here where Acend find their groove and find some momentum? But Fitinho over the top will find Keeles to open this round up. He'll find another one as well.
Stunning work from Fitinho, finally being given a little bit more freedom. Starks, that's a little bold of you, my friend. But again, Fitinho, wonderful work there.
Sorry, Meadow found a nano swarm kill onto Zeke. Was that on the back of his owl drone or something? Did he perfectly place a nano swarm into the corner? Because Zeke lapped that up from start to finish. And again, I mean, I said the same thing on Split. It's a round you don't expect Giants to come out fighting in, and they close it out.
But this is, again, one of those kind of key reminders of how good individually Giants can be, right? You see Fitty there just kind of like popping off, right? Like, this is really nice from him. Again, given a little bit more freedom, wasn't kind of pinned back at this point. And this from Starkso was a little bit naughty, wasn't it? Just trying to creep it, not going to work out. But again, to me, it's just like that quick reminder of like, hey, these guys are really damn good. They were just that cusp below getting kind of qualified to some of those deeper runs in tournaments. They kind of fell to the wayside. You saw it at the very end of some of those tournament runs earlier in the year. And obviously, once then you get into the bigger offline events, they have to go back into the shadows.
And here's the thing, win a couple more rounds like that, and maybe then Giants have feelings if they can kind of go toe-to-toe with the pace that Ascend are bringing. Because that right there, there's the Blade Storm, right? Yes, it's a fantastic opening for Fatinho, but the follow-up is perfect. And that's what they almost need in some of these buy rounds. They need to fight for map control, like I've already said, maybe make a little play out when Ascend do play a little slower, and don't be scared to kind of give up, play retake. Again, dare I say it, you know, try and make use of Meadow's lockdown, which can almost be useful. It's tough, and again, we've seen lots of variations from Killjoy on Breeze, but that's the one thing. It's you compare it to the Newell theft, but it's difficult to make a play around that lockdown on Breeze in particular. This is a little bit of Fatinho swings out, he finds the opener here. Now, Giants can sit back a little bit, but Hoodie's punished on the back of it now. The Hudson's Fury's got a tag. David P's in a lot of trouble, and he's found again.
Yeah, and this is still a weak buy, but you can see the ultimates coming through, all that pressure, all that presence. Cned is going to get himself the op too, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he...
Last thing you want to see him picking up.
Yeah, he's got his ult rolling. Zeke can at least get information at the very bare minimum. Meadow, what a shot from him to tame Cned. But Zeke does find Ambi, so still, a 1v2, it's feasible. What can Meadow do with this? Not much.
Well, everything I just said now is ripped apart by a round like that. Again, you know, Giants in the previous, it's fast, it's furious. They come out with a round victory, and then they're just absolutely spanked in a thrifty round.
And you got to think, right, all that momentum, that mental game, if you're like, okay, we can do this, and then they're like, okay, they're going to be on like a light buy, careful of an ult or two, you know.
And do you know what? I always hate saying it. Yinsu made a fantastic point on the not Yinsu made a good point, but it's Ascend being so heavily momentum based that you can't give them rounds like that, because that for them, you know, Starzo's on his feet, he's gassing everybody up, and those are the sorts of things that just swing series back in Ascend's favor. David P. Okay, nearly caught out there. Starzo actually the second layer here. Cned will find him on his return. Yeah, like I said, I mean, Yinsu nailed it. You can't give Ascend an opportunity to just kind of stack that kind of confidence factor up in their favor.
Yeah. Speaking of confidence.
Dash out with a classic. Okay.
Cned, just on the hunt. Got the tag, and as you said, the confidence is just brimming now. There's the 3 remaining players. Just lambs to the slaughter, really, isn't it? Giants, come on, you gotta rekindle a bit of that spark, a bit of that magic. Stark, so waiting to just call anything that comes through. Both now noted, both spotted. Flash goes in, time being bought, and even just getting past these 2 players in front of Giants is going to be an issue. That's the first, and it's so easy.
I mean, the only benefit being they found 3 in the first half this time around, because it's looking like this last round probably going to go in the favor of Ascend. Again, we still haven't seen that lockdown online. It's 2 rifles, but again, it's a scrappy purchase here. Fatinho, no Blade Storm. And again, what's the solution here? Do we give up a site? Do we try and play retake off this lockdown? It's almost that when it's you completely work an agent out of this game.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lothar's got lots to say on the subject.
Well, there was moments where you thought, this could be it. That could be the spark to reignite. But I'm looking at someone walking down tube, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure what comes of that. Not much for now.
It's a rifle, though. Again, you almost want.
Yeah.
Them to kind of be playing anchor in a round like this.
Yeah.
No resistance on the way in whatsoever.
No. It's just a free plant. Flash goes in. This is just, it's looking, as you like to say, a little flaccid.
Absolutely is. Now Zeke will find David P. Again, just comes through 1 by 1 in favor of Ascend. Last man standing. Hoodie dealt with. It's a 9-3 half.
Yeah, they're loving it. He's up and out. He's gone for a run. 9-3. Now, the last map was what, 10-2?
Yeah. Like I said, it's the only saving grace is they've improved by 1 round. But again, play style wise, the pace of this map everything stacking towards Acend closes in this series out 2-0, and absolutely deserved, honestly.
Yes, they're playing great.
I don't want to harp on at Giants, but we've not seen them come in with the same tenacity we did in some of the other series we've seen them, and dare I say it, that could be a confidence issue, it could be the weight of this opponent, but it's a little disappointing because they've looked so good. They've looked so comfortable when they've able to be decisive, and I think back to that Fracture performance the other day where they just looked in the driving seat for the entirety.
And I hope we get to see that next level for the Vodafone Giants get addressed eventually. I don't know when that comes in for them, what happens, because, look, Acend aren't easy to tame.
No.
The best teams in the world have struggled, but they have achieved it. It's not impossible. It's not something that can't be done. It's just darn hard to do, to take them off that momentum, to take them away from that. I'd love to have seen some more timeouts from the Giants. Again, they're in the venue, right? They could call that tactical timeout, have a chat, talk through it, try and get that mentality right, maybe try and address a couple of things, bring something back in, but yeah.
The saving grace, and I'll talk about the composition here for Giants, that they do have the ability to a little more burst to this, a little more pop. They can isolate a couple of players potentially with Sky and Sova able to be those information gatherers on this map. Again, they didn't really have the benefit of being able to do that on Split, so that's why we see them walk mid. They're walking into an operator in round 7. After that, it's just disaster after disaster. Here, at least, they have the opportunity to. Now, when you get completely shut out in a 9-3 half, it's difficult to come in from the get-go and be like, right, guys, we got to come out swinging here.
All right, it's game time. Second half, 9-3, and this is map 2. This could be a 2-0. There's always the potential of it going the distance. If the Giants are able to unlock it, then it turns into that best of 5. But right now, it is looking like a 2-0. No reason to sugarcoat the pill to you guys. And you're right. Have a look at what they're up to already.
That's 4, going to walk mid.
But look at Giants, if they hold that. I mean,
2 players noted there, potentially 3 actually now. Okay, Fatinho throws his life on the line there. Meadow with the second punish here. Ambi's actually able to make his way onto A site and find this plant. So, Acend actually will find their own demise there and trying to be proactive in the pistol round.
I love the intention from the Giants as well. 2 players kind of lean towards A. They kind of pull that pressure away from middle. Allows them that chance to have that little pinch going on. Bone cold, very crisp on 1.
Last player standing.
Surely.
Anyone for any more?
Surely not. Okay, should be all right. Yeah, David P's got him. Okay, well look, we've heard the rumors about the 9-3. I don't know how much I believe in them. I've heard the rumors.
I'm gonna stay open-minded.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're an open-minded kind of guy.
Yeah. Something like that.
Something like that.
But Giants need to carry this through now. And again, you look towards Hoodie on that Sky in particular. That's the one that I want to see almost be the driving force here. Get Fatinho online, put him in some positions to find value. 3 rifles actually thrown into this from the Giants. That's interesting for a round 2 purchase. Again, they want to try and keep this clean, obviously. Build up that bankroll. Seen it tagged out pretty early on now. Not in a position of being close enough to punish this at least now. And actually the counter wall comes through. Give Acend a little pocket to work in. Zeke actually finds Hoodie, and that's the guy I'm looking towards in a round like this.
Yeah.
And he loses the rifle. Whether or not they did just retrieve that, I can see something lying against the wall there. Starzo pushed through. What the hell is this?
Of course he has. What is going on? Starzo just throws himself into the Wolves' den. This is a weird round.
I think it's probably about to get weirder because Giants are still hanging around. Down to about 50 seconds now. Absolutely paranoid of the fact that Acend have taken space elsewhere and this flank is imminent. They do have the turret set up. Again, if Meadow, I guess he's probably got to just the edge of cage to play here, but expect him to be on full flank control duty. Okay, CNED spots one over the top, still finds the tag. Again, with Hoodie falling, no heal available here. And a big tag with that recon bolt here.
Yeah, but still. Looks like Giants are doing okay. There we go. I was still a little worried. The HP, as you can see, a little low on 2, so could have been a bit of danger. All right, Bone Cold, show me some magic. Do you believe, Hypok?
I believe, looking at the
Fantastic,
HP bars...
we're going in. Okay, full belief. A 1v3. He's got one, he needs two more. Hypoc has seen it. He knows it, he feels it in his bones. He's maybe got himself a little bit of an avenue of approach. That's a bit of an issue. And a further one comes through from Meadow. But I was down. I was ready to go for that.
I was ready to see it.
Yeah. We're all aboard. All aboard the hype train.
Oh, with that investment, they effectively lose out on one of the rifles purchased. Because only 2 survive. They hold on to, I think, a Phantom and a Vandal. Through that. Yeah, they get everybody online with rifles. But again, well, actually, no, sorry. Hoodie, yes, we'll be able to Ambi considering it over the utility. I'm not sure what he's going to settle on. See him flick back and forth there. But again, it's flaky now. Anybody who Giants lose here, if this just goes down to a trade battle, again, even scoreline aside, it plays heavily in Ascend's favor due to that purchase in round 2.
All right, CNED's going to just have a little chill in middle. Kick back for a bit, relax, look at a wall.
Riveting stuff.
Truly, thank you, observers.
Again here, Giants, you can see already the approach is so slow in comparison. Zeke will find Meadow over on the extremity and...
Well, what is the plan here? I don't like it when you lose a player that deep because you've garnered nothing, right?
This is the thing, is they're spread so thin in this default that actually all Ascend have to do is push one of the extremities and they find a solo player. It's completely untradeable. There's no threat whatsoever. You can see David P's all the way up Hall, yeah.
Like that. Still need to show a little presence on the site so that can become kind of activated. Starzo is afraid of nothing. Apparently, literally afraid of nothing. And you can see as to why. The man is just unchained. He doesn't care. He's still pushing. He's still flashing. Now, yes, David P's flank comes in, but to what level of success?
30 seconds
Here we go.
left.
How much you get from this now after Starzo just actually gutted your side? Starzo is low. But the spike is deep within enemy territory. And there is now that... There's levels to this. There's a player slowly creeping in behind. And look at the time.
And this is the thing, Ascend aren't afraid to get down and dirty and do things like that. Again, it's absolutely disastrous for Giants to lose out that round. But not only that, again, Ascend in terms of the timeline here, they can play trades. They can literally just throw bodies on the line. Because as long as they win that, it's more damaging to Giants than it is to Ascend. Again, look at this, 1 HP, still challenges for Tino. Finds it now. Again, Giants will throw a couple of bits and bobs in at this. Decent ultimate progress, except for Ambi. Wibbly bibblies.
Wibbly bibblies, the classics. 10-5. And
Giants have to do damage here. They have to do a lot of damage.
I'm almost willing them on at this point. I want to see a bit more. Seen it in middle. I call out the observers once for showing it, and now they're like, you want to just look at it again? Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Can we just check in again?
Yeah,
if possible, actually. Has Cena moved?
See, they don't listen to you.
What about if you say it?
Guys, can we watch CNED again? They've muted us. That's really quite smart of them.
Oh.
There it is. Thanks, guys. Shout out to Salty J and Haribo. Appreciate you. I was hoping it was a picture.
A picture of CNED. Yeah, brilliant.
The fans would be loving it. However, with that flash being heard and everything now noted towards the B site, they will have to respond in kind. So the Giants have actually taken the space and quite correctly at this point. I want to see if they get that spike down cleanly. No losses. The ult's invested.
That's big, actually. Yeah. I mean, Ascend close enough. Well, Kila's losing a 1v1 to the turret right now, but Tino will find Bone Cold on the way. He actually finds a second one here. Zeke will fall. This is looking doable for the Giants.
It's a bit weird, isn't it, though? Because this just happened. Kila's waited patiently. The ult now dropped. You can see Starkso starting to creep towards the site, and this man is hungry for more. Another potential victim towards the back of the site. CNED cleans up the other two.
No way.
Tino now in a dire situation. The two big dogs against him. He's just trying to stay alive. He runs out of chances. And the time is plentiful. And now the rounds are on the board.
I said they got to look to do damage there. Now Ascend on 11 rounds. They've done just that, but again, the ultimate progress probably swinging in Ascend's favor now. That lockdown that apparently was online for all of the first half is online once again. But nothing else left in the bank here for the Giants. Operator in the hands of Fatinho. Actually, Bone Cold, one away from the Viper's pit with the Spectre now. If we can get that online and potentially pop it, the Spectre can work. Is he going to try and walk in behind this wall? You can see that wall he's put kind of just cuts off shop. And the orb over main.
Show me a bit of aggression, Giant. Show me a little bit.
Again, look at it.
Something.
There's nothing in the early round.
There's no
Absolutely
pressure.
nothing. And they've achieved nothing. Like they're walking now back towards spawn. And on the flip side of that, look at Acend. Look how active they are. Look how mobile they are.
Mid's being watched. Passively by one, actively pretty much by two. Cena just kind of having a look round by elbow, just checking to see if anyone's there. There was that early contact from David P down that side, so a fair assumption. But how do you know where Zeke is? You don't, but a good reaction will do the job.
I was going to say, I think Zeke was actually noted from his recon bolt there. So
Okay,
a little
fair
bit of a
play.
mishap, actually, on the side of Zeke. Maybe not aware of the possibility they've come back. And Cena actually found here, but David P caught with utility in hand.
6 HP, yeah, re-peeking on 6. He was still trying to go for it. This is nice from the Giants. Maybe trying to catch some of the over peaks, the aggression coming out from the from Acend has actually worked out well this time. Bone Cold. 1v4 is pretty dicey. Not going to happen. Okay, another one on the board. Fist bumps achieved this time.
It's like the rounds you don't expect Giants to actually flip back in their favor, they do. And I got to say, it's on the back of a little bit of complacency on the side of Acend. Zeke tucked into a problematic corner, to say the least, especially with Cena picking up the slack in elbow. They have a perfect crossfire for top mid. So I'm not sure of the timing there just on the recon bolt or why it was even invested towards elbow, because Cned's there. So again, I'm leaning towards complacency there.
Sure.
But I mean, you're 11-6 up.
Yeah,
There's an allowance for those.
You let it happen. But it has broken the money. However, that can be slightly navigated around with the ult coming in. David P with a quick response. Now, I wonder how much more information he gets off the back of that. Finding Zeke in that sort of position, does that give away too much? As we can see, B-site is pretty absent of presence, and that is where they're majority leaning for now, but there is a lingering CNED as well. They are having a look that way, and Killers could get a bit of timing on this too. And Fatinho, beautiful shot towards CNED. Okay. At some point, though...
This is 2 kills now where they've just...
And they're so far back.
They've not advanced any further.
Like, don't get me wrong, I kind of allow it when Acend have been giving them these chances, but at one point Acend will just start sitting back. They will stop giving them these opportunities. They can do it around like this, right? This is the perfect time to do it. But can you now do this when they're not giving you those over peaks? As it stands, though, we have 2 remaining.
Bare minimum 3 alive here from Giants.
Has to be.
I don't want to say...
Okay. Well, no more. That's a rifle with Killers. He's been able to kind of slip through for now. Now noted 2 players. You can kind of guess the third. Not going to get past Fatinho, though. That's a good one. Nice work from him. Lovely round. Really good round. And hopefully that gets him fired up a bit.
Yeah.
See a little bit more life in the boys. Get a little bit of that confidence in. But again, we have to ask the question. When Acend stop kind of giving those over peaks, when they stop kind of being aggressive, which is a bit of the MO, but where's that step for Vodafone Giants? Because we've seen them being hyper passive.
They need to capitalize on that. Again, if Acend, dare I say it, a little frustrated that this is being as dragged out as long as it is in some of these rounds where, again, you lean towards the possibility of complacency. But, I mean, again, given 5 rounds to play with, I almost feel like Acend eventually will just close a couple of those rounds out. Operator back online. Viper's been invested off the rip towards B site, so Giants almost committed. Well, he's forced in towards trying to advance onto A site. And now Acend can lean a little further away. You can see Zeke drifting once again into mid. But again, I look towards Meadow. If Meadow gets picked up, they're so scared in the early round, Lauren. Look at it.
And again, I don't mind if it's, you know, with something in mind off the back of it, be it to draw utility out, to maybe take some space, but they're not. And look at, seen it getting a little aggy? He is.
Rightfully so.
He definitely is. Oh, this is tragic in the back
That's
as
the
well.
problem.
Yeah, and if we can identify a couple of the things that have been maybe hindering the Giants, someone like Acend definitely can, and that is a huge indicator that that is the case. So now what are they left with? Okay,
45 seconds, let's face a Viper roll. Like,
yeah, no worries. Go through mid. We've not had even a glimpse on middle, and there is a player there.
Zenit about to be the second layer to that as well. Zeke.
Yeah, he can spin to window if he wants, or just from the other side.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Zeke, he's got caught off. He's absolutely been caught off. He's done for. Oh, he knows it too. You know, he was absolutely on for a sitter there. He's frustrated with that, and so are we. But now there's one player on the site itself, tucked in cam. Flash comes out, fully blind. David P tries to make a run for it, but Starkso gets him. 10 seconds left. Where is that spike right now? Get a wriggle on towards site. Ambi finally makes it. There's a player on the back of the site. They've absolutely fumbled it.
I mean, this is the problem again. The Viper, Zeke, absolutely beside himself because he's almost like, what are they doing?
Exactly.
What are they doing? Walking elbow there. The Viper splits up on B. Ascend stack is always going to be favouring towards A site, and ultimately, 20 seconds left on the clock there. One kill picks that round apart. It completely shuts it down. And it's almost like Giants have to turn into desperation mode. It's like we haven't got time to clear out all these corners. And again, there's no scenario where Ascend say, okay, let's send a third player towards B, where that Viper spit is. It never happens. That's a frustrating round to watch, honestly. Because I feel like the Giants almost did everything right up until that point.
Sure.
Camera taken you should run.
Oh.
Oh.
It's a voice line I haven't heard in a while. Oh, no, there's that.
Oh. Well, it at least takes that. I guess it's just...
Hell surprise.
Right, Giants, come on. I'm begging to see something out of them here, because right now, Ascend, they're just looking substantially better, aren't they? 1-1 trade out. David P can at least kind of drag this one a little further forward, but Killers is still here. Did he note the player crossing? He doesn't really care too much about it, because he can spray freely towards that spike out towards the site. It's a 3v2, favorable this time towards the Giants, so stay maybe a chance in this. Ult comes in. You still have that mid position, that late lurk there, but Acend is alive. When he's alive, there's always a chance.
Yeah, Meadow actually just about picking up this angle through tunnel now, but I think Acend, yeah. Oh, he actually wasn't ahead of the pillar. I thought there was a chance Acend was going to be able to cross there. David P's found by Bone Cold, though. Again, Giants are split. Meadow and Fatinho. Let's see, with that second snake bite, even force him away now. Don't think it does, but baits out the shot. Unfortunately, Meadow there with the counter peek and looking a little better from Giants, but again, 2 survive. There's going to be some holes in the economy here. So we'll see a timeout called from Ascend, and it's rough now again with the way these rounds play out. Can you see Giants winning another 4? I don't think so, because it comes back to that. I mean, one of your favorite sayings, the unforced errors, right?
Yep.
I think Zeke's already kind of shown some frustration with what the hell Giants are doing in kind of that mid-round transition. And I think eventually Ascend will just be able to adjust accordingly. They're being given mid for free, right?
Yes.
Eventually there's going to be a moment where, you know, if Zeke falls a third time, for example, or Cened's punished, for example, on one of these rounds where he has a rifle and not the operator, Ascend will just go, right, just give him mid, because they're not achieving anything towards the sites. It's these ones where actually Ascend are making these slight mistakes on the back of Giants being so complacent and absent in the early round. It's almost like Ascend overstepping the mark.
Yeah, I think that's a really good kind of summary of pretty much the entirety of this map at this point. 12-8 though, timeout will conclude. We'll be jumping back into this one. And the purchase, I want to keep my eyes on, because it's a bit of a mixed bag money-wise. You can see them considering how to spread the wealth and what to do with it. It's a bit rough around the edges.
I mean, something for Ascend to work with. Again, this here, you're looking for 4 to survive from Giants if they come out with a round victory, because there's one purchase beneath what they've got invested in this round.
Okay, seems pretty simple stuff so far for Giants. Just going to be working their way through towards that A site. No initial fight. One flash confirms attendance, but that's all she got. But Starkso, we know he'll be happy to throw down for it, but he does get eliminated, but Bone Cold is there. Now, push towards CT. David P's found Bone Cold. This is looking okay, clean enough for now. It's not perfect, but it's okay. 4 alive and against 3. The Killjoy is a little low on HP, but David P's going to try and take... It's not great one way for him to try and play off. Try to look for it. Oh, this isn't good. This is actually really quite bad. That's now a rifle recovered, and there's time on this. There's a lot of time on this. Vitinho is going to be called upon to get a couple of kills here. I still think, what? Cened gives him the drive-by special. Upgrade now garnered as well.
Vedo's like solo HP. He actually luckily finds
Lucky
that kill.
boy. Ooh, okay. Okay, Giants. I can start hearing them getting a little bit fired up. I can see a little bit more to them now. It's fine margins. You wouldn't want to bet your house on it, would you?
No. Want to bet what's in my wallet on it, to be honest with you.
How much you got?
I don't carry cash.
Bus ticket?
A driving license and a debit card.
Fair play. What's the weirdest thing in your wallet? You got like an old receipt, something like from like 10 years ago.
Social security number.
Fair enough. Oh, you feel like the slimmer wallet nowadays, don't you? No nonsense. I think I've got some like receipts from like 5 years ago. I was like, oh, definitely put those in. Never did you? Right, 9-12. Acend still on match point, but Giants are looking a little revitalized and something a bit fruity.
See Hoodie find the flash there. Bone Cold good for the punish. So Kilo's below it. This could be the one here. Again, slight pace change from Giants. The wind in their sails, and Acend sitting deep enough here to absolutely greet them.
Look at how many there are on the site. It is just bodies on the right place in the right time. Starkzo gonna probably put the nail in the coffin. He has. It's 13-9. Acend, best Giants after a little bit of life coming back into the Giant side, but it kind of just filtered away as quickly as it came through.
That's right. I think clinging to life was what we saw in the last few rounds there. Again, a little bit of an adjustment from Giants, and yes, you could argue it looked a little better for them, but I think with, I mean, dare I say, the conditioning on the side of Acend, where it's like they just had to re-explore everything in that 45-second mark, where they were able to just punish time and time again. It's disappointing to see, because I think Giants have had, once again, we're talking about Giants having a very hot streak, a good run throughout. Up until now, I've personally been very impressed once again, even with the standard set previously by themselves. But Acend, you know, show them why they're one of the best.
They've got pedigree, right? Acend truly do, be it individual, being how deep they can go as a collective. They've got reps in so many events now, high pressure scenarios. But you see glimpses of hope for Giants, and we definitely cling to it a fair bit. But again, there's a lot to be said about this game. Some good, I'm sure, some bad. So we're going to hand it over to the desk to kind of talk you through what maybe caught their eye and maybe what made them frown a little more than before.
Well, thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Acend, they have done it. They're going to be in the grand finals. And Lothar, Pansy wants to know what made you frown throughout that game. So I'm going to ask you that as well. You were like this pretty much the entire map from start to finish.
Yeah, there was some really nasty things happening. I was really hoping that Killjoy pick will make some sense, right? But exactly what I was worried about in the pre-show happened, in the pre-match happened, because when I mentioned the lockdown, I said, well, there's one good position in holes, but it's very easy to counter, and then exactly that position was countered. There was only one lockdown being used in the entire match, which is also very strange, right? And the positioning was very limited when it comes to like how Meadow could have played the entire map, so he was easily read many times by the opponents. And also, like I have to say, like there was no plan how to stop Cened, right?
Yeah.
Cened was just having the time of his life and also stuck, so I don't know how is it possible that this guy just goes aggressively, just peeks whatever he wants and gets triple kills with 1 HP in his back, and it's really odd. But I have to say, Bone Cold impressed me with his mollies, with his snake bites. There were many positions where he actually helped with not even shooting one bullet. He helped with the utility. He was pushing out people during the retakes out of their positions. The snake bites were just very helpful. Applied the debuff or just straight up moved someone into someone else's crossfire. So really well played by Acend. I feel like they're really are, let's say, progressing in their breeze, while for Giants, well, hopefully we can ask them some questions later, because it's definitely not their favorite map, but also it feels like the composition that they play, maybe they have something in their back of the head that they didn't show us yet.
I mean, this was Acend's home ground, right? This
For
is
sure,
what we expected Acend to do well on. I know you mentioned Bone Cold's Viper, but what about David P's Viper? What did you make of that?
So, well, when it comes to David B. Viper, I feel like there was a lot of situations where he was trying to make a move. There was one moment on defense when he tried to just push through B main and got one kill, but then gets traded from the window area, and that puts the entire team at a disadvantage because he's such a instrumental or pivotal agent when it comes to defense. He cannot really risk his life that much as when he's playing Omen, right? Because Omen has less impact as when it comes to utility than Viper, and specifically on an open map like Breeze, an example. But I have to say the impact of his ultimates was very big. Was just very unlucky that he got spammed twice
all the time.
through the ultimates. That just happens, right? Specifically also when your opponent is playing both Sova and Sky, which proves there's a lot of utility to just push out the Viper or just tag it into it. But it was more just, we have a Spectre, we have a Phantom, let's just spam for the Viper ultimate with no traces and maybe we'll get lucky. And that was unfortunately happening to David. But in general, the utility that he was using on B on defense was also pretty outdated. Like the defense wall that was just cutting the half inside, I feel like that's something that people started trying out when the map was new. But that is not that useful anymore, or even detrimental to the defense, rather than just gives any advantages.
As an Odin main, I'm a partial to a good spam through a Viper ultimate. But speaking of some of the utilities, I know you've got a round to break down for us.
I wanted to actually point out a round that I would say Giants did very well, and it did catch Acend off guard, even though it was pretty easily telegraphed. So in round 13, when Giants are playing the pistol round, we see there's a fake setup on attack on A. This Viper wall was set up, if I'm not mistaken, 15 seconds before the round started. So it's like a telegraph that we want to go A, or it might be a fake. And then when the round starts, we only see Sova and Sky going in with the utility, which fakes the attack on A. And because of that, we have 3 players now holding just mid to wait for the rotation from the defenders to catch them while they are trying to go into the double doors area. If you can play the clip with the minimap open, then we guys will see what is happening. Those 3 players are just waiting for the contact of the turret. And Acend is like just being... They're buying the bait. They're going through mid, and now that when its contact is happening, those 3 players just have really good positioning. Apart from Vitinha here with the dash, that was a little bit questionable. But in general, this was a good plan from Giants because they also get the site for free, and have gotten 2 kills on mid area where Acend was a little bit uncertain of what was happening. But if this fake could have been done better, I would say the Viper will probably just stay in the A set area till the last possible second and do the Viper wall when the round starts, because that definitely shows that we're planning to go A, and this was kind of telegraphed.
I absolutely love how you're breaking this down in front of Meadow and Fatina. You guys can't see them at home, but they are offset. And I hope they listen to what you said. I want to see what they think about that as well. But for now, going to let you rest for a second because we do have a post-match interview with Acend's Starkso. Hi, Starkso. Welcome to the show. Massive congratulations on securing the grand final here at Red Bull Home Ground. I am hoping he's here with me. Oh, there you go. I can see you. Hopefully you can hear me. But it feels like you guys are taking down a lot of very strong, tough and big opponents. How strong do you think you guys are right now?
Hello everyone, first of all, thank you. How strong we are? I think we are very strong right now, like in very good mental state as a team. Like we're on bootcamp right now for almost a week now. Our chemistry is getting better and better. We're like spending more time together than before. Before Berlin, we were like practicing a lot. Right now, we're focusing on like making our chemistry back, like getting mental very good. So yeah, I think we're going back very good.
Well, what have you been working on this boot camp? I know you mentioned the chemistry. You guys already have insane chemistry. Like I've seen you guys in Berlin, where even when you guys are singing Queen together, it's all pretty on point. So how much can your chemistry really improve?
I mean, our game style is like mostly based on like chemistry and like the flow. We're not like based on like super good strats, like do this. We're going with the flow, like how good we are feeling with each other. We're just going in, and like that's the basic thing we're just focusing. Obviously, we're trying to
add more stuff to our gameplay and stuff, but this is the main thing we're aiming on.
Like I said, you have already taken down some pretty tough opponents, but tomorrow you have Team Liquid. Now, I don't believe you guys have ever played against Team Liquid before, so what do you make of their form right now?
Their form?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they're pretty strong right now. Like, they made the change. They have, like, very good honeymoon right now as a team, and it will be nice to play them finally. Like, first time this year, finally.
I pass on my regards to MBS as well. It's always great to see him. But when it comes to Team Liquid, it does feel like right now they don't have many weaknesses, especially when it comes to their map pool. What do you think you need to do in order to beat them tomorrow?
Win 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And last question, you know, we spoke to Yumpy earlier. He's quite keen to whip out the Yoru. I was very happy to see you on the Jet again. It's been a while. You did great. Are we going to see you guys maybe try something funky tomorrow, especially if Liquid are willing to?
We'll see. I can't tell. Maybe.
I'm going to take that as a yes, Doc. So I want to see you on the Yoru. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
Now, I want to point out really quickly, Lothar, about the fact that he said that's how they play, on chemistry. They play on the feeling of each other. And sometimes we see that, right, in good ways and bad ways, because it does feel like when they get over-emotional is when things fall apart.
Yes, but at the same time, it's not empty words. That's what Stocks is saying here. You can actually see that they have some strats prepared and like put into the book that they try to execute. A good example would be Bind, where on the pistol round on attack, they went with the showers play with exactly timed utility that cuts off like specific angles, and then they move together like you know in ballet. And just take the entire space of the site. So this Acend becomes more structured than we have seen it in the past.
Scary.
But I would say it's a good, you need to have that chemistry first, right? And then build off that. So it's a good direction that they have. Hopefully they're going to be even more structured for Champions.
Yeah, I want to see what songs are going to burst out in Champions and what choreographs they have. And speaking of choreography, one man has been absolutely on fire, and that is Scream. And here is our Legion play of the day.
To do
even
it.
with a paranoia.
He's sending it, and Scream shut him down immediately.
A bit late.
His teammate ready now to go out for a little bit more, and he is absolutely farming. He just used Empress, and he's almost got it back online.
Lothar, we've TP'd. We've been playing Yoru. Yeah. But Scream, and no surprises there when it comes to being the Legion play of the day. This guy, it just keeps getting better and better. And I spoke about the MVP, the Legion MVP earlier as well. And I feel like we speak about maybe it'll be between him and CNED. And I think right now maybe Scream is kind of in the lead a little bit, at least in my books, yeah. Just by a smidge, yeah.
I still remember that Rez into an ace from 2 days ago.
That's nightmare-inducing.
Yeah, that was really fucking terrifying. So hopefully we're going to see more like this tomorrow. When they're going to be playing against each other, because that's I cannot wait actually to see Liquid and Acend play against each other for the first time ever in this lineup. This is going to be actually pretty crazy.
This is going to be an exciting matchup for sure. And speaking of exciting, guys, it's that time of the day again. It's competition time with Lenovo Legion, the official hardware partner of Red Bull Homeground, and they've got a great giveaway for you guys to get involved with. The Legion Y2525 is one of the fastest PC screens on the market with its 240 Hz rapid refresh rate. The images are crisp, free from motion blur, and let you see every detail you need to get the drop on your opponents. And if you want a chance to win one of these, here is what you need to do. First, head to Twitch chat now and use the !Legion command. You can also go to win.gs/Legion or to Twitter to answer the following question. how many Valorant agents are there in the game? The competition is now open. You must be 18 and over to enter and situated in UK or Europe. Closing date is the 7th of November at 11 p.m. GMT. And that's how you can win a Legion monitor. Best of luck to everyone who's getting involved and entering the competition. Now, I'm back here with Lothar, and we've got two people to join us. Thank you so much for joining us here, Hoodie and Meadow. Really sad for you guys. I know you gave it your all, and you were really wanting to go a bit further in this competition. But what do you think were the issues for today? Why weren't you able to get that over the line?
I would say because we were scared. Like
Yeah?
the first map, it felt like we had zero confidence. Like we were super afraid to take mid. We didn't take the duels we usually do. And that just made us lose, I think.
Would you agree there with Meadow?
Yeah, I mean, usually when we play against any other team other than Acend, I feel like, you know, we are taking duels, we are fighting, but against Acend for some reason we are always like chickens, you know, we don't want to fight them, and it was weird.
Why do you think that is? Is it the CNED issue? Because it feels like CNED always gets into people's heads before he even does anything.
I mean, it might be, I don't know, like, obviously they are really good players, like they can shoot really well, and yeah, but I think it's, yeah, because like they have the name and, you know, it's Acend.
But when it comes to Breeze, I know, you know, this isn't the map that you guys play all that often, and on paper you've had some mixed results in the past, but you were coming back into the game, you know, you had the momentum. So what kind of gave you guys the push to get back into it?
I mean, Breeze is such a T-sided map in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like there's so many times you just run and you kill and you win basically. And like we've come back before on this map on T-side. So, like, we just thought it could happen again, basically.
Lothar, we've got Meadow here, so I'm going to let you ask him.
Because in the past, when you guys played on Breeze, you had been playing Cypher on the map. But you swapped to Killjoy. 3 months ago was the last time you played Killjoy on Breeze, and now you picked it again. What is the specific reason why do you prefer to play Killjoy instead of Cypher on Breeze?
Only because Sentinels played it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it didn't work out that well for them in the end, though, did it?
No. I have no idea. Don't ask me.
Well, would you prefer to? Do you have a preference personally?
Yeah, I prefer Cypher.
I'm
I feel
with
like
you
it's
there.
so much better, but
yeah, for sure. Like you only had one spot for the lockdown that you were using in that spot exactly. It's very easy to counter as well, right?
Yeah.
So it didn't give you much space as well when it comes to playing against the flankers, right?
Yeah.
I love how the honesty of like Sentinels are doing something, like we're going to try it. Actually, I do have a question when it comes to the agent compositions now on the topic of it. How is that sort of decided within your team? Do you sort of individually come to Pipson or anyone else and go, oh, I really want to play, I don't know, Yoru today? I'm guessing that none of you have ever said that. But what's the process of that?
Usually we copy maybe other teams, like except on Split. On Split we went like, you know, we prioritized the players' comfort roles, you know, like Ambi on Jet, Viti on Raze, me on Sage. On Split we went like that, but on other maps we usually copy.
Well, I got to ask for tomorrow as well. 10-star. You guys have played them quite recently, and the last time they beat you 2-0. What do you think you need to do tomorrow, and what have you learned from that last series to make sure that you get your revenge?
Not play like chickens.
I have one more question, actually.
Wait, hold on. I want Meadow to answer that as well. Not play like chickens? Is that the way to beat 10-star?
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, last time we played them, we had no confidence, we had no communication, and we didn't think, basically. And I felt like that have changed this tournament, so I think we can keep it up.
All right, Lothar?
So I have a question. Since we're playing on the 3.9 patch right now, how do you guys feel about the change in the pistol rounds when it comes to the Ghost and the Classic? I mean, Ghost wasn't changed, but the Classic was changed. And there's so many teams right now playing more Ghost than in the past. It's actually a 20% difference. So how do you feel personally about the change of the Classic and how it affects you?
I mean, I feel like it's good. Me personally, I've also opted more for the USP.
Ghost?
For the Ghost. Bad habit. Yeah, for the Ghost. I mean, I feel like the nerf is pretty good what they did to the Classic, so yeah.
Okay.
Satisfied with that, with
Well,
that answer?
it shows in game in the stats, right? Right now in the tournament, 62% of the players are choosing a Ghost in the pistol round, but the only people that go for the Classic are typically Sages and Sovas because they just don't have any other option when they spend 400 on the utility.
I feel like we need a survey and just like get every pro player to answer that question.
I'm doing stats after the tournament to see exactly
looking
that,
forward
and
to
then
it.
I'm going to ask the pro players as well on their opinion.
I love that. And one last question. I'm going to get you guys to predict the final because we have been terrible at making any predictions. I think we were both wrong. Tom Biz was wrong both times. I think he said Giants and Giants and 10-star today. So for you guys, the grand final, Acend versus Team Liquid, who do you think is going to win that?
I would have to say Liquid, I think. They're really hot right now, and I think they will win this one.
Ooh, okay, one for Liquid.
I'll go for Liquid as well. Yeah, like they know how to play against good op players and they have good players as well, so I think it will be Liquid, yeah.
Not going to play like chickens, maybe, Liquid, like you guys said. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been great, but it's not over. We'll see you tomorrow, like I said, against 10-star. But for now, me and Lothar are going to have a quick look at the bracket. Things look a little bit different now. Team Liquid and Acend, they are through to the grand finals. Lothar, I feel like I don't think many people were surprised about Team Liquid.
Yeah.
But Acend, especially in the bracket with teams like Giants and Gambit, I think this is a pretty good result for them.
Well, I think many people were putting Gambit as the team to go and progress to the final, but as you can see, they fell off pretty quickly. But what I wanted to just point out, how is it possible that in 6 matches, we
We've
had
never
6
2 zeros, yeah.
Like, that is statistically almost improbable, and yet it happened here. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Also, how did Pansy and Hypog not get an overtime game today? Or tech pause?
Blame Giants, I guess, for not making a comeback on Breeze.
Oh no, don't say that. Don't say that, Lothar. But yeah, that is going to be the grand finals. And let's take a look at the schedule, which, well, I mean, there's only one game tomorrow. So
well,
actually 2 games. There are 2 games. There's the 10-star versus Vodafone Giants coming up first, followed by Team Liquid versus Acend. I quite like the 3rd, 4th place kind of playoff, so you can actually get a proper gauge on which team is going to come 3rd and which team is going to be 4th.
Well, both of those teams, Tensa and Giants, were on the radar when it coming to power, right? So it's going to be a nice closing match for both of those teams for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. Thank you very much, Lothar, and thank you to you two as well for joining me. Looking forward to more, you guys in more action tomorrow, coming back strong. That's it from us. Thank you so much to Mitch and Tom and Pansy and Hypok as well for casting, and to all you guys at home for tuning in. We'll be back with 10-star versus Giants tomorrow. We'll see you then.